Budapest! Yes, we are back. It's T-Mobile eSports Championships. Once again, grand finals here in this beautiful city. On the one side, Buda, on second Pest. You can go take a beautiful picture in the Castle Buda, and it will stay with you forever. And it's the same when you are a sports player, when you dream big, when you've got something special, when you want to prove to everyone, when this is your place on planet, you can write the history. This is the place, this is the stage. This is great crowd of wonderful people all around the world who came here to watch those brave youngsters, old legends, tier 1 players who dream big. And I'm very happy when one more time I can be here on this stage and be with you in this Big Four finals. But first, let's see the schedule of today, of this nice Saturday in Budapest. So please, watch your screens. It is the moment when you see what we prepare for you for this first day. We start with the grand final of Rocket League. After that, we will very focus because we will be playing Counter-Strike 2. So as you see, there's a day full of emotions and everything starts last year. Because this is the moment when we can say, if you tell us, bring the light, and there are the lights. You ask us, bring us emotions, and there will be emotions here on stage in Budapest. As I tell you, the old legends, the youngsters, the tier 1, 2, and 3 players, everyone want to participate in T-Mobile eSports Championships. In that one moment, hundreds start competition, but only few goes here in this place. Only few teams will fight for the pool prize, 100,000 euro, wonderful trophies, and the most important thing, the golden letters. We will use it to write their names, that you can remember them as the champions on T-esports Championships. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I tell you, we start with Rocket League. Winston Churchill one time said, we will fight on the ground, we will fight in the air. And this is Rocket League. Wherever you want to see, you see it in this game. The machines, the football, the goals, shooting from the air and from the ground. Magnificent pilots in their machines. 3 dudes on the left and 3 dudes on the right. They fight a long time. They give everything they have to be here in the Budapest to fight for the glory, to show us greatness and awesomeness. So I won't be holding back. It's time to introduce you a players who will fight for the first of today champion title in Rocket League. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring the opening ceremony. Please sit down, sit the balls, and bring something to food and something to eat. It's time for the T-esports Championship!
Last year's legacy still echoes through these halls. A memory of triumphs, heartbreaks, and moments that defined greatness. But time never stops. Every play, every misstep, every victory has led us here once again. Some who rose before now return. Veterans forged in the fire, ready to defend what they claimed. Yet new challengers emerge from the shadows, fearless, determined, hungry to carve their own legend. 4 games: Counter-Strike 2, League of Legends, Brawl Stars, and Rocket League. One stage, one moment, one final chance to stand above all. This is the final step. This is the T-esports Championship.
T-esports Championships are live here in Budapest. As you see, 4 different battlegrounds, 4 titles. Teams prepare to show you all the best they have. The talent, the skills, the will to be a champion. Today we are playing Rocket League, after that the Counter-Strike. Tomorrow, Brawl Stars and League of Legends. But forget about Sunday. It's time for Saturday, and we are ready to show you the best players which will compete in the game, which name is Rocket League. So cars and football, everything men's love, everything they try at home, at the stages, and right now they will be here in Budapest in the great stage of T-esports Championship. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. There was 100 of them, but right now there is only 6. 2 teams. In each team we've got 3 players. They've got one dream. In the end of this awesome game, they want to bring this trophy on my right side. This great, big, silver, heavy trophy, meaning that you are a champion, that your name, your team, your teammates will be never forget in the history of esports. I'm looking at you here in the Budapest in Hung Expo, and I see that you want to see greatness. You want to see wonderful actions. You want to see goals. And in the end, you want to cheer for our next champions. So, 2025. I want to introduce you to the first team, and please make a warm welcome and the loud clap. It's Lenovo Honved. As the first, we welcome on our stage Little Motion. It's time for the second player. It's Racers. And last but not least, it's Machine. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It's Lenovo Honved. It's time to show you their opponents. It's Team Clunkers. As first, we invite Rexer. The second, in this crew is Dansku. And the third player, it's Ville. Ladies and gentlemen, make warm welcome Team Clankers! All right, we've got players on the stage. It's time to say some words. Come on, join me in the middle. First question is a very simple question. How do you feel in the minutes before the grand final?
We feel very confident. We came here to win, and we're just gonna smash them.
What can you tell me about your opponents?
They are decent players, but our roster is like much more experienced. Like we got Reasers in our roster. He's much more experienced RLCS-wise and like results-wise, so he's our star player.
All right, stay with me. Dansku, please. I ask you the same question at that moment because we are on the great stage, T-esports Championships, Grand Final, Rocket League. How do you feel?
I feel great. It's a great event to be in.
You heard what your opponent tell about your team. What can you tell me about Lenovo Honvéd?
Good players. Gotta play well to win them, but I think we got this.
All right. Not make this thing too long. Guys, look into your eyes. This is the boxer things. Two great players in grand finals. Come on, go to your machines. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope so you are ready. First final, the Esports Championship is going on and we are going to our casters.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's time to conclude Rocket League and kickstart the T-esports Championship finals. What a better way to kick things off than rocket cars and football, Bacon?
Yeah, it's going to be an epic weekend of tons of competitions and realistically games of very different varieties. Rocket League, Counter-Strike later today, League of Legends and Brawl Stars tomorrow. So a lot of action. You're going to want to keep tuned into all of it, and especially this first one. You've got a great rivalry forming here, Jay.
Indeed you do. You know, typically Lenovo Honvéd would be the favourite team because they were an organisation in this context. But I actually reckon that Clankers might have a slight bit of favouritism overall because they are a core two of players that are on organisation, yes, but they have been playing a lot longer than what this Lenovo side have been competing at because they're a team that have they've fielded various different Hungarian rosters throughout the course of their history, and in particular having obviously Mishin being on their side as the current Hungarian champion. But the difference is that his teammates from the regular Honvéd are not going to be here in the competition here today. And they've been, to be fair, Motion and Razirs are definitely great players. Razirs obviously being a significant individual from Rocket League history. I think back to the fact of the matter is that Clankers as a core have found quite an amount of success recently.
Yeah, you look at this and of course, like you said, Motion is definitely got a lot of weight on their shoulders. But to form this squad, bringing in, of course, Razirs, basically well-renowned within Rocket League, been playing the last season down under over in Australia and absolutely kicking up a storm with Chiefs. You got to look, and that is just a lot of weight here, a lot of money up for grabs, of course, as well. These two teams already secured with some cash, but a difference of 1,400 euros. You're going to go all out here, aren't you?
Indeed, you do. You know, like this is really like going to make a lot of these players' careers. And I know that obviously you want to sort of aim towards RLCS, and you're going to use that as a bit of a benchmark for a lot of the players involved here because we have got some RLCS potential talents. You mentioned obviously Razirs, obviously a well-known player. Motion's obviously been competing in RLCS during EU. We had a couple of top 16s in the EU LCQ, for instance, and a couple of mixes as well. well during Open 4 and 5. But the Clankers side actually have been competing as an actual team, and they've not really been in Europe per se, which might sort of devalue them to a certain extent. But look, playing at RLCS is still playing at RLCS in my eyes.
Well, you got to think, we've got rule changes coming this year to RLCS, so Dansku, Rexa, I don't think are going to be playing in APAC this coming season, so this is the best jumping point, literally a launch pad for them into the European scene. Of course, they're already well familiar with the players and the level, but this is a tournament where they have got to show it all. They have got to make a statement to be ready for the next coming weeks, and of course, if you see them now, these are players that are all very formidable and, of course, used to LAN settings, have played many a time before.
Indeed.
But of course, when I'm looking at Rexa and looking at Dansku, they're coming to a completely different country to play at LAN, a new culture, of course, as well. It's going to be on Vilev to really get them up to speed, isn't it?
Yeah, look, Dansku and Regs have obviously been competing not only in the APAC scene, but they are Finnish nationals. So they compete in the ESM Championship, which is a very similar event to the T-esports event, just over in Finland rather than here in Hungary. And it's reputable amongst the teams that play them within that national space. It kind of is their own national championship. But we've got multiple time winners in the form of Dansku. Regs has also been part of one of his teams in the past. Regs actually winning 4 titles out of 6 total finals in that competition's history. So in terms of on-stage experience, they're not going to be affected too much by nerves. And you could also argue a similar sort of situation as well towards the Hornbed side.
Yeah, and well, looking at Motion, of course, the last lad to talk about their reigning Insomnia champion over in the UK, but that is a tournament that is now dead and buried. He's coming over here, and I think he wants to pick up another LAN, and what LAN to come to get a win. It's going to be really tricky. And realistically now, in a best of 7, you can see his stats on screen. I don't think they matter for anything. I'm looking at Honvid over there going, you know, they had a great run through the main event, the online portion of this tournament, but they were not perfect. They had dropped a few games. I'm looking towards Team Floropa there that really brought it close. And then, of course, we had teams like Cooks and his Minions in the mix. I'm going to butcher this name, and so we asked about it earlier.
Yeah,
no.
you're not Polish, Bacon. I don't know if you should really try saying that.
Polish, but basically fake challenge, if you were to translate it to English, was super close. And of course, you look at the tournament and you can actually see so much international talent that signed up here, the likes of Virtuoso, Justice, that really wanted to get involved here and basically be T-esports champions.
Well, look, I had Justice's team Flopper going over the Honved side actually during that playoff semi-final, which is the match that actually qualified Lenovo to get to this matchup today. And the fact that they went 3-0 in that particular matchup is a positive sign for me in terms of their online conversion over towards the offline environment. Now, I do think that the offline experience over on the Clanker side is going to be more invaluable to them, though, because as a core, they'll know how well drilled they are, they know how to play around each other, and they've done it on LAN in the past. So the speed of communication, the chemistry between each other that they can adjust towards is a very different thing competing online to on LAN. Latency has to be considered both in comms and in team play and gameplay as well. Pressure as well, like you've got to be on that big stage. And I have a feeling that these guys are going to deal with it a lot better than what Honved are going to deal with it at the same time. However, Honved, I feel like, have a bit of a home field advantage with that one sort of home representation on their side of things. Obviously, I am referring to the likes of Mishin, who is the Hungarian national in this matchup here.
So, of course, looking at this, it definitely does feel like a difference of the team chemistry of Clankers going up against the individual talents. And I guess, yes, the home advantage there for Machine of Honvid. But I'm going to be interested to know what the crowd is supporting when we start getting the hypes and the cheers as matches get underway. Not that long, you can just see the finishing up of the settings, trying to get into TeamSpeak, you know, making sure that your controller is working perfectly. It'd be interesting actually to see if we have any new like keyboard mouse players there. Like when you go to a new region, that's just one of the little things you look out for. Like, what is that culture difference in input style?
Well, let's talk about experience a little bit more so, because I'm talking about LAN experience from the Finns, and Razier's probably is the most experienced player that we have on the server today, right? Like, he's had a career going back for the last 5 years or so, probably even longer than that if we're not counting what we've seen on Liquipedia. But just thinking about the fact that he's also been playing in RLCS quite frequently, most notably recently on the Chiefs side, who were able to go quite deep in the OCE Opens, got a lot of second places there, won first place as well for the Raleigh Major in the past season. So even though he's not quite been able to do it in Europe, again, you are sort of talking about the comparisons of OCE and APAC. Akora players from the Clankers who played in APAC, one man who's done extremely well in the OCE region. So how much is his value going to be for his side today?
I think for him, and this has to be a real statement as well, this season, like I said, like all the players here on both sides playing within EU, Razier's going to be teaming up alongside Tox and Tekwas. This is going to be a big step up because, of course, we've known him as that international kind of just slot-in player. Can work with any team, is absolutely incredible in whatever environment you throw him in. So that's a real big boon here on LAN. But, of course, you've got to get warmed up, and this is coming back to an EU style of play, which, is completely different to OCE, which is a lot more passing focus and a lot more defensive. But coming here to Europe, you have got to be fast.
Indeed you do, and it's not going to be an easy affair for him as an individual to carry this team per se. I know that obviously he's playing in a couple of other squads at the moment as well, particularly in the German national scene. He's gone fly back, and then I think Magnifico is the team he's going to be playing in RLCS for, at least to my understanding. I'm not 100% certain on that. But the reality is that he's got a lot of potential behind him. So I want to see him try and unlock that potential here today, and I feel like he's got the opportunity to do so on a big stage, something that he hasn't really had a chance to do across his career. A lot of his tournaments have been the online cups, the opens of RLCS, the qualifiers. FIFA E World Cup probably is the most significant event that he's competed in, and representing Germany in that particular event as well. But unfortunately, that wasn't exactly a deep run for that German side.
Yeah, and then of course, one thing we are kind of forgetting here is looking at both Motion and Vilev and going, these are two lads that are still free agents for the upcoming season. So if you can get a win at a LAN under your belt, you're going to have a lot of players there, sniffing out, inviting you to tryouts for the big time, essentially. Not saying that this ain't the big time. I mean, well done, lads, to make it this far to the LAN. I mean, tons of money up for grabs, like I said. Splitting $4,000 three ways, it's not a bad payday.
It's not bad at all, and for these players it could well make their future careers, right? It could be enough to catapult them into a professional full-time position. It's not exactly the biggest thing in the world, but it would be the biggest thing for those guys as individuals. So they're gunning for this, and as they said on the stage, the trophy is a very important and valuable one to all of these players in mind, right? Like, that first place prize does so much for you. You'd be surprised at how much it can do for a team like like both of these teams, and not just the Clankers and not just the Honved side, but any of the squads that competed in the top 16 in the online competition as well. All of them had a pretty decent crack at things. These are the two squads that have come out on top overall. I think they are the most deserving of those squads overall, though.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got to think, a LAN like this will be what changes you from being that sort of 16th, 17th, just borderline making it to the last day of RLCS, and then next season being able to actually push through and try and push for like those top 8 finishes. So for your players like Rex here, Danskew, Motion, Machine, this is a massive learning opportunity, and a win here will kind of get that monkey off your shoulder for the rest of your life. Being able to get that LAN win can kind of make it, you've got that experience going down in the future, be able to really be able to just propel and feel comfortable on that stage. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've always got that whole oh, if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere sort of mentality, which it can apply to a certain extent. I think that an event like this definitely is a good sort of benchmark to see where these players will land and whether they can truly do it at an international level. And I think that these guys have obviously got a lot of history behind them as individuals, as squads, as a core in the case of the Clanker side. I'm looking forward to seeing how well this kind of mixed team is going to end up doing here on the Hornved side. I think they're going to give them a good run, but in my eyes, I do feel like the Finnish core is going to have a bit more behind them. I think the only thing that might hinder them is potentially the recent roster swap they had to make, because they did have a full Finnish team, and Vailuk had to come forward and replace the third man in the team. So I do wonder if that's going to be a factor, if that might sort of affect things somewhat to the Clankers camp. But in general, I do sort of look at their core, compare that to the Honved side, who are essentially an organisation mix. I do think the Clankers have the favouritism coming into this series. I wonder if it's going to go to all 7 games, though.
I love this as well, because I think we're going to get a good bit of distance, but I'm thinking Honvid are the better choice for this one.
Okay.
That individual talent. Whilst, yes, you've got Raziers, who is so sturdy. It'll be interesting to see whether he'll actually take that more captain role, that more defender to fall back, or go full attack, you know, because he is an absolute powerhouse of a player. But realistically, I want to see the link up between both Machine and Motion. Those two lads, I think, is going to be, that is the biggest question mark. I don't blame you for thinking Clankers are the favourite, because they're kind of, dare I say, the safe pick. But you can see that confidence. I love that from Machine. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Let's go. I think these players are ready to get into that lobby.
I think they are, and like just the fact that he's like shushing the camera and everything, like that's just like a, oh okay, yeah. They are feeling confident about this. Whether they can apply that confidence, another thing entirely, because there is such a thing as being overconfident, I think, Bacon. And if you get yourself into a position where you are, showboating too much and you haven't got yourself to back it up, or you haven't got the skill necessary to back it up, then that's where things can really go off the rails for a team like a Horned. But you are right, though. There is some very good individually talented players here on Lenovo, and that can't be understated, because sometimes individuals can just win you games, right? If you just score goals, then you can just do it. Like, there's a reason why 1v1 is such an important sort of format to Rocket League, and even going back to when 3v3 was the only competitive format we sort of looked at, the 1v1 scene would often provide those individual like talents that would end up bolstering top-end, tier 1 RLCS teams. So yeah, individuals certainly are a factor here on the Honved side. I'm just sort of worried that, again, the chemistry and the cohesion behind the Clankers core 2 is going to outpace that here today. I think it's a close call, though. I'm not going to say solidly, 4-0 towards Clankers. That feels a little bit too much. But I do feel like that they're going to have the slight edge in this one, in my personal opinion. Equally so, if Motion and Raziers get going, then that's where things could really fall apart.
And I don't even think it's going to be, like, identified in game 1 even. I think game 2 is realistically going to be the game you need to look to get a good idea of, okay, who truly are favourites, because we might have a case where Lenovo, Legion, Honvid need to find each other during game 1. They get that chemistry, and then game 2 they just absolutely set off. Or Clankers might just not be able to get that pace like we were talking about straight out of the gate. So, like we said, playing in the APAC region recently, which is a weird kind of like odd tempo region where you'll have your really fast teams, then teams that really like to play it slow and hold on to the ball. So you have to kind of adjust to your opponents. And I think that is the biggest strength of Clankers. I think they're going to be adaptable to whatever Honvid throws at them. So maybe the first game they might, I'm not going to say throw, but they might be on the back foot. They'll learn from that and go into game 2, then be able to start pushing forward.
So you're expecting the pace to pick up as the series goes on, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting to see from Honved's perspective. I mean, I don't know how much practice they've done behind the scenes. Again, they aren't like a permanent set of 3 players within this organisation. They have a more permanent sort of Hungarian squad, which I do respect overall. So I do sort of, again, consider that whole aspect of how much of that confidence will lay in. I guess we'll find out. It's time to get into our first game between Clankers and Honved. Clankers are in the orange, and Honved are looking to make their moves initially. Motion will have control of the ball initially. Backboard touches won't quite come out at the first port of call. And the Clankers on the attacking forces. Raziers does bump one out of the way. Motion trying to take control of that midfield.
Honvid being pressured towards that back line, whereas Clankers looking to just really push that ball forward, really be suffocating in front of the net.
Initial touches out on the back lines. The defensives will hold well for the Honved camp. Back corner of the blue side as well. Motion has control. One demo did come out from the defensive line as well, as Honved will try and get onto this attacking side. Regza is going to have the ball now. Off the sideboard, Flick is decent. Tried to touch past one player, but doesn't quite make it happen. As does Vailu come in. Dansky with a third touch, but just kind of held up in the corner. All players missing the ball now. This is a little bit awkward. A challenge from Regza. Will keep it in the orange half for now, but there is a counter-attack from the Honved side. Dansky's got to clear that. He only puts it back in towards that corner and hold on to that corner position as well. Motion setting up from the ceiling, but just can't seem to find his teammates, can't seem to find an angle. Neither side getting a good attacking onus going until it looks like Vailu has found an open net, with his teammates setting it up. The back line was cleared, and the first is drawn out by Blue.
Again, those early stage jitters there, Dansky faking out Raziers, essentially. Raziers thinking that there was going to be the jump out and the pass towards the centre, but no, just the leave of the ball as simple as, and Clankers will take that early first goal. I mean, impressive stuff. Like I said, I thought Clankers would be on the back foot, but no, they are dictating this game.
Indeed they are. Like I said, I thought the chemistry was right there. I felt like it was from that early opening. Honved is still looking to try and score a goal out of this one. I thought that one player, Raziz, nearly found himself in position. Now one individual comes forward as Motion tries to make his moves forward. Can't quite get to that ball though. His teammates had to back off because they're running out of boost. They will continue the attacking onus though as they refill off that sideboard into that box. One player bumped out of the way. Oh, what a distraction by Motion, setting up the goal perfectly. It's sacrifice worthy of an even score.
Absolutely dirty. The bump onto Motion. Motion just getting in the way, trying to really create confusion. And Honved tie it up. 3 minutes left to go. And well, I thought it was going to be a slow start though. These two teams have found each other in there, going for blood straight away.
It might have been a slow start, but at least Honved have been able to maintain their presence here. Backlines again from the defensive will keep that ball high with a high amount of boost for Motion. Good boost past one player. Second challenge is successful by Regza. Vailu in, a good shot on. Oh, it's off the crossbar in the post and turned away by Regza in the end. We'll follow that boost pad back out, but it is cleared off center, so he can't turn into an attack. Instead, Raziz in control. Good flick on, but blocked by Vailu.
Oh, Machine might be talking about no mercy today, but the posts have no mercy for him there, lingering for ages. This is a weird, long clearance downfield that's just being kept at the midfield. Honved feeling somewhat comfortable in that they want their opponents to the attack on them, and they're going to look for those mistakes.
Oh, Motion for another aerial, almost sent it in as well. Just blocked away by an opposition. I honestly thought that it might have actually been an own goal for a second, but not to be. The Clankers continuing to get pressured by the Honved side. Good demo in the midfield. We'll try and relieve some of that pressure, but you can quickly see how Mishin is in with the challenge. Motion trying to follow it up as well. Regza blocks it just barely off that crossbar. Raziz follows it in, but there's just enough boost for Regza to double save it, and Vailu will find the clear. Minute and 43 seconds, and Lenovo haven't been pressured too much in this later portion of the matchup. Despite that though, Clankers continue to feel the control is nothing else. Dunks are attempted to come through from Honved. Raziz comes up trying to challenge again against Regza. Regza will hold it. Dansku tries to clear. It's into the mid-center, but there is no attack from Honved until Motion comes off that backboard, passes into a teammate, but it's too far wide from Mishin.
Honved are actually fully in control of this. Clankers are worrying me with their boost. You look at Honved, always full tanks, always looking the pressure. They're just waiting for a mistake, waiting that opportunity to show itself. And they're very calm. They're very confident in their own capabilities.
Indeed they are. 60 seconds remaining, still one apiece. Attacking onus from Raziz, backboard touch in from his teammate, but Mishin misses. Motion tries to tee it up, but it's blocked away and cleared by the Clankers. Challenge from Regza doesn't go that well. Raziz sets it in for Mishin once again. Off the backboard, Dansku's got to put his ball away. It's sent it up, perfectly positioned, but Motion is out position, unable to get that shot on. It will fall close, but no cigar for Honved again. Clankers again on the defensive as Mishin tries to get that ball into that corner. Demo in from the backlines will try to clear out one of the attackers, but Motion teed in for a very good goal, and Honved have the lead.
I said it earlier, they were just waiting for that opportunity. It did take a demo, but so well communicated over to Motion. This is your chance, your one shot. Take it. You've got an easy peasy goal. 30 seconds left. Will Honved now just play defensive? That's the question.
Well, that is certainly what they might have to do here. 30 seconds, protect that lead. Clankers, however, want to try and get back on the attacking onus here. Kickoff is good. Regza's challenge though, and Raziz will now have the angles, setting up Motion again off the midfield on the backboard, not quite. Vailu holds it. Regza's now set in. Raziz, plenty of boost for the defensive, but it's actually Mishin that comes in to support him. 10 seconds remaining. Ball set up off the post. In comes Regza, but he's too far away. A challenge is good to keep the ball high. Have to try and hit the floor at the 0-second marker. Dansku tees it into the center. It's perfectly set for Regza, but Raziz and Motion double commit to the defense. And in the end, the Novo Legion Honved will have the game one advantage.
But it was a scrappy scramble for that ball right at the end there, Jay. Honved not entirely confident. I think this has got a little bit more life to it, but definitely you can say Honved had the full control there in game one.
Indeed, it did feel like it. Excellent stuff from that Honved side, and You know, like Clankers, the chemistry did feel like it was coming together at the start of the game.
Yeah.
But you are right about that individual firepower. The individual prowess of the Honved side came to fruition, and team play actually wasn't even that terrible either. Like there was some awkward mispositionings where you saw there was a tee up or a play off the backboard, and there was no one there to receive it. But outside of that, it felt like that the individual solo play was enough to get them past that finish line, even if it was only in the last 30 seconds.
So the defense of Honvid is going to be the biggest problem for them. When you look at Honvid, their attack though, they're playing with assumptions, which isn't a bad thing. Most people would look at that and go, you can't just assume your teammate's going to be in the box. But these are good enough players that know how to play the top level of Rocket League and where they need to be. That's kind of filling the gaps of their communication, their sort of, you know, synergy of one another. So you did see moments where they just had to give up the ball. And I think that's where the communicating, like, I'm falling back. You saw them then just go back to the midfield line and regroup from there. So the attacks can be a little bit sloppy, but at the same time, that's why they're also waiting for those clear-cut opportunities, those openings to then just strike, dare I say, get an easy goal, you know what I mean? But they built a great platform to work from.
I mean, I'm not sure that any of those goals were really easy. Minus the one demo.
Easy
the
for them, that's
second.
it.
Yeah, easy for them, but it's like that second goal really came down to one man making a demo play, right?
Yeah.
Like the backline was otherwise well defended. And so I think that there is a lot more to do to get a confident game out of these two sides. Honved obviously have their strengths, Clankers have their strengths at the exact same time, but neither of those two strengths have really amounted to a significant sort of dominating start here in the best of 7. And therefore I still think it could be close. Again, like I said earlier, I predicted Clankers as favourites in my personal opinion, but I didn't give it as like a simple whitewashing, clean sweep affair. This is going to be a lot more closer than anyone could really think.
Yeah. And looking towards game 2 and onwards, Clankers, they need to maybe steal a little bit of boost away, make things a little bit uncomfortable for Honved, because when you look towards Clankers in that first game, they just didn't really want to cause any problems. They were kind of, dare I say, playing their own game, not focusing on their opponents, but now that you're evolving, you've got to really start making them struggle. Don't let them be so free on the pitch.
Well, freedom is the name of the game here. As game 2 looks to get started, Clankers are down 1 in our best of 7 grand final, as Honved have control of the ball early, setting up motion, attempting to find some team play. Razir is also the third man of the unit. Good tap off the corner board. In for one strike, unable to land it. Instead, it's cleared away. Backline defensive is a little bit awkward as they did commit quite far forward, but motion can still take control of the ball. Into the midfield, challenge successful on Regza. Will control that ball right the way up towards the box. Razir is trying to redirect it, but Dansku blocks all the same. One back time touch, second touch. Doesn't quite come through for Mishin the same. Well, he did get close, a lot closer here from the Honved side early on. The pressure is on. Demo up, T from motion, no backup. Good counteraction. No, it's Razir's instead. A demo out one of the back lines. Still can't see Mishin get that final touch in. No goals in the early 45 seconds. Razir is trying to keep it on for motion. Back line's cleared. Double touches. Oh, academic! He doesn't get all of it.
But notice again, look at that boost top left. Clankers are scrambling. They're sending 2 defenders to every single challenge because they cannot cover every angle. Honved have put pressure on, and fair play to Clankers there, holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Razir keeps going for it. Oh, from the ceiling, from the sideboard. A textbook dump down goal from the man. Excellent stuff as Honved kick things off with their German jubilants.
Attack after attack after attack. A blitzkrieg, if you will. And well done to Razir. That's why you bring in that experience to just never give up.
Again, the most experienced player on server for him. And the right man to score the opening goal. Regza wants to try find his pole though. Dansku's in support of the midfield, trying to generate the attack. Vailu, good challenge on one player, set in by Regza, continuing out towards that corner board. So they're really struggling to center this ball up here. Defensive holds Mel from the Honved camp. As Vailu holds, taps it into the midfield. Regza's got no boost to work with. Can pick up about 100 pad, but a little bit late to the mark. Bounced in off that corner from Dansku, trying to keep it going, but couldn't find his teammate. Regza's forced to challenge it before the clear comes forward from Honved. Into that bad board, left-hand side of the net. Vailu, a good challenge on Razir. He's got a teammate of Regza. Bounced it off that corner. Dansku's disrupted in his play as Honved continue to hold that defense. One demo's out, but they can't capitalize on it here. It's cleared away right towards blue space. It's good defensive from Regza.
So whilst Clankers did gain control of the pitch, pushing the ball all the way back to their opponent's half, they weren't stealing the boost away. That then meant that Honvid, as soon as they could find a decent clear, were able to then chase after it and really turn the tides. I like this sort of change-up for Clankers, but it's such a loose hold.
Another one for Honved as Motion scores a pretty textbook 50-50. Excellent stuff from him as an individual. Watch it again. Set up by his teammate, well assisted, well done, well coordinated by the Honved side. And it seems like their team play is now really coming together here.
Well, they found themselves towards the second half of game one. Remember, Clankers got that opening goal, but Honvid now just adjusting to their opponents and really getting talking to with one another. You can definitely see they've put in the practice last couple of days.
Poor touch in for another attempted goal there from the Honved side, but doesn't quite come through. Challenger's good from the Clankers, as is the defensive from Mishin. Excellent stuff on the touch. Raziers following out from the midfield. Corner bounce, centered up, and attempted demos come out from the midfield, but it was all on Mishin to score that goal. He doesn't quite make it happen. Demos out against the blue side now to try and get bumps out. They can't quite find their returning shots here. One man tries to take control. It's a dribble in from Motion. Secondary flip is utilized to beat one player past the defensive, but not the second. Railu is good to return. 2 minutes on the clock. It's still 2-0 for Honved. Clankers need to get a move on and get this goal scoreline back. And Raziers beats one, dunks down a little bit too high. Follow up from his teammates, not there. They all committed towards that defense, but still, Mishin is unable to land that goal.
Finally a clearance, but can Clankers do anything with it? Going in for demos. Realistically, Honvid is so calm here in their back line, just able to dribble it away.
Good block of that ball. Again, setting up for the Honved side. Raziers almost double tapped it in of his own right. Once again for Mishin, missing that second touch. Motion gets a go at it. Tries to tap it once, but only leaves it at the one touch. Raziers still has control, can still maintain possession of the ball for a moment. Clankers again with the clear. Have had very few chances to score one at Dansku. Nearly carries it all the way forward. Rakes them with a dunk down. This too far wide off the upper top corner, but unable to score still with another follow-up missed out from the Clankers side. It's back to Honved's control as they try and get the attack generated in the midfield. Vailu has a dribble, has a teammate who's too far off.
Yeah, but you can see Clankers now have changed up the plan, going for more direct passes and then very quick shots on net. It's a great adjustment. Good 50-50 here, but that's going to bounce into such an awkward position, straight into the hands of Raziers. Shot perfectly into the top of the bin.
Oh, indeed it is. That was wonderful counteraction from the Honved side as Raziers could recognise the danger as the clearance came through. The Clankers committed too far forward. And the end result, of course, is a very easy goal, an open one from the German again. 3-0 for Honved. That might seal the deal on game two at this stage. Clankers, very few opportunities now to score returns. Vailu will try return one, but it's just returned so easily by Honved all the same.
That's it, 30 seconds left in this game. Counter is done and dusted, Clankers, but the war is still on. This is a best of 7. Yeah, it's only halfway for Honved. You can turn this around. Use these final moments. Just poke, prod at your opponents. See how they want to attack. And you can already see towards this last minute that they're really holding up against these attacks quite nicely. And again, simple as they're just keeping control of the boost.
Indeed they are. One more touch in, one more attacking attempt from Honved will score a fourth goal at the 4-second marker. They're going to say game two. They already had it in the back of the net. Yeah, this is a very simple start for them. The first game was a little bit more testing. The second one, though, Honved have turned up to 11th gear. This is this could get very messy, I feel like, for the Clankers side, Bacon.
Yeah, already been hit by the cast of curse, basically. That last one was because they lost control of the boost. But it just shows one simple factor is everything in this game and perhaps the rest of the series. Clankers just have to find the answer, and it's easy enough said, very difficult to do when it comes into play, because you've got to keep not only your rotation so solid, but making sure that you're not stepping over each other's boost. If it's not there, you've got to go for the small pads, and it's just the foresight to then also watch about what your opponent wants to do. And realistically, a couple of demos could really help out Clankers right now. It just mix things up.
Yeah, look, I mean, you mentioned a lot of that boost control and a lot of the aspects of how they were sort of controlling the pacing that the Clankers were able to use there on the Honved side, and that is a lot of what needs to be replicated on the other side of the board if they want to actually get something together and actually turn into a decent series out of this one, because it could end up getting swept if they're really not careful. It's 2-0 to Honved at the moment. Clankers quickly involved into game 3, and they need to find some sort of attack here. They've been struggling on the offensive line so much. Oh, look at that return. That ball's right on. Rexter does beat them to the punch, though. The defensive holds strong for now, but for how long on the Clankers side? It hasn't been for long in the past. Razir set up, good challenge. Follow up from one man, not quite able to get there, can pass towards motion, at least keep the attack going, but hold up in that corner is that ball. Wailu backed up, Dansku able to center the midfield. Razir's now with ball control off the backboard, challenged easily by Razir's rather, and no mercy in from the back lines, attempted shots unable to come through for them for now.
One interesting part of this game and series so far is that Machine has basically been playing that kind of goalkeeper role, the third in a rotation, not necessarily to clean up on shots, but to just buy time to allow both Motion and Razir's to be able to then get back and fill up their tanks. Machine is kind of playing the pivotal role. I talk about bringing out demos. He is the one you want to remove right now.
Off the backboard, attempted shot from Mishin, doesn't quite come forward. Motion will keep it going though. Cleared away by Wailu in the end. Honved continue to attack, continue to keep the pressure going. Razir's trying to go for a stylistic play, but doesn't quite make it work for himself. Follow up from one man, one of his teammates. I think that was Motion there. Mishin instead comes forward, tries to get into that corner. Wailu challenging again. Razir's backboard touch in towards Motion. But perfect! Ooh. And the second man couldn't get there in time. Honved will have an opening once again.
That hurts the Dansku as well. Did get a touch on the ball, but just not at the right time. We are talking milliseconds away from making that save. And when things haven't been going your way in a series, that's when it truly hurts. Clankers have got to pick themselves up now. This is where that team energy truly needs to shine.
Motion had the good tee off. Razir's again on the attack. Almost beating Regza. You can just feel how close these goals are coming from the Honved side. Clankers just haven't got any confidence about them whatsoever at the moment. Pressure seems to be gained to them, which is the one thing they shouldn't have to deal with here on LAN. So much experience on the core two Finns. Wailu sets up to Regza, no mercy, off the backboard, set perfectly for Razir's. It's an open goal, as no one was there to defend for the Clankers. It's all coming undone.
3 minutes still on this. This is the moment where you actually need someone, a coach, a third set of eyes, just to pick up the energy. Come on, crowd. If you've got any Clanker supporters out there, give them a bit of energy, give them a shout. They need it right now to turn this one around.
Imagine that Honved might have home crowd support though. Dansku, backboard touch, unable to get it. Follow up from Rex is still too far wide of the net. Wailu with the final chance of the attack. The phase goes awry for them. Back in for Regza for another chance. Defended by Motion, challenged by Dansku. Motion continues to hold his nerve. The tap into that corner will try and keep the pressure on from Clankers, but they just can't seem to sustain it at all. Honved now into that forward corner of the blue side. Clankers need to find a clearance in towards the center. Finally, one comes back. Wailu demos out one, but the touch was still there from that individual, so there will not be a chance to deny. Back in from that corner again, Motion involved. Wailu trying to hold as Dansku now keeps it into the midfield line. 25 boost for Regza to follow it up. Second touch, May will still set a goal on no. Blocked again by Honved.
The problem here, though, Dansku is looking to put it around towards mid, and realistically, keeping the corner by a bit of time. That's a massive send as well from Clankers. That's left their back lines really open. Dansku, the only one left, and needs to find a teammate here. Instead, he's going all the way towards goal, and that's handed it to Motion.
Two players at 100 boost though. Regza's going to start to use it. Wailu's in that corner. Control. Dansku's got no such resources to attack with. Clearance found by Honved as a result, received by second player off that backboard, and it's back into Honved's pressure again. 1 minute and 30 for Clankers to score at least a goal here. Get a second back with the extra time. They need something miraculous here. Can't quite convert. Big miss for that midfield. Razir's going to try and punish it. It's now Wailu's going to challenge him. Get £100 on the boost there. Continue to dribble in towards the midfield. Receive a teammate. No. Blocked and beaten by a Honved player. Dansku now with that ball control. Needs to get off that sideboard and seal him. Send it in towards the orange box. Cleared away quickly by Mishin. Time is running out on Clankers now.
There's an awkward minute left. Honved aren't entirely in control, but you can just see they're comfortable. They're not necessarily pushing for that goal. They're just keeping pressure alive and making things so difficult for the Clankers.
Motion again trying to tee things off for his own part. Regza's demoed. Good receival. Ball on the backboard. Again, Clankers. 3 men with no boost available. Regza just picked up one of them. Razir is desperate to try and get something out of this, but he can't quite maintain ball in control of the Honved side. It's still within that blue box. 30 seconds remaining. Clankers need a counter-attack, and they need it now. Pass in towards Wailu. Got Dansku to receive. Beats one. Perfect team play! No!
Again?
It's right there! Finally! Regza scores one, and Clankers may be back in with a lifeline.
I mean, what is going on here? The Clankers just cannot get past the woodwork, it feels. It has been so harsh for them. Regza, brilliant secure following up on that. Brings it back within 20 seconds in a dream here to get game 3 to an overtime.
Honved have ball control though. Clankers need to make a move now. Demo in the back line, and it's scored by Motion. Any chance that they had snatched out of their cold dead hands as Honved continue to dominate here in the grand finals at 3-1 on the board for game 3. It looks like they're going to go 3-0 in the grand finals with one more game left in them for the championship. Oh, it's coming undone for Clankers. All that LAN experience, all that potential, all that core that felt like it should have had some chemistry about it, but the pressure of the stars has truly shone today for Honved. 3-0 now in the best of 7. One more to win the trophy.
Again, they say all that LAN experience, but it's not LAN experience abroad. It's not LAN experience in another country. That's a whole different aspect to it. Don't get me wrong, Motion's going to be feeling that here today, the new experience for him, but Razir's is well and truly, experienced with that. Like we said, Machine, it's already the hometown kind of deal. So this is a difficult one, and going into this game 4, it's hard right now because I think all the stars are pointing towards it being a 4-0 sweep, but Clankers, destiny is still in their hands. They can turn it around.
I mean, yeah, look, you are right. This is looking like it's going to be a Honved matchup right now. Clankers need to find a return. Like, that one moment there looked like it was a perfect example of how Clankers have played their entire series. So close, yet so far on so many occasions. And that is, I think, the ultimate sort of... what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the ultimate sort of like upset factor. The fact of the matter is that they probably look to do a lot more than they actually have done so far. One more game, need a full best of 7 reverse sweep. Shockingly unlikely to make happen, but it has happened before. Razir's, look at the control of the ball he's got all the way from the orange side, nearly towards the blue net, setting up Motion to continue the attack alongside Mishin, bumped out of the way by Regza, as now Wailu tries to center and to clear away towards the orange side. Unable to do so though. Dansku back on defense. Regza tees it off, trying to keep it away from Honved, who continue their pressure points, continue to apply themselves. Mishin holds. Razir's will keep that ball inside of that corner. 17 boost demos out, tees it in, a little bit too far off the backboard though. Wailu can now have control. Motion challenges, so disrupt any offensive play that might come forward of the Clankers.
But again, almost suffocating pressure from Honved. This is the chance right now for Clankers. Try and get under control. Look for direct passes to one another. Don't just clear the ball into open space when you're able to turn this around. But saying that, all they're doing right now is playing this blocking game.
Yeah.
Honved are fully in control.
I have to block, you need to return. Honved, Razir's backboard, and I want to receive it. A little bit too far forward from one individual. Oh, good shot on, it's off the post though, and not received, turned away by the Honved defensive. Regza now off the corner, has no support with his teammates. They're all about a boost. Regza can turn it towards that orange side corner on the other side of the net, but it's quickly returned by Honved again.
Can we get the referees to check if there's the magnets on that crossbar or on the post? It's so unfair. Every single shot towards net or 50-50 is just a smidge off, and it hurts.
It does hurt the Clankers, no doubt. Ball in control of Dansku, pass it to Regza. Regza tees it off, trying to get past one. Tap the backboard, defensive holds. Wailu smart not to go for that, would have been overcommitting. Razir's now returns towards the Honved side. Motion missing the ball's touch. Demo out, however, that's perfect again. Honved have done that time and again. Clankers cannot deal with the oncoming onslaught, the blitzkrieg you called it, of the Honved side. The opening goal of game 4 goes their way, and they're 3 minutes away from the championship.
It's that self-confidence, I think, right now, that is everything for Honved. They know how good they are. They're showing it. They're feeling great today. And so they can just wait it out. 2 minutes, it don't matter. They're waiting for that opportunity. Once again, it is just a simple slip-up or the opportunity to go for a demo when there's only one defender back, and Honved convert it each and every time.
Wailu and Regza back in that corner again. Motion has control of the ball. Good flick past one. Solo play to the second. Follow up from his teammate doesn't quite come through. Razier is unable to score. Still going to try to not stop Mishin from going for it though. Attempt to do so. Razier tees it off again. Doesn't quite gain full control. The near to go for a full aerial dribble. In the end, his teammates couldn't quite maintain it.
Actually, Razier did have control over that. You noticed teammates not in position, didn't have the boost. So all Razier wanted to do there was just slow it down, which he was successful at.
Back onto the blue side we go. 2 minutes remaining. A little over that. Honved truly in the driver's seat. Clankers, you can see them attempting to bumps out from Razier. It's part of things, and actually the distraction does work for them. A long-range goal from Rexer from the midfield into the back of the orange net. Finally something coming out from the boys of that Clankers side, something that might contribute to their survival, but now they need the lead here, Bacon. They cannot afford to concede another.
That's it. It was a little bit of a confidence from Honved, and then, like you said, a distraction. Whilst the demo attempt didn't connect, it at least phased the player. Brings them even, Stevens. 2 minutes left. This is a game of survival right now.
Motion, ball, attempting to get control of it by wide, attacking again manically, trying to get it out of the way. Finally cleared by another of the defenders on the Clankers side. Honved now make their moves. Motion, ball blocked, players committing. There's still one player on the defensive, and they can also send it off wide. Razier trying to center it up. One demo comes out of the offensive line, so defensive holds. Dansku now, ball control all the way through, but blocked again by the Hungarian, unable to turn it into another attacking force here from the blue side of the field. Honved continue along this line, teed up, perfectly centered, but not quite finished up. Too far wide of the attacking individual, sent over towards the orange side. It's a little bit too far left hand side though. Dansku's going to try and convert upon that though. In that corner, can't challenge Motion. Another clearance for the Honved side.
Honved again a little bit cocky as well. They are full sending into these attacks now. And just at that moment, as they say it, I think they realised it themselves, keeping two back on that midfield line. And that is again another strength of Honved. They realise their mistakes, they realise their little bit of weaknesses and make those changes on the fly. There have got to be some great calls in that chat right now.
45 seconds, all players high on boost for Honved. Motion into Razier, taps it to the backboard, too far wide. Razier's with ball control, he's perfectly sending it off the post, and no one's there to receive a defence. Clankers bottling it within the last few moments, the dying stages of this grand final. Honved 34 seconds away from the win.
Machine definitely with no mercy. Just when they had a little sniff, a little bit of hope that they could get a game, or at least send this to OT. Machine turns around and says, no. This is a perfect land for us.
30 seconds, Clankers are going to move on right now. Panic sets in, demos come out as players are removed from the field. Rakes are desperate to set up a ball here. No boost to maintain it though. Best he can do is off the sideboard, flick it into that danger box. Dansku now, 100 in the midfield. Wailu on the attack with 100 of his own right. 10 seconds remaining. It's all or nothing now for the Clankers side. Honved on the attack, score one more. Razier's for good measure will score the winning goal. The most experienced player and the MVP in my eyes of this grand final at 3-1 and a 4-0 series. Honved are going to be the T-esports champions of Rocket League.
Oh yeah, Razier has had a standout performance. Like I said, the whole squad has been playing near perfect in each of their own roles. Motion there is a great playmaker, a disruptor, and then Machine just as that very stable, level-headed third man to rotation. Honved have played perfectly during this lap. They didn't drop a single series during the online portion. They did drop games, but you can see they definitely learned from their mistakes, came to land ready to win it all, and they have done exactly that.
Indeed they have, and what an excellent showing from them and everything, right? It was just such a wild thing to sort of consider at the moment for the Lenovo Legion lads. I thought that maybe the chemistry might work out better for the core of the Clankers camp, but the stars were out, the stars were right, and they are rightfully your champions of the T-esports Championship for Rocket League. Give it up for the Lenovo Legion, Honved!
Machine does it again. Is there any stopping him? Perfect performance. The trio definitely walking away with a well-earned 4,000 euros.
Budapest, make some noise! We've got the the new champions, Lenovo Honved. And the best of them, Little Motion, Reasons, and Machine. I'm wondering if anyone expected such a spectacular show in this final game. Guys, we've got asked from the photographers one more time, please raise the trophy in the air. This is the moment, take your phones and be ready. Our champions, Lenovo Honved, T-esports Championship, Rocket League. And we've got T-esports project manager who will be giving the medals. Guys, we start with you, it's Clankers. Please, whole Budapest, make some noise. Vice champions. They fight along. They fight in the grand final. But it was tough, so this is the moment you get your medals. Okay, it's time for photo session. Those are vice champions. And right now, please join us in the middle, bring your cup. It's time for the golden medals. Still, the Esports Championship project manager will present the medals for you guys. All right, guys, tell us, it was incredible fast final. You promised that you are here to become a champion, and you did it in the record time.
Yeah, as I said, we're gonna smash them, and that's what we did.
Yeah, you promised that you will smack them, and you did it. There was a moment in this four match that the rivals was close. It was 1-1. What was in your head in that moment?
I don't think that we think that much of it. We just play our game. We just logged in, focus in the game, and just close it out.
Okay, so last question, because everyone here in Budapest and Hung Expo want to know what are the plans for the celebration?
For the celebration, we don't know yet because we got RLCS at the weekend, so we can bring them a couple of beers, you know.
All right, I see, I totally understand it. So guys, congrats. Your performance was outstanding. And Budapest, one more time, make some great noise. It's Lenovo Honved. And I think I ask you in the middle, you know, sometimes a minute, a seconds before grand final, everything is fine in your head. You've got the strategy, you've got some great ideas. What was wrong in your plans for this final?
I don't know, just didn't get the momentum. It's kind of under pressure all the time. Couldn't really play our game, but it is what it is.
This decider for game number 4. You were close in the end of this match. In a few seconds to the whistle, you score for 1-1. everyone thinking, oh my God, this is the biggest comeback in this year, but it not happened. What the plans for the rest of the season?
RLCS for the rest of the season. Let's see how we do there.
Okay, and this is the moment you can tell to everyone who was watching it on T-esports Championships. As a vice champion, you know, you're supposed to be proud of yourselves. You win with many, many great teams. You are here in the great final. What do you want to say to the fans who are supporting you?
Thanks for being here. I don't know what else to say. It was fun to be here. Good environment, good production, good everything.
Okay, thank you very much, Clankers. Please, big applause for them. And in such a situation, such a wonderful player, wonderful first game, first final in Rocket League, we finish part 1 of Saturday at T-esports Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, on short break, we will be back and it's time for Counter-Strike. So, right now, everyone here in Hang Expo, please enjoy this wonderful event. Check what we prepare for you, and do all of you on the other side of the screens, telephones, riding by bus or tram, or just sitting in couch. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and be with us, because second final of T-esports Championship 2025 will be back with Counter-Strike straight from Budapest. right, Budapest, we are ready for the second grand final of T-esports Championships here in Budapest. And it's time for Counter-Strike. We've got best of the best of the best. They start at elimination, they fight, they show their skills, they show their will, the iron will that bring them here on the main stage to grand final. I'm so happy that so many people are ready to watching here in Han Expo. So let's try it first time. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! And this is the thing which makes esports one of the most beautiful things in the world. I hope so you are ready. I know that Eternal J, he sharpened his teeth. He was at the first final of Rocket League, but it was explosion of talent and easy win. But right now we are waiting for Counter-Strike. There can be 5 maps. We start at the Mirage, and if we will need full pool, the last map will be Train, and I hope so. We will be watching the full distance of this game. The players know what is the main cause, that they are here. One way, it's this beautiful trophy, but the second hand, it's opportunity to become immortal, to become a legend of the T-esports Championship here in Budapest. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise! And it's time for the light show!
Last year's legacy still echoes through these halls. A memory of triumphs, heartbreaks, and moments that defined greatness. But time never stops. Every play, every misstep, every victory has led us here once again. Some who rose before now return. Veterans forged in the fire, ready to defend what they claimed. Yet new challengers emerge from the shadows, fearless, determined, hungry to carve their own legend. 4 games: Counter-Strike 2, League of Legends, Brawl Stars, and Rocket League. One stage, one moment, one final chance to stand above all. This is the final step. This is the T-esports Championship.
All right. So there was a light. Now it's time for emotions. Let me introduce you the players who will fight for eternal greatness. We start as a first with Team White Lotus. As a first on the stage goes Henno. It's time for Mikey! In the middle, we've got Aaron! The next one is Depression. And last but not least, rest! I know that it's Kaylee. Right now I got it on my ear, so ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise because this is White Lotus! So let's check how big noise will be when we introduce their opponents. It's Team Mana, and first on the stage is Ammar. As a second on stage goes Cerber. Always in the middle, it's time for Gamezilla! Number 4 is Calais. And closing, number 5, Bledard. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mana! The temperature is growing and we are ready for some greatness and awesomeness here in Budapest. So guys, you can go to your machines and please, Mikey, stay with me. Bledard, please stay in the middle. We have a little chit chat and you guys can sit on your places, check the mouse, check the everything you need to be prepared for this game. Mikey, we start with you. How do you feel a second before this epic fight in the final of T-esports Championship?
Feeling good, feeling confident, so that's it.
Do you have something special you can tell your opponent right now?
Just good luck, I guess.
Okay, so it was simple words. We are checking for the something special from you. How do you feel on this big stage with this fantastic crowd, with these people who are so happy to see you here in the final?
Feeling good also, so we are confident and I hope we are going to show good CS.
What can you tell looking straight into your eyes of your opponent?
Same words, good luck to them.
All right, guys, please, 2 steps ahead. Look deep into your eyes like the boxers. This is the moment. This is the heavyweight champion fight. This is the T-esports Championships. Good luck, guys. And we are going to our commentators. Make some noise, Budapest!
What a way to introduce things. Yes, Counter-Strike 2 shall conclude our first day of proceedings at the T-esports Championship, and quite a battle it was last year. 2 of last year's champions involved in today's proceedings, and therefore this one has quite the amount of stakes to it. Dweg, Wild Lotus certainly are coming into this one as the stronger team on paper, but how does that LAN experience play out for Manlin's side?
Well, I'll put it this way. The crowd advantage, I don't think is going to be for either squad. You've got Aaron on one side, who is a Hungarian legend, and then Gamezilla on the other that started his pro career on Budapest 5. He started his career in Hungary. I think that's great that we've got the national representation of both teams here.
Aaron is probably a little bit more of a legend, I think, overall, compared between the two of the players. I mean, look, he's been a man that's been around the scene so many times in previous editions of BP5. I'm thinking about Pero, which probably was his most respectable respectable and best project that he came out of the country with. So like in terms of experience, you definitely look towards him as having the majority of it in terms of the two Hungarians in the server today.
But just to look at Aaron as a career, he and Gabe led Torzi back on Salamander in 2020 and was even teammates with Flashy, who is now, the head coach of Liquid. So I think we've seen throughout his career, he's worked with some good pieces. He even won a local LAN in Hungary a couple of weeks ago. So I'm sure he's coming here again in Budapest and thinking, bro, I win the majority of tournaments in Hungary. I'm going to do the exact same thing here today.
Oh, in Rocket League, the reigning Hungarian champion did win out earlier this morning, so you wonder whether the reigning Hungarian champion can do the same thing here on the international level. And certainly Aaron has done it on that international level in the past. I would say that, again, as you were saying earlier, Dwayne, or as I was saying earlier, Dwayne, and certainly I think you'll agree, that he has got some very strong pieces around him that would put them as key favourites in this kind of best of five, in my opinion.
Well, not only does he probably have Slovakia's modern-day best rifler, but he's also got experienced pieces that can in-game lead. I mean, Rest, who's basically an in-game leader for the majority of projects that he's been a part of in the UK scene, in the Benelux scene, he's going to be a very vocal secondary caller. He's going to help out Aaron quite a lot. You've got Depression as an AWPer who was recently playing on Partisan. I think he'd love to find a permanent home, find himself a full project. And then Henu, who hasn't really played outside of the Finnish scene very much, at least professionally. So this will be a great test for him to work with some different players and try and lift a trophy.
And what a trophy it would be to raise as well. 20,000 euros for the victors of today's proceedings, a total 50,000 euro prize pool. That's a good chunk of change, £4,000 per player for our champions overall. So definitely want to gun towards that more than anything else. And for a guy like him who is so young, and for the rest of the players as well, who are probably hunting to get onto some more permanent projects in the future, this would be a key win for them, I'd say.
Well, let's just put it this way. You've got a full team of mixed players of Wild Lotus, in which one of them, of Mikey, is the only one signed to an organisation. Whereas for Mana, these guys go back to what? Last year? I mean, we saw them as Cubics. They've gone through a few different tags, a few different names. They signed over towards the Mana organisation on June the 27th. This is a long-standing roster that I think their expectations has to be, at bare minimum, lifting the trophy. Doesn't matter if it goes 5 maps, doesn't matter if you're being tested, they have to win today.
Yeah, of course, this is the Mana lineup that features the two champions from last year's proceedings. Gamezilla and Amar were part of Cubics last year, and we got to see them on the stage go over a 3-0 victory. And look, they looked rather impressive enough to where it was just a simple 3-0 sweep and didn't really see much contest from their opposition. But I have to say that compared to last year, this year's opposition for them is still going to be quite a tough affair. When you talk about just only a couple of the players that we've seen on this roster who have had such great experience, such high levels of the tier 2 scenes, such great successes as individuals, less so as a team per se, which is the one aspect that Mana might have in their favour.
And Wild Lotus are coming in as the underdogs, but you just mentioned it, 20 grand for first place. Bro, 4 of these guys need money. They need paychecks. So if you are a Rest, an Aaron, a Depression, and a Henu, and you're guys that aren't getting a salary every single week, you're not playing in tournaments professionally, getting 20 grand, mate, that's going to push you into next year. Hope you get signed by a proper organisation.
And for someone like Mikey as well, I mean, he's obviously still signed for Unity at the moment. He's under contract, and as far as I'm aware, he's still going to be an active player for Unity going forward. But for him as an individual, look, he's the guy you want to watch out for in this matchup overall. So, like, his story arc continuing to develop, because it felt like it was going to take a bit of a back step. I mean, he was part of that Unity and Eklot project, and he was going to look to move towards OG initially, is what it looked like, right? With the whole standings that he was part of that particular team, hoping to join a tier 1.5 kind of roster, hopefully elevate OG up to finally being a decent squad. Didn't end up happening for them. OG moved forward without him, and he goes towards Unity instead. So for Mikey, like, he's already had a little bit of a taste of highest level competition to a certain extent, and now he wants to, I think, in my eyes, go for broke in the next year or so and really try and make a gun for top end of tier 2 at the very least.
I think it's very difficult when you're region locked, and you'll say that about the majority of Czech and Slovakian players. You get caught in the local scene. I think he's in a very good position where he can just naturally grow, and then a call-up will eventually come. It will happen at some point. It happened to PR. It's going to happen to someone like Mikey. It depends on how long it's going to take. Now, when I compare these two teams, yes, Wild Lotus as a mix, they didn't drop a single map in the entire tournament. They didn't even go double digits being lost on any map. Whereas for Mana, they lost the best of 1 in the group stage. They lost the best of 3 in the group stage. They nearly lost the best of 5 to qualify here. You'd almost expect that to be the other way around. You'd expect the mix to really struggle to qualify, and then the actual team would kind of cruise their way forward here to land.
Yeah, that was actually the Phantom Esports series that you mentioned earlier, the Poles of Tapchan and co. We also saw at Epic Land as well in the UK a couple of weeks ago, and they looked like a decent international roster to sort of compete. And I thought that with that, when that semi-final was going going down. It went down to 2-0 by the time the third map was approaching for Phantom, and then it came down to an overtime, really, that gave Mana the necessary chops that they needed to make their way into this position, into this grand final today. So it really came down to a little bit of, I don't want to say luck per se, but they were very much beaten. Like that should have gone the way of the Phantom side. So for Mana, there is something to prove out here, but taking on the most confident team in the competition and proving that you deserve to be here in this stage of the game.
And I would also say a little bit to prove for GameZilla, because he's easily the most experienced player a part of this Mana roster. He's the guy that we know the most about. However, his record in LAN Grand Finals is actually very poor. He's only won 2 out of 10 trophies. Every time he's got to a LAN final, it's felt like the success is there, that he can taste it, but he just doesn't quite have what it takes to win. Now, he did it last year with the Cubics organization, but he'd love to try and do it with Mana now.
Well, and then the big question, obviously, in my eyes, is can he actually do it with this Mana side? I mean, look, he had a very good sort of position in last year's proceedings, a team that he had there, but then the difference is that now it's a very different level, and it's a very different team and a very different sort of set of players. At least he's got experience around a lot of the players. He's played with the majority of them in previous projects like Cubics and X and Blink and the likes of that before, and I guess we'll see how well that cohesion is going to work out for the players involved. So map vetoes have been decided to wag. Let's talk about that a little bit. There's not a whole lot of mass amount of information to pull from for the Wild Lotus side. Train ban seems like, it's appropriate. Nuke and I think that is Train that comes out second.
Overpass been banned.
Overpass instead, excuse me. So Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient, Inferno, and it looks like Train will be our final map. I want to see map 5 exclusively just to see how Train will play out.
Well, Train is the insta-ban for Mana, and in every single series in the comp, Wild Lotus also banned Train. So that is concerning. I do look at Mirage and Dust 2 as being exciting maps, because for the mixed squad, they were playing a lot of it in the comp, and for Mana, in most best of threes that they play, they are tending to pick a lot of Mirage and a lot of Dust 2. So I would say the first 2 maps in the series might give us an indication on who's going to win this best of 5 just off of the result alone.
Well, just structurally speaking about those 2 map ups, they do sort of favour a lot of the more, I don't want to say pug strat teams, but like a lot of the teams that just sort of have that basic firepower down pat, where they can pull off something like a set piece execution or basic things like that and make those work just because you have the fragging capabilities to just out-frag your opposition. And that, in my eyes, seems to favour the Wild Lotus side. The fact that the nature of those maps kind of feel like that they could work towards the individual prowess rather than the team basis. But you are right about Mana. They played Mirage and Dust 2 in that Phantom esports series. Both maps came down 11-13 and 13-11. So you've already got some history there of Mana in T-esports.
And we even saw recently that they took Passion UA to a Dust 2 overtime. They were able to smash MBK's Gen 1 on Mirage. So even the international teams that we would consider decent representation on the Tier 2 environment, Mana can go and make it uncomfortable for them. So you've got 2 very individual teams. Mana, we saw it when they were under the Cubics banner. We've now seen it with the recent roster changes. They're not going to have the deepest of playbook when it comes to running the clock, coming up with playing timings. Individually, they're going to have to hit hard, because you're going up against a very good AWPer in Depression, a very good rifler in Mikey. I've got to be honest, I don't think anyone from Mana can actually fight against Mikey. Like, if they can draw a 1-for-1. So you're going to have to get everyone delivering at a very high extent and finding a way to silence him. If you silence Mikey, you've got a chance in the series.
And then that comes to the question, how do you do that if you can't say any of the players can match up to his level? I mean, like, that's the next sort of big question and the thing that maybe you might want to be tackling if you are the IGL or the Mana side. So let's explore that a little bit. What would they have to do to try and shut down a player like Mikey?
Right, it's very difficult, right? Individually, you need to be shooting back hard. You have to come down into taking your chances, and also when you're getting into winnable situations, not trolling it away and making sure that you close. When you've got 5v3s, pack and grouping, trading off of one another, you need to keep things very simple in this best of 5 grand final. You give any chances to an in-game leader like Aaron, who has led so many mixers to land tournament wins, you can't let it slip. Otherwise, it's just going to be the Hungarian coming for basically it all again. Because, I mean, I even think about Aaron. He started basically his pro career in, 2018, 2019, and started winning lands instantly. So you've had a guy that's, for the last 5-6 years of his career, he's come to Hungary for one good reason, and that's to win a title every single time.
And look, he's got a great track record of doing that here in this city, in this country, and he's got a great chance to do it as well as international competition. I do feel like it's well set for him. But you mentioned that IGL combination between him and Rest. And the Rest was the official substitution, playing for Wild Lotus more permanently, like, in terms of realistic terms. He probably is the least known individual of all the players on the roster here. So let's talk about him a little bit.
Yeah, so he started his career of playing in the Benelux scene, sort of with the Dutch teams, the teams out in Belgium, so Lowland Lions, Genk, and then he moved over to the UK scene. So he moved from being basically a rifler, transitioned into an in-game leader, and then he ended up joining the #1 UK team, which was Artist and Vacancy and Exist. And what he ended up finding there was that he got transitioned into a rifler. Artist was the main in-game leader at the time. Rest kind of took a backseat approach, and that's probably something that's going to have to happen for him again today. I know that he wants to be an in-game leader, but when you've got Aaron on the stage, give him that freedom. Be a secondary caller, be vocal, but be a backseat rifler.
What about secondary sort of calling overall, though? Like, could that be more of a permanent role, or just like mostly focus on being the soldier for Aaron?
I would say in this series, the secondary caller would be good for Rest, but in general, he wants to be an IGL. I've spoken to him, he's made it very public on social media. He doesn't want to be a supportive rifler. He doesn't want to be a backseat vocal voice. And I think this would be a great little pedigree chance for Rest to end the year on a high note, because he just won a LAN in Benelux a few weeks ago. He could now win another one with another mixed squad. Imagine what that would be like to go to an organization and say, look, I'm an in-game leader, I'm young, I'm hungry, I've won 2 LANs in the space of 2 months, give me a chance.
Yeah, that Gameforce Rivals event was not quite the same caliber of overall talent, I'd say, by comparison here. Like, this is a key opportunity for him as an individual. And I think that you are right about looking at Aaron as being the key sort of veteran, if you will, of this kind of context. I know it's not, his career started only about 7 years ago, which isn't a huge amount of time compared to the rest of the Counter-Strike space and some of the players within the Tier 2 scene as well. But look, he's done extremely well for himself, and I think that he's got a great set of players around him that even if they're not going to be the most strategically deep team, they're not going to be the most complex squad, they're still going to have, I think, the majority of the favoritism in this grand final today.
Well, to even go back on the Aaron discussion a little bit more, he's won 8 out of 11 LAN grand finals, an incredibly good record for an in-game leader. Now, the majority of them have been local, right, in with the Hungarian scene. And funny enough, 3 weeks ago, complete mix, he was playing with Slend, who was most recently on Gamer Legion, and then Camion, a guy that was on BP5, played on Rubik's and all those para lineups. He played with them, and they were just pub stomping teams, just absolutely destroying. So Aaron knows as a caller what it's like to work with different pieces, how to call on LAN and to be in an environment, and to keep winning in Budapest, you're going to get the crowd on your side. And I think that's going to be only something that benefits Aaron from another trophy to add to the cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like, again, he's in the driver's seat for this context at the moment, and the history of obviously him doing well locally, him doing decent enough in the international space. I do feel like he wants to try and recapture that para magic, though. Like, does that feel like the kind of thing that would be reachable for a guy like him?
Reachable, yes. Whether the opportunity comes, that's another question, because he was recently working with GG Howell. That didn't last too long. He got a call up to work with Eklop. That also didn't last too long. So I think his most recent projects, he's not really been given the keys to work a long-standing team. I mean, that whole para lineup, I know that it went through some iteration changes, but they were going for a good couple of years. They had players that were very familiar in the local scene. So for Aaron, I mean, he's now, 25? Still quite young, I would say, in a professional age of the Tier 2 landscape. But yeah, for his expectations, I'm sure he'd love to be on a decent-looking Tier 2 team going into 2026.
Could that team look anything like this Wild Lotus side, or are we looking more back to the national space?
I would say national. I look at the majority of guys. There's no way Henu's probably going to be joining an international team. I mean, I say that. He's decided to part ways with Yano, so that might be the next step for his career. If anything, I think we've seen recently guys like Milty, Poddy start moving up the chains and working with international players. Henu's not made that jump yet, so that might be a new challenge for him moving into this next year. I don't see Mikey leaving Unity. I think he'll stay in the local scene moving into next year. Depression as an AWPer, he's always been international. I mean, when you come from Croatia, you don't exactly have many local players or even in the local scene to work with. Zero Tenacity is probably the closest one, and even then can't really get an AWPing spot on that team. So Depression will look international. I think Henu will look international. Aaron will probably do the same. And then for Rest, I mean, you can't go into the Benelux scene. There's no organisation support. There's a lack of tournaments. It has to be international for him as well.
I mean, that's a core 4 right there already.
Well, yeah.
I mean, look, if Wild Lotus managed to pull off a victory here today and they look really good in doing so, then maybe they just say, yeah, we'll go forward with this 4-man unit, get a new 5th. Obviously, it can't be Mikey, but we can try and look for someone else. I mean, there's plenty of talent within the Tier 2 space. Admittedly, not many quite to the level of Mikey overall, because look, I will say that if outside of like serious predictions, the prediction that I'd make for this best of 5 is that Mikey will be the MVP of this grand final in my eyes.
You'd probably expect so. He was the highest rated player in the playoffs. I think he dropped a 1.72 rating, and you have just one-sided maps constantly, 13-7s, 13-9s, 13-5s, 13-6s. They weren't getting tested. Now, this will be a good test for Aaron as a caller because you are going to get tested in this best of 5. This isn't going to be a clean 3-0 stomp. You're going up against two guys that won the title last year. So you know that you're in for a little bit of a battle, and it's about probably an emotional battle on how they can react when finally it's going to an overtime or it's going all rounds in regulation, and it's not just a comfortable win yet again.
Yeah, also, for those of you wondering why we're waiting so long, we are currently taking on a technical pause for the sake of sorting out one of the headsets on the stage. So we'll, as soon as we get that resolved, we'll jump into our first map up of Mirage. Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you were mentioning earlier that it does seem to look positive for the likes of Mana because of the map times that they played it so far.
Yeah.
Internationally speaking, in the tournaments that they played, the things like Draculan, the Nodwin event, the United 21s, been a lot of red on their side there.
Yeah, but look at the team and look at the field of competition that you're playing on against online. I would say that Mirage is their #1 best map in the pool, and then Dust 2 is their second best. They've had some good results here and there. Again, I mentioned the one against MBK and Co, the French 13-2 against Gen 1. That very same LAN going up against Whopper, a team that was ranked higher than them on the VRS, 13-1. So I think on LAN, their Mirage results look a lot better. Didn't get to play at the very first Draculan out there in August, only got to play Ancient and Dust 2. So I'm confident in their Mirage, definitely confident enough in the best of 5 to say that they're going to win it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can say that that again, I think a lot of points factor the Wild Lotus side overall, and I'd say that, you know, irrespective of their map picks and the like, I mean, Wild Lotus did pick into this Mirage to kick things off, so they'll have that home field advantage. I said home field advantage, like map favoritism advantage in terms of their preferences overall. They also, I believe, had the choice to pick into that final map of Train. Then was Inferno instead, so that was Mana's decision, excuse me. So look, you've got again a best of 5 series where it looks like Wild Lotus are going to try and outfrag their way through the proceedings here. And again, my question sort of turns back towards that Mana side. What kind of key sort of stars do they have in their arsenal?
Well, I think you've got your AWPer in Bleeder, and you've got your in-game leader, Gamezilla, who's typically been speaking like a star in-game leader, always put himself in a lot of good positions, always fragged really hard. I think you don't see the majority of that in maybe the tier 2 to 3 teams. Typically, your in-game leader takes a little bit more of a supportive approach, and you try and set up your star players. He's going to be hitting very hard. I think overall for Mana, they just need to not lose their head in this series. This is a core 3 that dates back nearly a year. That's a long time in Counter-Strike, especially at this level. We look at the majority of cores and lineups that have maybe been together a few months, a few tournaments. When you've got a lineup that knows exactly what they need to deliver on the server, exactly how they want to play off of each other, you are clear and obviously going to be the favourites in a final. But you're going up against a much stronger team, and you're also going up against back-to-back trophies if you're Omar and you're in Gamezilla, and I suppose if you're some of the other guys, you almost don't want to let them down, do you? I know that you've come into this roster, you've tried to upgrade it from Cubics. You want to make sure that they can bring that legacy for another year.
Well, look, I mean, you talk about the core of this team going back nearly a year. The core 2 of the team does go back a whole year, if longer. Again, Cubics had those 2 individuals that now sit on the stage here, and now they won in the last T-esports Championship for Counter-Strike. They have that backing behind them, and so like you must imagine that for those 2 individuals, be going to make the trophy just to sort of go for the 2-peat. But for those other players as well, you mentioned the fact that they probably are looking to do it for them. I'd like to see them try and do it for them, and I think that it would look like a very competitive affair if they have themselves locked in around those 2 individuals and as around them as like as a mentality game rather than anything else.
And I know for Mana, they're playing in a local Kosovo LAN just next weekend. So from their perspective, everyone wants to end 2025 on a high note, don't you? You want to try and lift the trophies, you want to see progression. If you can be successful here in Budapest, you can go back to your local scene where you're the #1 team out of all the Kosovos and then basically win another. I think that will set Mana up in 2026 as a team to say, okay, you've ended on a high note, now it's about progressing on that and being able to push it further.
Obviously, they're not a ranked team, so this isn't a ranked tournament, so they won't be able to get like on that particular VRS ladder. But you know, like it's always a good thing to sort of look out for when sort of starting to weigh up these teams that are trying to get more ranked, that are trying to get more opportunities. And unfortunately for Mana, there won't be many opportunities presenting. And I guess they could say the same thing for Wild Lotus as a mixed side. They're also going to be unranked with no major sort of results as a core of players. But for the Mana side, like they're going to be in this position where they where they're sort of like you sort of weigh up the opportunities available to both sides, and you think there's a better chance that maybe Wild Lotus could make a run at a qualifier, for instance, than what Mana could?
Oh, I completely disagree with that.
I think so.
Yeah, well, they're a full mix. They're just going to disband after this event, aren't they?
Yeah, but I'm assuming they stay together, obviously. Like,
Well, no, because I'll tell you why. Look at the organisation of Mana. They sent them to 2 Drac lands. The organisation is sending them to open lands and giving them opportunities. I think that's something that's very different. When you're Wild Lotus, where's your money coming from? Even if you are sticking together, do you have the resources to go to an open BYOC land?
I mean, look, I'm not saying... I'm looking purely at the individuals here, right? Like, obviously, organisational basis, you probably are right. You look at that from the Mana side, and yeah, that is a good point. But let's say, for example, that these 4 players minus Mikey do stay together and they do try to look for something a little bit more permanent with this land win. We're talking about that earlier on, about the potential of a good championship run right here. So, like, you know, again, do you not think that, you know, if they make an open qualifier run to some sort of like tier 2 cup or some sort of thing like that, then they might have a better chance of making those kind of points?
No, because they don't have an org. That's just what it is. I think when you're in 2025 and going into 2026, if you don't have organisation support, you just can't do it. The circuit where it is, even if you get into a ranked tournament, you need to, it's pay to win. You've got to be flying yourself out to these tournaments, and I think that's what the Kosovo scene is trying to do with Mana. Look at what they had in the past. They had Blink, didn't stay with Blink. They had B&E. You've had all these organisations, and they've all sort of dropped out. Even the old B&E players, they're not playing in the local divisions anymore. Mana is sending these boys overseas, giving them international opportunities, and I think that will only progress a team further when you've got the resources behind you.
Well, then we have to start taking a look at that progress more in depth, right? Like, how much progress have they made? How much progress can they make? I mean, it's great sending a team to LAN, but Drac lands have usually been last place exits for them. You need the LAN wins to really make up those points.
It's difficult, right? Because I think the first Drac LAN, you get knocked out by Ents. Fair enough, okay? You go to the next one and you get knocked out by Passion UA in the upper bracket that go on to make the entire grand final. You then get knocked out in the lower bracket by Gen 1. They went on for a top 6. They ended up beating FlyQuest. And I kind of look at the results and I almost can't knock it. I almost can't be negative about it, because if you're losing to teams that are then going on to have a really good run in the tournament, well then it's difficult to be critical.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly is true. I mean, look, for the Mana side, though, again, like the fact of the matter is that they're not making up those points, though. And I mean, like, you can take all those opportunities as you can. I would like to see them at some more of those local sort of, like, as you mentioned, BYOC kind of events. I mean, it would have been great if this one was ranked. I think that would have been a big opportunity for both sides involved. But, like, you know, those sort of, like, you know, open opportunities, because it has made a lot of teams, I think about Arbe, for instance, when they went to Epic Land and they got in the VRS system and started to make some decent moves, the UK teams as well, in that sort of similar environment. I believe that some squads that were involved in the giveaway event in Sweden a week or 2 ago, that one was also ranked in the group stage. There's a lot of other lower level squads that have also put themselves up because they got their 5 ranked wins.
And that's just what the future is going to be like. It's organisations maybe putting more hands into their pocket than what they had previously. And maybe if you are, let's look at it from the Wild Lotus perspective, if you're a Henu, a Depression, Aaron, or even Rest, you know that next year is not going to be easy. There's not that many orgs coming around at the moment. There's not that many easy signings. I mean, even for Mikey, we might consider him one of the very best local talents. Still hasn't been given an international opportunity yet. So at this level, it's very difficult when you're under an unranked squad, or if you're orgless project, or you're waiting for a team. You just have to wait for the moment to come. Now, everyone here in Budapest knows that the major's coming on very soon. Now, what do we normally know, especially in the tier 2 scene, after a major? A lot of players are going to get poached to that next level, aren't they? A lot of tier 2 guys are going to go up into tier 1, and that gives room for a lot of the unknown talents to kind of move back up there in the tier 2 scene to replace them.
Well, then, I mean, I guess this could be considered the mini major, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, this is the opportunity to set yourself up on a decent stage and to sort of show yourself off as a LAN contender and maybe like a contender overall. And for Mikey especially, I mean, and for all the players, I think, on the server, but for Mikey in particular, this is his chance to really, like, step up and perform at probably, I want to say, the biggest stage that he's been on so far. Like, is that a fair assessment?
He's probably close to with a live crowd. I know a few of these guys have played at RMRs, haven't they? I mean, Depression played at the Blast RMR for Paris back in 2023 with iNation. I know that Mikey was at the Shanghai one playing with Unity, and then you have Aaron that played with Pera at one of the RMRs as well. So they've all had LAN experience on the international stage, but to be in front of a live crowd, I'd probably say for Mikey, yeah, because he's played in quite a lot of the T-esports lands, quite a lot of the Czechoslovakian lands, and a few of them have live crowds, but maybe not to the size that we've got here in Hungary.
No, like, this is a pretty sizable stage. I mean, I don't think any of the Mana players most certainly probably haven't been at this kind of environment in the past. And this is, I think, again, like where you sort of like start looking at the pressure more than anything else. And maybe that's the kind of pressure that could break some of these players. I don't know if that will break Mikey though. I mean, he certainly has his reps in, and he's had his big moments in the sun. Thinking about the Thunder Pit World Championship was probably the most high caliber event that he's ever played in. But I don't think that had quite the same sort of level of eyeballs on it in front of a stage like we'd have here today.
And for Mikey overall, this is now a chance for him as the youngest player in the comp to just say to Aaron, mate, you've got the players around you now. You've got the players that are going to sit here and try and back you up. I think for this entire best of five, I'd like to see it be competitive from the get-go. I think any of the fans and supporters that were here last year would have felt a bit underwhelmed. The polls on paper looked like a decent team. They'd been together a little while. Didn't really show much in that best of five. And maybe if you are Gamezilla and you're Amar, you'd love to replicate it if you very much can. You'd love to try and get another 3-0 win, but I get a feeling that this series is going to be very different to the one last year.
I mean, the way that I sort of see things for them is that it's kind of a bit more of a culture shock. Culture shock is the word that comes to mind. I don't think that's the right phrase for it.
So what
it's
is
like, but like, it kind of like, you know, it's like you'll go from one particular environment from last year where you really handily got your match victory to now one where you're really going to struggle. That's kind of
being humbled.
The kind of I guess humbling experience. Probably that might be the right sort of way to put it down. I mean, they won't go down without a fight, most certainly. But this is going to be a difficult affair for them nonetheless.
And I would say they've probably got more experienced players now than what they had back then. I mean, they had Rossneri, Trippy was there, and then Viv was the AWPer. You've got guys that have played quite a lot of LANs. But Serba, one of the players that I typically don't know the most amount about out of the majority of the five, he's actually never won a LAN before. He's played in 5 LAN Grand Finals and has been unsuccessful every single time. For him, this is a story arc. This is now, I've joined a winning team, I've joined guys that have tasted success. I've always come close, but never achieved it. I've always just got to that final hurdle, not had that final lift. So for him, I mean, you don't want to be 0-6, you want to be 1-6.
I mean, certainly you do, but you have also got to face Mikey, Aaron and Co on the other side of the board. So is that going to happen in this event is the next big question. I will say for Serba, however, he's like the one guy who's probably not been the most sort of integrated into the other players. Like, I take a look back at the player connections that we have on the Mana side, and that you've got connections from Gamezilla playing with Amar, obviously on Cubics. Kaylee and Bleeder joined that team in 2025. Kaylee and Bleeder also played on the Suspect together as well. Gamezilla and Serba played on Iranians and also on the Team X back in 2022.
Yeah.
But that's about it in terms of his connection to the rest of the players. So again, chemistry, interactions, things of that nature, those are things that might sort of evade him in terms of the overall competition. Like,
I wouldn't think so. I mean, he's still been here 5 months, and all of these guys on and off have been teammates. Even though maybe it's for briefer periods or not for long periods, they know each other inside and out. These guys have basically been all together for the last, 4-5 years of their professional careers.
Now, I am being told that our technical problems seem to be a little bit more extended than what we were initially thinking, and I'm also being informed that we might be heading to a short break as a result of that, while we look to try and get these technical problems resolved and get Mana in the best position to try and compete, because they need to be at the tip-top level of performance if they want to take on Wild Lotus. Don't go anywhere, do not move from your seats, because when we return, it will be Mirage to kick things off in the Grand Finals of Counter-Strike 2. And welcome back. It's time to kick things off. Mana versus Wild Lotus on our first map of Mirage. Time for the grand finals of Counter-Strike in T-esports Championship to kick off. Dweg, we are certainly all aboard the Wild Lotus hype train. How far are we going? 3-0, 3-1, 3-2?
Well, train's cursed, so it's got to be 3-1. We're not going to a fifth map, and I'm back at the Wild Lotus in this best of 3.
All right, then. It's time to kick things off. Mana will take to the CT side, start defensive lines on Mirage in the hopes that they can take down the first map pick of Wild Lotus. Serber in the apartments has several players to try and contend with. We won't know about it until he extends it forward. See where Mike is on the headshot on the back lines of Henu, but Mike is good to trade.
The short players haven't activated just yet. They're still waiting to cut rotations and get a lurk in towards window. Bleeder needs to stay alive and waste for time.
And USP in the back line, seeing one takes down Mikey. Good headshot comes forward. Now down to 4 versus 3 for Nana's side. Trade from Aaron is good elsewhere, but GameZilla and Bleeder continue to hold their trades. Aaron can strike back at 12 HP though. Needs to put that bomb down. There's nowhere near him, I don't think. Drop down towards the bomb site instead. Players face around the corner. One he gave. The second one comes forward. And Kaylee is going to get the opening pistol for Mana.
It just didn't get enough success from the players coming out of the apartments. Aaron does a good job out in mid to make it uncomfortable for the A players, repositioning out to either connector or down there into market. He gets a double kill, but left alone on the bomb side. For Henu, and especially for Rest, if they could have got that trade against Bleeder on the bomb site and got that bomb down, completely different round for the T's.
All down to the pace and the nature of the defensive line that held there from Mana and Co. Excellent stuff from the CT side start. Pistol win without a bomb plan bonus for Wild Lotus as well, meaning that there should be a bit more of a lighter investment kind of round. I can't see whether it's a force or a true eco save, but regardless, it won't be quite to the amount that Mana are going to bring to the table.
Now, for Mikey, I look at Unity, they play a lot of Mirage. So I think he's going to be slotted in quite nicely, feeling quite comfortable overall, averaging a 1.18 rating in the last 15 officials played in the last 3 months. So I look at him as someone that could be a bit of a takeover player. Not that many officials for Aaron or Rest when it comes to this map recently. Only 1 for Rest and only 4 for Aaron in the last 3 months. Just not really playing many HLTV officials in general.
Yeah. One of those things when you're a lower level team might not always appear on HLTV, so those stats might not always work towards you. The pressure, 2 kills now towards mid. AK's picked up and all. They've actually gone quite heavy in the investment and gone away with quite a lot in that mid angle. Unfortunately, Mikey and Aaron will get traded. Tech 9's coming forward from Henu. Trade back 1 player, almost got the tag damage on towards GameZilla. Decent deagle from Rest, who returns on a double. Perfect heads rolling clean out of Con and Short, and that is an instant response from Wild Lotus.
Well, well, well. Individually, they're giving us some things to get excited about. Excellent double entry there from Depression out in mid. And then Rest, the in-game leader, coming in to help out Aaron. Just absolutely sparks a double kill. Not easy to get both of those kills as quickly as you can out there to top Con. You expect maybe one, an instant trade, and for Mana, not even taking a tactical after losing that one. That is a big loss, losing round 2.
Right back to the deco for them, forcing in with the hand cannons in mind. Mikey's already struck on Server first. Rest is going to make his move out the ramp control, so 1 player down a default. He doesn't even know what to do. He does get overwhelmed with the numbers game. Might have to take 1 back from Henu, but it's the 1 trade in mid. The 4 players that remain are on the A-bomb site. Plenty of HP around them, although Rest goes down beyond the danger box. An awkward kill from Khalil. And Miles going in for even more here.
They just need to try and block Aaron. Make sure that he's holding that CT line. Depression is swinging out quite wide and in the open. Only spots 1 from jungle and loses the fight to the Deagle.
Very good hand cannon workability here from Mana and Wild Lotus in the last round. Aaron's going to pick up that AK, try and strike back from range, take a little bit of damage, do nothing with the rifle in his hands, and just wait for further contact to come his way on the Mana side. Someone's got to get the bomb down here from the T's.
Aaron was just trying to work a fight before he can think about getting that bomb plant in. Now, there's a little bit of util between them, so they can smoke off top con, get that bomb down. Aaron's tapped. He wants to draw a fight out in the open, and there's a big whiff from Amar out in CT.
Mikey's seen the second player of Bleeder as well, spotting AK going to swing from Aaron's got time to work with, but loses the bomb and the AK. Mikey's got to go full-blown ace, taking on another Galil of GameZilla, take the 23 points of health, and now pinned outside of the Palace entrance. 1 point of health remaining, and surely no chance. GameZilla takes him back, and Mana go back and forth with Wild Lotus.
Well, right there in the 2v3, everything is set up quite nicely for the T's. Mikey has positioned that CT to be completely trapped to the left-hand side of jungle, and all Aaron needs to do is wide swing, get the headshot, and then he can focus on getting the bomb down. But Aaron struggles. Amar makes the round doable because that bomb looked to be going down freely, didn't it? It was a straight spam walking through that top con smoke. We're going back and forth with the force buy wins.
Indeed we are. Great way to start things off for Mana, and a return on Wild Lotus, his own steal. Faster plays him to come in and ready to go with the utility from Depression. Smokes at the helm. Put them out, counter the incendiary. Aaron's going to lead the charge straight out. Flashbangs over HEs, completely miss on the Mana side. They'll smoke off the back corners and try and back away towards Market. Bomb should be secured. Here Gamezilla with a kill. Double up secured at the same time. Henry unable to turn his 10-9 into a casualty. Depression at least holds one, but Mikey drops the bomb, and they're pinned down the bomb side now. Depression overwhelmed, and Aaron will go falling into the grave as Mana will take a third. Wild Lotus did sneak in the bomb plant.
You've got Gamezilla just recognizing the round. He's got no short player there. There's an extension from Mamar out in mid. So you're the only player on B. Put a defensive smoke down, fall back towards Market. Don't give a free kill. Don't give a rifle over towards the T side. Just play the man advantage and play the retake quite heavily. Now for Wild Lotus, they'll be very disappointed about that force buy because they've got almost nothing out of it. Down to a life and deco to follow off, and for Mana, a chance to now start extending the round streak.
Indeed it is. Two in a row game thus far, 3 overall. Only half-bought pistols for the Wild Lotus camp, not even that much in the Kevlar department. A little bit utility is coming in for several of the players. A few flashbangs that might get entry towards mid. The server can go through one of the players, does get traded by Aaron. Gamezilla and Bleeder have it all under control. That trade was answered back to immediately by the CT side. Depression all alone.
This Eagle just hoping for one, but not going to happen. Mana go into the anti-eco with quite a lot of confidence, already fighting up there towards top mid, fighting out from window. And I think that sets a bit of a precedent for two different examples. The first one is confidence is really high, but also the second one is that they're not afraid to go up against top international players, guys that have played on LAN environments in the past, guys that have been very successful in Tier 2. They've come in with the mindset of not being nervous in this final. I think that's probably the best way to defeat a team like Aaron and Co.
And Mana off to a great start. Rifles are inbound more permanently for the Wild Lotus camp. The AKs on all 5 players. 1 or 2 of them held over from Mana, at least a little extra firepower, and they're going to apply it very well. Amar straight up onto that short boost. Takes down Mikey to start.
And that shows you just the early signs of confidence. Henu tries to go 1-for-1 on a walkout. Decent timing there from Rest to keep putting pressure on the A anchor. Now that's moving the con player over, meaning that Server's attention's being drawn back towards A. Depression loses a fight out towards mid, and Aaron's not in a position to trade him.
Players on short and connector rather than out towards mid itself. Server continues his fragging, and Mana are in the driver's seat now for a 5th on their board. Wild Lotus, surely Aaron, even he, as good as he is, as veteran as he sounds, is unable to win a clutch like that. 4 to the good on the Kosovonian team.
It's just a bit frustrating that Amar is just out in the open, isn't he? Playing behind that top mid smoke, sitting on the railing. You're in a state here for Mikey that all you're trying to do is get out to the top mid boxes, and then Depression, who's working underpass, somehow has a player that's pushed all the way into B apps and got a timing behind him. A few tilting factors in that last round means that Mana get off to a flyer of a start.
Should get 6-1 on their board as well. Wild Lotus just don't have the funds to sustain the continuous buys. Back to pistols once again for them. At least can bring in these this utility to try and get into the set piece. Still Bleeder's got the AWP on site, getting Mikey. Aaron goes down to Cali. Double up from that AK as well. Simply can secure a triple, not like it matters too much. Amar steps to receive, and nobody goes down on the CT side. Not a lick of damage done to Mana. Minimum 6 taken. Wild Lotus back on their weapon buys for another round, but now need to start applying rounds on their board.
And for Wild Lotus, if they don't convert this next gun round, I think they can wish their luck goodbye completely on map number 1. You'd be down 1-8, and as a mixed squad, you don't have much to fall on when you're down by a lot of rounds, do you? You're going to be very individual, you're going to be confident. So when you're down massively on the scoreline, you don't have the playbook, you don't have the depth of the squad like Mana do to be able to recover those kind of deficits.
5 to the good of the Mana lead. Wild Lotus a bit more careful on the approach for round 8. Behind the smokes towards the top end of mid, and Rest is going to find the opening kill outside of the apartments instead. Molotov sent smokes to counteract him and actually draw attention away from the A bomb site here. An extension that comes from Cali could discover the information that he's looking for. There's a majority of forces over towards B, and if that bomb commits back from mid instead, that could be where things come undone. Serber finds Rest, and now Cali starts leaning forward. AK close against the pressure. Depression takes him. Aaron finds one more of Serber as well. Amar can get one return in mid, but now him and Gamezilla, both players held back towards short control on the Mana side.
Amar is just not in a position to fight anywhere. He can drop into window and try and get a timing against Mikey, but low HP up against 1, ends up making it a 2v2.
It's a very good swing Even man stances now. Bomb is on site and should get planted, so the retake will be set in for Mana.
And need to block with the util. They've only got flashes left. They're trying to take CT spawn.
Oh, flash a little bit too early on the peak death from Henu. Now leaves it all onto depression. AK on his back. And the smoke. Oh, Gamezilla must have seen him fading through it in some capacity, because that's going to give him a 7th and half advantage now. Well set and ready.
Well, tilting for Wild Lotus, that's a 4v2 right there. Now, something that's quite crucial to just the read on the T side is anytime Wild Lotus get an opening kill, if they just freeze, if they sit back in the default, they end up getting a lot of kills to overextensions. There's a lot of info plays from Mana. Now, in that last round, we saw what? A player peeking quite aggressively in towards B apps. We saw another player peeking all the way up into A main. So we're seeing a lot of these extensions, and Aaron recognizes it. But when you lose a 4v2 like that, it's frustrating to say the least.
Indeed it is. And this started to be where you start to get a bit concerned about the length of form of Wild Lotus here. Depression has gone down early again, so an opening advantage for Mana. Look at Amar. Look how close he really is to the Wild Lotus side. Beyond that, Smoke Aaron's going to make his moves forward. Amar's going to hear it. Does finally find the frag, combining with Kali. Advantage to a 5-on-3. Rest can get one returning trade, but they need more to return the man advantage. Bleeder's just been seen there. Gamezilla still finds Mikey in from underpass. The P comes forward. Henu's going to get seen, but Henu will trade it back. 2v3 now, favor Mana.
This is crazy, just how many extensions there are again from the CT side, and now you're stuck to one out towards top mid. I'm not really sure what you're meant to be doing there if you're Aaron and the boys. You're trying to take mid, you're slowing the round down, you're smoking off windows, smoking off top con, and then Gamezilla just again walks B apps and comes in from behind you. And Mana are all over them right now.
Watch on the replays again how these frags came in so quickly and efficiently for them, revealed beyond those smokes. The mid-fight, players got caught looking the wrong ways here. Mana. Very confident round for them to set in the rest of their streak now. 7 in a row, 8-1. Wild Lotus, broken reinvestment here. Only 2 AKs with 2 Galils and a MAC-10. Full gambit of rifles for the Mana side. HE is coming in against the Wild Lotus. Cat will continue to put some damage on early. Close quarters fight from Kali's good against the likes of Rest. Aaron with a trade, a double up secured by the Hungarian. Bleeder's going to turn it into an even man stance though. His AWP strikes back.
Bleeder is still waiting for a lurk out in mid, and they just fight towards DT. Depression's now got no cover, no help whatsoever, and Mikey is the late lurk.
Didn't see that one coming. Neither did Wild Lotus. Now all on the MAC-10. 1 versus 2. Bleeder was tagged in that exchange to half HP, but it's Gamezilla that will be the main concern for him. Time for the start to shine. Missed AWP shot from Bleeder. That's a massive one. Mikey going to upgrade it to the big green, but where does he go with it here? The bomb's on site, so he's got to fight. And Gamezilla will know it.
And Mikey, not known for picking up the AWP at all, but in that situation, you definitely don't want a MAC-10 when the AWP's at your disposal. Now for Gamezilla, he is just tucking in an off angle out on the bomb site. This is all timing on when Mikey gets to him. Probably about 20 seconds on the clock when we'll finally see contact.
Gamezilla will sit pretty. Still suspect him to come in from the short axis, but he's starting to get aware of the potential rotations. The question is, where did he rotate to? Checks around for the wrong moments, and Mikey will dome him, take his head clean off his shoulders. And Wild Lotus have ended the streak of Mana. A bit of a staunch one at that for the CT side. It came down to a clutch overall, so not the easiest and cleanest of rounds for the CTs.
You definitely need that if you're Mikey, just to get something forward. 1v2 and Gamezilla. Unfortunately, he's just a bit of everywhere, isn't he? You're in the open, you're exposed to Palace, a ramp, CT, jungle, connector. Henu trying to get that opening casualty out there towards A. We've seen a couple of A walks from the T side after mid contacts have come in. That's where Mikey and the AWP's going to work to start off the round.
All by the hands of depression, of course. Bleeder still holding it on for his side of things. All performances we haven't talked about too much over the course of this matchup thus far, and maybe doesn't need to because the rifles continue to frag away. Serber strikes on Mikey. Depression, it trades him quick.
Aaron is activating with Henu. Henu's been able to get a lot of space here.
Walk out in the open. Meanwhile, over the B-bomb side, Rest is going to make some noise. Popping through the apartment's window. And Amar doesn't believe that there might be something more going on here. He's been dinked down and swung upon by the Finn. Now he's down to 2 men on the man account. Wild Lotus are heavily tagged on their HP bars, but this is favourable in their positions. Henu will find one at the edge of the smoke. Bleeder goes down. And this round is going the way of Wild Lotus.
Well, World Lotus, just to the end of the half, just get a vibe check on how they want to play their T side. A lot of walks, a lot of timings. And I think when there've been less groups, they've been more successful. Think about how many lurk kills they've been able to get towards A Rab, out there to the B apartments. When they've been packing in mid and there's 3 or 4 of them, that's when they've been losing the majority of fights.
And the third round up for the favourite mix. Looking for a fourth to close the half, their best case scenario, and it's recoverable to a certain extent. Mana will have a significant commanding lead over Wild Lotus regardless here. Double Orb Cell brought in by GameZilla and Bleeder this time.
They just get it on the B apps player, sitting posted out there towards the van. Mikey lost an opening fight out for mid, but was traded by Depression in that last round.
Team potential from Rest moves in with that AK. Depression that strikes first again, down towards the apartments where GameZilla, I think, was trying to extend with that AWP. Bleeder can trade back in mid, so it's back to a 4 versus 4, but again, noise being generated by the Wild Lotus side. Without the execution, look, Rest up here in the sniper's nest, but Cali reads him like a book, gets that kill together. Advantage now for Mana.
They won't know about Mikey, but that should have been an easy kill. That was a really good repos out there in window. Now, 2 players on the B bomb site. Serba trying to hold out towards the apartments, and Ahmad just trying to clear as much as short as possible.
Mikey strikes elsewhere, short access taken as Amar goes down, 3-on-3. Flash forward, Henry gets his way out of the apartments. There's one player that might become a bit of a thorn in their side. Serba waits for his chance to strike. Molotov sent towards him, he sneaks out of the way. Mikey's got Cali in the meantime, the pressure goes down, but Serba's only good for the 1 frag. Henry continues to post up the impact. Leg shot damaged, returning dinks on Bleeder, leaving him with 16 points of health. Lean forward and not get past Mikey, who will make a consolation prize out of Wild Lotus. 8-4 at the turn of the half, though, for Mana.
Well, I'll tell you, I think that's a pretty good half from Wild Lotus, and that might seem insane, considering you only got 4 T rounds. They still lost, what, a 4v2 round? And then another one where the bomb got denied with a spam kill in top connector. They had some good chances. They probably should have got maybe 6, 7. I thought towards the end they really stabilized. They were struggling in the first few portions, but getting 3 rounds in a row, that's a good sign for the mixed squad that they can start stringing a few and try and back up Mikey. I mean, that 1v2 with the AWP, that was a desperate need. They really were in help, I would say, for rounds at that point.
I mean, look, I think the way that they conducted themselves at the latter part of the half is more conducive to what we expected out of Wild Lotus, and the fact they're doing that in the later portion of it indicates to me that this scoreline is still recoverable from the Wild Lotus side. And already in the pistol, they've gotten 2 opening frags up from mid and out towards Ram. That sends Mana on a quick search towards the B bomb site instead. Rest's got a backup teammate of Henu, who is going to get overwhelmed, so that's 1 returning frag for the Mana camp, and they get a second, not quite. Rest holds on to Serba, who did find Mikey in the interim. GameZilla takes down Rest, so it's a 2 versus 2. Extensions are deep and wide for the bomb carrier, though. Depression gets this kill, and the round will end for Mana. Instead, he can't. He backs away, and Bleeder needs to prioritize that bomb. He's going to continue searching and give up the most important frag of the round. GameZilla now onto clutch it for the Mana side. 1v2. Needs that bomb above all. Depression will be known to be close. Aaron is the unknown entity, though. No info on that part. GameZilla's going to lean forward, look to fight, take the headshot, and now turn it back to his favor. 1v1 with HP. 8 points for Aaron.
Aaron is expecting a duel, and GameZilla is expecting the same. He's trying to tap. He's trying to draw the fight.
And put it down. Open on, well, actually closed off, I should say. I thought it was open for short, but no. Back in that boost spot, Aaron needs the perfect headshot at the perfect moment. Sees the shoulder of the 1 man. GameZilla can't hit that final blow. Finally gets him, and Mana secure an important pistol that suddenly makes Wild Lotus feel like a little bit more of a withering flower at the tail end of this map.
Well, for Wild Lotus, they have, what, a 5v3 within the first 15 seconds of the round. And you can understand that Rest wants to swing out there on B to try and help Henu, but there's just a lack of hesitation between the two. He needs to either be out on the bomb site so much earlier or playing so much more defensive. Now, when that bomb gets dropped out there in market, you think that that's just a full troll. You think that Mana have just completely thrown the round away. But we've seen some good 1vx's. GameZilla now to win a 1v2.
Did believe that as soon as that bomb got dropped in market, that was going to be the end of the round, but excellent stuff from GameZilla. Good starts from Aaron as well. His MP9 set in to open up the kill counts back at underpass. The scout also got involved with the tag damage. Aaron's back was turned. Molotov eventually going to force him forward of the smoke, and Bleeder knew exactly what he was doing there. Aaron was forced into the open, and the kill comes forward from beyond that smoke. 4 on 4.
Well, you need these scouts to activate with even tag damage. They need to keep getting some shots off to set up the round for success. Now, Mikey's missed this timing. They've been seen out towards jungle, and Henu's dropped. There's not much that Mikey can do from Ticket to try and slow down these Ts.
Kali has struck. He's going to just slowly close in the pincers on Mikey. A scout in his hands, and just 2 lines to watch out for. Eventually gets caught in the back. That'll be the end of him, and the end of the round, more likely. Mana making light work of these Wild Lotus defenses when they get their way. The only chance they have is to cut that bomb off from mid, but as Amar get depression, now they can go wherever they want with it. 10-4, Mana are going to lead the charge once again.
And Mana just need to try and close this map down as quickly as possible. I think when you're in a state now where 9-4, 1 pistol, 1 anti-force buy, you don't want to give Wild Lotus any ability to come back in the series. You don't want to give them any sort of hope. Make sure you end it quickly and put pressure on the mixed squad.
You did say that pressure is what we wanted to see out of Mana if they wanted a chance to win out this map up. It's best of 5 in general is going to come down to that, and well, so far so good. Wild Lotus been beaten to the punch. A number of great trades, a number of great individual moments from the Mana side, clutches for days. And these rest can get a little bit of an exit bonus, a $600 kill on the MP9. We've got players closing in from all angles, though. Another casualty out of this will make it expensive for the Mana side, but not going to happen as Bleeder takes it down. It's 10-4 for Mana, 3 from the win. Wild Lotus have to eco in this one, upgrade pistols at the absolute most.
And you'd only expect a lot of firm words from both Aaron and Rest at the end of Mirage, just to sort of lock in and focus up for the rest of the series. There's always an expectation when you're a mix that you're going to make mistakes, aren't you? You're not a team, you're not cracking together. You have to have a little bit of, let's say, leverage. However, there's been too many man advantage rounds being thrown away when it comes to this opening map, and if that continues on in the series, that's really going to hurt them.
Full send in to the stack out from the Wild Lotus side. Fortunately for Mana, it's a full send in from Kali and only Kali. The other players dive out of the apartments into the B site. Bomb plant is going to get secured. And there's nothing they can do now about that for Wild Lotus. They might try their hand at a retake just to see if they can take some weapons out of the fold for the teams, which make it expensive. If they can get a Hail Mary retake, then sure, but you're not counting on it. Mac 10 in the hands of one individual, but that'll be about it here for the CT side.
Serba is close by without a teammate with him, so I expect that this Mac 10 will go down, because even if he re-aggresses towards short to get away from the bombast, there's enough around him. Depression might also be able to get this AK against Gamezilla.
Depression does find him. Kill not quite found on Serba. He's very close to going down. He might go up with the bomb, in fact. So damage is successful for Wild Lotus, but the next concern becomes that next sort of comeback, and that's the next big thing. And all 5 players will go down for Mana in the end, so plenty to recover on the rifle game, and that might assist Wild Lotus quite a lot. But the bottom line is that scoreline, 11-4 on the Mana board.
Now this is where I want to see Depression be a takeover AWPer now that we're on the CT basis, because in that first half, we saw a little bit of AWPing coming through from Bleeder, but let's be honest, a lot of missed shots, not a lot of consistency. It was mainly the rifling that was bringing the most stability to the team overall.
Yeah.
Depression's an international AWPer that's won titles with even Fnatic's Academy team back in the day. So this is a guy that can step up to the plate, and I think now he's on the CT side. When you're down by this sort of score, you need him to step up.
Mana take the first fight in. Depression takes the first kill, though. Serba down at ramp.
Instantly, Gamezilla has to try and find a response in from mid, but they know that he's out there towards the bench, and he's getting bombarded with the util and the crossfire.
Frag from Henu returns nicely. Bleeder's going to watch that AWP now. Can you see his man? No. Tanks to HE down to 46 points of health. Wild Lotus blocking in the defensive line as now Kali goes down the next up. 2 men standing on Mana. Wild Lotus taking very little damage by comparison. Finally, a very good, confident, and solid round out. And Bleeder goes down next. It'll all be onto Amar. 1 versus 5. Takes that first kill out of Depression. He surely can't get the rest of them, though, here. Takes 2 swings in from Aaron and co, and that will be Aaron credited with the kill. The 5th on the board of Wild Lotus. Out of a total of 6 needed for the comeback, though.
That whole round, individuals swinging and instantly landing success. Look at the opening kill, not even 15 seconds into the round. And you're looking at, what, a 5v2, about 30 seconds. Rounds have been over quick. Even in the first half, we weren't seeing that many being dragged out, running the clock, playing out low post plants. It's been an accelerated start to this best of 5.
And Mana take their first tactical of the series here. They haven't needed to up until this point. I guess now that they're facing the true competitive nature of the Wild Lotus side, then they want to shut it down before it really festers out of control. I mean, look, their whole position is kind of compromised by the economy state here, so it's not going to be the best of buys.
Yeah, this tactical will more be about what they want to do on the anti-force buy round, because you're sending a lot into it, but also the advantage they have in tax, they actually have a coach. Wild Lotus being a mix, you're not bringing anyone to the fold, whereas for Mana, they've got Malware, who was the head coach of Blink, and also the coach of Mana before they signed this team, so the previous iteration of the roster.
Chance to take this team to next levels. Mana, 1 AK on Kali. Tech 9s and P250s for the other individuals, of course. Again, forced by nature with the double eco status. Here they come into the B-bomb site, at least initially indicating as such. The utility comes down with a Molotov and flashbang. No smokes in the way, though. Incendiaries will counter for Wild Lotus. They've called their bluff.
No one's over-rotating at all for the CT side. You still got your short player, your COD individual, your A-site anchor. You can't fake these boys.
Then they'll just get the kills against it. Rest and Mikey. Nicely done from Mikey as well. Kali can trade back that AK. The initial damage done by the pistols. Gamezilla's going to go down next. Kali's got no chance. Wild Lotus will look for number 6 on their board, an all-important one.
Well, I do wonder how competitive this scoreline could actually be, because we're seeing quite a lot of AKs be held on the CT side. We're seeing the last couple of rounds featured a lot of players being alive. It's gone from 4-11, 5-11, and now 6-11, and with an upgraded eco in the next, it will be 7. So the scoreline, round by round, is getting closer.
Mana should eventually lose their last. Nice for the Wild Lotus camp. Can't get that secondary AK in for the 1M4 that will howl over, so you have a little bit less of firepower, but you are right about the nature of the buy states. You are looking at a weakened weapon investment for this next one for the Mana side. Look at how quickly things start to fall apart again for Mana. Like, what kind of margins they fell apart by.
Well, it fell apart as soon as they didn't force an over-rotation. I think that's always when you're on a weakened buy. If you're trying to set up any gimmick, any sort of fake, if you're not pulling them for that trap, well, you've got no chance in the round.
Eco pistols, as you mentioned, less for downgrades. Aaron's going to get a couple kills out of it with the AK. Should make it a triple, and indeed he does. Mikey involved himself against Amar. The bomb's trying to make his way towards that beat bomb side, though, and Rest is so ready to receive. Swing out, deny. No bomb plant bonus for Mana. And no chance of that round. Of course, ecos are done. They'll get back into the rifles as soon as possible. Now coming in for this next round, 3 AKs, 4 AKs in fact, and an AWP. Lacking in the utility department though.
Well, this is where Mana need to be very critical of when to take the second or even third tactical timeouts, because you're getting into a spot now for Wild Lotus where there's not been a huge amount of gun rounds, but they're getting into the flow of winning rounds in a row, and you want to shut down this mixed side quickly. You do not want this to extend.
Mana. Lean forward from Kali. Oh, straight kill on Mikey. Didn't see that one coming. Now he's all the way in the ladder room looking for Henry. Next up, oh, he's taken above that smoke as well. Down to 3 men. Wild Lotus beaten by pace of a single individual.
Just not even util. No smoke out there towards top con, just sending it as 5 players into mid. Now, Amar's got a great timing. This B anchor has no idea.
Slow but sure. Oh, he turns around at the right moment. Amar taken aback. That might give a chance now for Wild Lotus here. Rest is low HP though. And Cali's closing in. Slowly but surely, out from short. Teammates inbound as well. M4 to check the position. Oh, he's missed timing. Oh, this is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful for the individual. Rest is trying to check for it. It's all timing, all the moment, and adjustments are not there. Kali with a triple. MVP of this round, most certainly. The round that should push Mana over to map point. Server's going to hunt them down. Take one more back of Aaron. Depression. Be feeling it right now. 1 versus 4 can take one back, but Bleeder's up from range, can lock in from short access. It's 12-7, map point for Wild Lotus.
And Kali winning 5 lands across his career, all of them being in 2023 and 2024, but all being local lands, never won an international trophy. And in that round, I think he gives us a little bit of a vibe of just what he can bring to this best of 5. Incredible double entry out there in mid and finishing it off with a 3K.
5 chances to close. Wild Lotus bring out the double up setup for them this time. And we're getting behind the Wild Lotus camp. Hometown advantage, but it doesn't matter to Mana. Amar struck first again. Mikey can trade. Rest is on the defensive, and they will hold their nerve for the time being. Advantage on the defense. Mana forced to back away the utility, but CTs continue facing. Depression has given up the man advantage. Servers are going to try and force out the fights on Aaron, but his AWP strikes well and true. Down to 2 men for Mana now.
Just pure pace. Back-to-back rounds for Mana. They haven't even changed anything from that last round. They just sent it as 5 in from mid. No late lurk. No one coming elsewhere. This timing could be very awkward, though.
Leader leans in. Check position. All down to positioning and timing and tunnel vision, which Mikey is going to catch him off guard for. M4 fight. Now leaves it all onto GameZilla. Bomb lost. Don't even know where in the apartments it looks like. And that latest kill does at least isolate the first fight onto Rest. Next 2 become the concern. One back at market. The AWP Mikey's not playing around. Just strikes him down with a triple of his own. There's the boy. The man of the hour, the man that we wanted to see the most out of, I think, in Wild Lotus.
Definitely so. And Wild Lotus, to their perspective, the way that they're playing the CT side, they've just got to know that they're so aggressive, right? They're just flying out mid. All we need to do is not give away opening casualties. If we give away freebies in the first 20 to 30 seconds of the round, we're going to lose a lot of rounds throughout this entire grand final. Let's contain ourselves. Let's not give too many opening kills to the opposition.
Find a way to shut them down first. Aaron does strike first against the pistols. There's only pistols for this one of Mana. Make light work of this round. Henry with the triple. GameZilla 1 versus 5. Mana with their next chance to close. It will be the 22nd and 24th rounds where they will be looking to try and shut this one down with their key rifle buys. And Wild Lotus are getting Budapest hyped up. They're on the return. They're on the comeback. They are 3 rounds away from overtime.
Well, the difference at one point was 7. It's now only 3. They've made a game out of this Mirage, and that's what we want in a grand final. We don't want 13-4, 13-5 kind of scores where map number 1 closes down and we just focus on the next. We want there to be a fight to drag this match out. And the double AWPs are only continuing. Aaron recently had it as the A site anchor. He's going to run it there again. Mana not bringing a single player into mid early. Instead, they're flying underpasses too.
They continue to fly, as you mentioned, fast pace. This time the smokes are in the way of Connector and no real access towards the mid window. Except for servers going to get boosted up there, so keep your eyes on how that Mikey fight's going to go down. So it might come down to timing and position, and Mikey expects Server to fade that smoke. He does kill, found a start for Wild Lotus, and he doubles up as well. Swinging back in the mid to catch GameZilla on short. 5-on-3 for Wild Lotus here.
Easy read, even though they've lost the player out towards jungle. Still 2 defenders on A.
Mikey's gone down, Aaron can strike through again. His AWP towards CT, leaning forward to try and fight the AWP battle. Henry back at dark, will support against Amar, Bleeder taking the tag, but now he's all alone. Battle Cavalry has arrived, missed shot, Henry takes the final pick, and Wild Lotus are doing it now. They are only a couple steps away from the overtime on map 1.
And where's the tactical? I spoke about a few rounds ago. You got to choose it wisely. Bring that second one out, bring that third one out. 11-4, and I think this is going all rounds in regulation. Great read from Aaron from the offset. Typically only have an A-site anchor and a con player, but in that round they had 2 A players and Mikey, who was kind of floating around top con and in window. They knew that that was going to be an A split.
We'll play all of regulation for this opening game, it looks like. Tech 9 half buys for the Mana side. Pistol P250 for Bleeder. Set piece execution, standard pistol strats, Connector connects jungle and stairs. M4 of Aaron unable to land the kills, but damage has been tickled away from HP bars. They get up close and personal. Aaron deals with only one of them. Serber with a returning Fry. A 4-on-4 now, but 4-on-3 as Henry makes his way forward to that smoke, catches Serber. P250 is looking close. Henry's caught on a reload. That's all important for Bleeder now. Map control and pressure against them. He taps off the head of Rest as well. They're down to 2 now for Wild Lotus. This should have been their round, but Bleeder looks to make them bleed. One more round the corner, and he wins the fight for it. A triple secured, and the Tech 9 wears down Mikey. Low HP should go down, and indeed GameZilla closes it 13-10. What a recovery that was for Mana. What a comeback that was for Wild Lotus, but it was unsuccessful in the end. Map 1 for Mana.
And what a round to close. Not the one on the full buy, not the one where you've got all the AWP and the AKs. didn't even have much going for it. Struggled to get the bomb down, man disadvantage, but a P250 flying out there towards the top of stairs and towards connector, I think pretty much incorporates what we saw in the majority of that T side. Accelerated pace by them.
And I have to say, I'm surprised that it was none of the ones that had the flying starts and the fly out sort of pace. I'm wondering because the one team that you were going to get in the face of the opponents, it would be the mixed side with all the powerful, great individual players there. So that's a very surprising sort of dynamic to this whole matchup that seems to like to work towards the favour of Mana. The question now is it going to work for the rest of the series? It's their pick of Dust 2 coming up after this, so don't go anywhere. A return after the break. maybe more than a few surprises in store for us here in the T-esports Championship for Counter-Strike 2. Mirage, the pick of Wild Lotus, didn't quite get one out by them by the tail end of that map, up 13-10 for Mana. And in a fashion that kind of surprises me to a certain extent, because I thought if there's one team that's going to beat the other by pace and sheer talent and sheer fragging in your face kind of style, it would have been the Wild Lotus side, but it was actually Mana that came out on top with that kind of style.
Were you not here last year? That's exactly how Cubics played. It's the playbook, isn't it? And I think that's what makes this final exciting to a capacity, because you've got two very similar styles up against one another. You don't have the team with all of the depth when it comes to slowing the rounds down, playing timings, running the clock. You've got a team that just wants to go and hit, and I think we saw that in quite a few key gun rounds in the second half from Mana, just running mid as 5, just saying, okay, we need someone to create a play. And that also means you don't necessarily have a star player consistently. I mean, when I look at Mirage, there wasn't one player in particular that caught my eye, and that's mainly because if you're just so aggressive, it's whoever's really got the best board. Whoever's there first is going to be the guy taking that first contact.
Yeah, I mean, look, games that are top fragged for the Mana side, which is one indicator as to who had the majority of those moments, but in terms of the overall spread, we're talking about minimum frags of 15 across their board. So you are right, like, it wasn't one individual just fragging out their way. It came down to the whole team playing a style of pace that really Wild Lotus didn't seem all that ready for. And that's what has me a little bit concerned for Dust 2 as well, coming up as a second map, because it does feel like a map that could also play similarly towards that style. I'll admit that I'm still not convinced about the whole series for Mana, because right now that pace is the main sort of brunt of their capacity and their potential. And so I feel like once you start getting to Ancient and Inferno and Train at the tail end of things, and that's where the best chance of Wild Lotus can turn it around. But for Mana, a 2-0 start in a best of 5, it could still be possible, and it would be incredibly good.
It definitely would be. Now, a lot of people look at Dust 2 and say, look, aim-heavy map, really puggish. It's not in CS2. It's actually very slow. So I think for Mana, they're going to have to rely a little bit more on the playbook and a little bit more on the composure, rather than just trying to hit really hard. Now, for Aaron and the boys, they'll know that if we cleaned up those man advantage rounds, the 4v2s, 5v3s we had in the first half, we win Mirage, and we're 1-0 up in the series. So they'll know that that was a disappointing map for them. I mean, 4-11 down for international players that have played at a top-end Tier 2 level. Yeah, they won't be pleased with how the start of this final's gone.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll get into the pistol round and kick things off. About number 2 of Dust 2, Wild Lotus on the CT side start this time. Pistols set in with the USPs across their entire board. One set of Julies available for Aaron, passing that off towards Rest instead. And we've got a P250 available for Cali. So those are your two high fragging potential players in this round.
Yeah, not sure what's gone on with that smoke in mid, but definitely mid. Rest out here on B, just gets annihilated from Amar.
Straight up, headshot, drive-by into the bomb site. They now make their way in. Mikey and Aaron taking 2 kills from outside of the site, though, so advantage sits with Wild Lotus. Bomb plant, should it be secured? Retake seemingly on here, and they've cancelled that bomb plant for now, as Mikey domes in at GameZilla, taking one more player out for the Mana camp. Now down to 2 men are the T-side line. They almost had their backs down towards Amar, but he couldn't hit those headshots, couldn't get those kills. Bleeder's going to get overwhelmed soon enough, and the pistol retake will be successful for Wild Lotus.
Well, if I'm Amar, I'm just furious. One anchor on B, and you've got an insta-kill. The site is completely opened up. That round, from just that perspective alone, should be it. You get the bomb down, you play the numbers advantage, you trade off with one another, and instead they're just aggressively dueling out in mid, out there to the window, potentially fighting a little bit too much, and end up giving the round away completely. Aaron and Mikey doing well to recover the situation.
Indeed they did. Aaron having a decent enough game as well on that last map up.
He performed adequately. This is always an in-game leader that's had decent stats, I would say, even going back to a BP5, Salamander, looking at the Para lineups. Yeah, always been a decent fragging IGL.
He went 20 and 15 over on Mirage. Second only to Mikey at 21 and 16. So 2 impactful individuals on that side of things, the Wild Lotus side. And it is surprising to see frag numbers like that not quite able to get the win when compared towards the other side of the board. But the spread certainly was better for the Mana camp, so...
I think that's a critical moment to say stats only tell you one thing, don't they?
Yeah,
and anyone that sits there and looks at HLTV rating and swing percentage, well, you've got to look at the game and you've got to look what's in front of you. I think for the side of Wild Lotus, what really hurt their beginnings out there on Mirage was the back and forth affair that they didn't win out, right? We had a few gun rounds that preceded the likes of the Force buys, and I'm looking at it right here. Yes, you've won pistol, but if you are Aaron and Co, you don't want to be losing the anti-force by round. You don't want to be losing that first gun round because you get off to another slow start like map number 1 and you probably are 0-2 down in a best of 5. And then you've really got to dig deep to try and recover the reverse sweep.
It was the back and forth with the second round that was stolen by Wild Lotus that really set upon that whole awkward economy state when finally it was responded to by the Mana side and they got there, I think it was 7 rounds in a row or something.
Yeah, they went
like
8-1 from them.
Yeah, 8-1 and then eventually to an 8-4 half, an 11-4 advantage. And it's just like, you don't want to let that happen again. And I mean, look, for the Mana side, obviously, them being put back on the back foot is an encouraging sign for Wild Lotus to not repeat that sort of situation. But equally, we imagine that with the bomb plumb bonus, they're going to force buy into this next round. It's going to look pretty strong.
Yeah, you'd certainly expect so. And I think for Mana, it's just a bit of a very different tournament than what it was last time around. They came here, they cruised by. This time, I mean, even in the open qualifiers, they got knocked out of one of the open quals by Wildcard Academy, who then ended up dropping out of the tournament. And it sort of replaced it through, and it was the same sort of process with the likes of even being 0-5 down in the last best of 5. Now, I mean, imagine being 2-0 up.
I mean, yeah, certainly. Again, you want to think about that from the perspective of the Mana camp, is the fact that they have a map in this series, and to gun for a second one at this stage would set them up nicely to sort of like be in the driver's seat for the rest of the grand final. Like, you have to go for a full-on reverse sweep, and it's difficult to be able to do that in most sets of circumstances. I mean, look, you can talk about the map and individual sort of like intricacies as to how those maps sort of play out, but if you get a 2-0 start, that's very hard to beat. You need to go back to back for 3 times in a row, and Wild Lotus don't want to be in that position, so go 1-1 in the best of 5 and just try and establish yourselves now as we get into the second round of this map up. And indeed, the force spy is going to be there for Mana. Scouts in for Bleeder, does land the first shot on Henu. Got an AK and a Galil there from Serba and Amar.
They're trying to pop out towards long. Mikey just not even blinded. Flashes do not catch him at all. And it's looking awkward here for the T's because they can't trade him at all. They finally catch him, but the round is basically over already. And that's the downside of going into rifles. Rather than having Tech 9s and Deagles that have got a lot of util, you don't have that util to fight out towards long.
And they're paying the price for it. All those players wiped out, 4 individuals down on the Mana side from the Longhouse entryway. 2 return on Wild Lotus and a 1v3 for Gamezilla. Does find depression overextending, so that's 1 kill and M4 to work with, but 22 HP to get the rest of the clutch. No bomb control, no access to it. And a face in from mid, the rest should be able to deal with him on as well. Nice quick peek forward, kill Fowler with 2-0 starts. And shutting down any force potential. There was a lot of damage done towards the CT side, but no bomb plant bonus for the Wild Lotus this time.
And I think we've been bigging up Mikey quite a lot. We see him get that double kill out in that last round, pretty much just destroys any chances that Mana have of getting out long and creating a bit of space. He's a player and an individual that's had a huge lack of success when it comes to titles, winning just 2 out of 10 LAN Grand Finals, most of the time losing to either Eklot or Sinners. And I think that's always been the factor for him being on Unity. When you're on sort of the 3rd best local team, you're not often going to have a lot of trophies.
Miles going to take a trophy of the head against Aaron. A nice start to the Hungarian. M4 returned by Mikey, though, takes Gamezilla back out of the fold, so it's a 4v4. Not going to allow this opening advantage to turn too far their way. And AK now for Amar to play with that kill coming in. Can's been given a slight gap there in the Molotov and tries to extend against, but pressure for it. Sees that utility coming out of the incendiary that finally forces him back, but tag damage was done there, and Mana take a lot of map control. Despite that rest, they're still going to return from mid. It's going to be a 4v3 for Wild Lotus instead.
Definitely a missed opportunity from that dig to catch off depression, and they're going to pretty much hurt because of it. Now, a lot of retaking space. I know that it's only a lightened investment round, but it's a positive sign for Wild Lotus that they can be a little bit disrespectful, right? Rather than sitting back, holding crossfires, playing man advantages, that they're not afraid to go up there. And I think that's basically how Mana played the start of Mirage, didn't they? A lot of aggression, a lot of map control being taken, so many heavy lurks, B apartments, A main, constantly looking for space. Good start here from the mixed squad.
Incredibly good start at that. Tactical timeout called in by Mana. Only called this in at the late stage of the last map up just because of the position that they were in, having lost that opening round and that potential of the comeback to try to shut it down. This time they want to try and actually turn a comeback of their own. A lot earlier on in the comeback stances, more so, but...
Yeah, definitely wasn't pleased about the lack of tactical timeouts out there on map number 1.
Yeah.
You felt towards the end that game was slipping by, and they probably shouldn't have even won the round that closed. And that was only an upgraded eco, didn't even have the rifles.
And bring out the AWP and the AKs for the first gun round on this one. Round 4. Seeing a returning AWP from Depression over on the Wild Lotus camp. The one man that invests the most out of anybody from the CT forces. Other than that, most of the main rifles will stay in. Money's still a little bit raw for both sides, particularly for Mana, who will be pushed back to half by status if they lose this one. Amar going to lean forward all the way in mid, and there's no protections there from Wild Lotus.
A lot of space being taken for the moment, but no activity off of the back of it. Now, you expect a B split, the bomb to come through from the upper tunnels, everyone else to tail out. But they're just holding, and we're not seeing a lot of movement from the CT side. They're playing 2 towards B, 3 on A, because they've got complete long. They can just give this activity in mid for free.
Putting some smokes down on that mid access though, and that will cut off the majority of presence on that B bomb site. So if they continue to split towards B, so you start to get a bit more concern now for the Wild Lotus defensive. 60 seconds remaining. And look at the walk forward from Lamar, seeing where Restless takes him down. Depression's Orb suddenly very heavily pressured. Backline hold, shot missed and dealt with in an instant. That's round done already, or is it? The bomb's making its way forward. Henu going to trade back onto one individual. Mana going to try and look to counteract it. No, they're going to continue pressing. Henu gets another one out of it. OWP and AK turn it back, and Aaron on his backstab rotation, a 1 versus 3 for him. No, they're going back in the mid. This is perfect timing for the man. Hills found on the double. The Hungarians turn it back against them. AK upgrades and all, but where's that last man? Back towards mid. 1v1. Amar v Aaron. Winner takes the 3K. Molotov will burn Amar out. Aaron knows to back away. Amar's going to try and challenge for the headshot. Gets caught in the jump. What a clutch that is for the IGL. Performing again for Wild Lotus.
Bro, they are trolling. They are trolling so hard. So, okay, I see that round. They want to get a lurk up on B, don't they? They want to get Amar just to search, see what's going on. He gets a double entry on B. Why are they going short? Why are they committing A? Oh my goodness. Well, I think that might be one of the most boneheaded calls you might see in this entire grand final. Yeah. What were they thinking?
Yep, that is a very good question to ask. Depression's thinking he wants to continue the punishment. GameZilla down the scout. AWP shot straight to his head. I do start to get concerned seeing that kind of tactic called in by the Mana camp as to how they're going to compose themselves on Dust 2. Didn't have to be that complicated, didn't have to be that lurky. As you say, 2 kills on B, commit B. Depression going to commit to killing off all players in mid, as will Henu. Frags found towards 2 individuals remaining for the Mana side. And they should go down with time. This round will not be taken by the T's.
Now, even though you can be critical, I think you have to be critical in different accounts depending on the team. If I see a mistake like that from Wild Lotus, is it excusable? Maybe, maybe not. But they're still a mixed squad, aren't they? You can give a little bit of an understanding. When you're Mana, you've been playing as a core 3 for nearly a year, I don't think you can make that example at all.
Definitely, 100%. I agree with you there. Wild Lotus won't be complaining. 5-0 on their board. CT side start looks good.
Well, I'm just trying to think. They won, what, 6 out of the past 8 rounds when it came to the tail end of Mirage in terms of the comeback and what they were able to achieve. We're now going out onto Mirage and they're 5-0. If we're just looking at the second half late resurgence from Wild Lotus on map 1 and now going into map 2, where's Mana's fight? Where's the competitiveness?
Seems to have slipped off a little bit. Mike's lost bonus will continue the buy states of the Mana cam. They will continue to see the rifles out for them. The extensions into the lower tunnels for Henu, who's going to take down 1 player in mid. That's the mid person closely right down. Look at the push forward of the smoke. I think it's very dangerous there from the Wild Lotus side. They almost make it work for them. AWP being pressured once again, but man advantage this time for the Wild Lotus camp. Lost Serber and GameZilla in those exchanges. The bomb plant will be secured by Mana. The third player is so far away though. These two are going to get compressed so quickly on the defensive line.
Yeah, they just need to try and hold off for as long as possible because help is just not coming.
Kaylee to watch out from the window angle. Swing out of the AK from Marcin. 2 individuals came to get one of the Mike and Aaron quickly sweep them up. And now the AWP too late to the party. The fuse already being held. Wild Lotus know that they're going to have number 6 no matter what happens. It's flawless at the start of this map up. Mana yet to begin on T side.
And this is what you hope and want to see from Wild Lotus, not just on Dust 2, but on every single map of the series. Individuals playing with confidence and going in with complete disrespect. Now, for Res, you just get very unlucky there. That timing was so excellent. You know that they've pressured Henu out there in the lower tunnels. You think about moving forward, it's just a whiff. That round probably could have even been 4 alive. I mean, that could have been so different from a CT perspective. And they are all over them right now.
Mana rebuying again, but need to find the rounds above all else. Flash forward for Aaron into that AK, and Mars going to take him down. Mike is going to back off forward. Damage is pretty decent against Mana's side. Advantage of the man advantage for them, however. Wild Lotus not going to get given a chance to trade it just yet. HEs will try and force them into an awkward stance and try and catch somebody on the edge of that blast radius in the end. Flash is turned away from it, swings back again. A one-for-one trade as Henu and Mikey will both drop out. Depression's Orb gets caught in transition, and the ace site will fall, as will the mid play get picked up, and finally Mana are on the board.
And Mana keep it very simple in that round. They have good long spawns, so you take the long space early, and then every time the CTs try and re-pressure, you're playing anti-flash, you're playing quite grouped, everyone trades successfully. The Wild Lotus got the AWP up from Depression in the last round. They're going to keep that forward. Very quiet out there on Mirage. Only dropped 12 kills, had very few with the AWP. A player that comes from a region that's never really, I would say, brought out AWPers. Whether you look at iNation, Partisan, always been really good riflers that have come from the local scene, but never AWPers.
Breaking that trend, perhaps, at least to a certain extent. Rest, M4, fast plays out at the T-side line. Flashbang's going to try and blind him off. GameZilla's going to take some damage. Swing up, kill found against that bomb carrier. Amar's down, GameZilla follows him, and so does Server. Kali with one trade, but he's left isolated, and again, Bleeder with this warp lurk back towards short on the other side of the map. There's no real way back in for him. Kali will be known about HE to open up the smoke screen, one player beyond it, and does find Henu. But now, low HP, swung upon, going to get faced extension by Mikey, who's slowly making his way around the outside of that smoke. The AWPer has finally arrived on the scene. They don't know how close they really are. The footsteps will be heard. The Molotov will try and clear out this corner position. Mikey not being seen. Bleeder lands Aaron. Bomb plant is safe for the most part. Mikey's going to let it go. Swing back towards Bleeder. AK seen, but Kaylee gets caught back by Depression. It's the AWPer now all alone. Bomb not planted for him either. Tapped and held once, stuck the second time. Mikey seen, shot missed out as Depression doesn't even need to get involved in that one. Mikey takes down the very missed shot of the T side. And Wild Lotus are back on track.
Now, Depression did something very cheeky there, and it's a subtle move. Now, there's an extension smoke out from the door, so Mikey thinks that there's a chance to get on the other side of it and get out towards car. What Depression is doing is making quite a little bit of noise on rotation. So if you're the bomb carrier, you've got to be thinking up there at window. You can't really be focusing out on the door. You can't be thinking about that might be a move. Wild Lotus playing off of each other really well right now.
Excellent stuff.
What a hold from the B anchor too, can we say. The rest completely alone there on B. Did not have a teammate inside, and he gets, what, 2 kills before falling?
He's doing a great job so far. Decent enough job as well on map number 1, even though he was one of the bottom end players of that board, and you still had his moments.
It was, what, the B anchor too? It was B lurk on T side, B anchor on the apartment. So you know on a map like Mirage, that sort of player is not going to be involved in too many fights, not going to put up too many numbers.
Bleeder's put numbers up to start off the round this time. Depression to fall. Kali to get 1 kill out of Mikey. Nice AG from Aaron will return the favour and get a trade, but it's still a man advantage for Mana.
A lot of individual lurks we're seeing from Mana on this T side, and not many of them are leading to successful duels. Amar is alone out towards short, very separated in round 9.
Ooh, almost got caught on Aaron's quick switch of the weapon. Chance to get a kill in a second face, and Amar will get him. Second player out, denied. Double up for Amar. A side's open, and there won't be any counteraction B plays this time. Straight in with that bomb, planted down safe. Henu's in a 1 versus 4 to make a return, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen for him.
I'd love to try and hold on to that AK, because money's not actually great here from Wild Lotus. We will see some economy troubles in the next couple of rounds or so.
Should do. You're going to get out of this one if you're going to exit frags particularly, because he's not going for the retake, obviously. AWPer does get caught for some damage, but he's going to get the kill on the first strike, and will get caught by GameZilla in the end. So the AK does not stay in for the Wild Lotus side, and Mana can now start to cripple that economy state some more. You see that there's not a lot of cash available for the CT side, so won't be a true investment. It'll be a forced buy if they do end up committing everything. It probably makes a lot more sense to half buy at this stage.
It definitely does. Mana will get themselves what should be a freebie on paper. And I think if map number 1 tells you anything, ecos have been quite expensive, both in the first half and the one to close. These lower investment rounds have not been that easy to deal with. Tactical timeout coming through from Wild Lotus, and I suppose for Henu, it's nice to see that he finally gets one international opportunity to play with an international lineup, because historically, the Finnish scene have been very, let's say, locked. I think very few players have decided to go overseas and play with international lineups. They've either played on ENTS, Havu, Ents Academy, they've kind of just stayed there, haven't they,
Yeah.
for so many years across CSGO and even now CS2.
And I mean, like Henry, the fact his first recorded team was Conquer back in 2020, and since then it's just been around all the other tier 2 Finnish sort of teams, Finnish national tier 2s like IQ, Niriki, SJ. Ents Academy obviously was the most notable one that I think everyone will probably know his name for the most.
And they've gone international now, but not when he was there. It was still full Finnish.
And of course, Yano being the most recent project that he's been a part of. He's finally looking to shed those national wings, sort of leave the nest, if you will. Same way that Amar leaves the nest of top end of the tunnels, out into the B-bomb site. Easy pickings for all 5 players of Wild Lotus. They are ripped apart. Mana with a third. Now we'll face the weapons for round 11. If they can get the next round in as well, then they could reset them for the final round of the half, and that could lead to a 7-5 scoreline for Mana. That wouldn't be that bad of a recovery.
It'd be very similar to how map number 1 was. You had, an 8-1 that went to an 8-4.
Yep.
You'd get something pretty much on the path of the course. Mana need to get tested in round 11 for the gun round, though.
Yeah, 6-0 to 7-5 does not sound all that bad.
Yeah, I'd be pretty satisfied with that one.
Mana might have had some awkward moments and pretty poor calls, honestly. But at the same time, scoreline reads good, then it could still be good at the end of the day. And sometimes number 13 is all you're looking for. Mana would know what that feels like from map number 1. Limited utility for Wild Lotus here. A little bit of smoke lacking, but they've got a couple available on Mikey and Depression. Depression's more focused on the kills, however, as Callie's going to fall first up on short.
Just lazy. No util to block out there towards short, not even a flashbang. They're pressurizing in from mid, but they did that previously, didn't they? Where they got out to the mid doors, but didn't activate straight away. Oh, they're trying to walk through this short smoke. This is very gimmicky.
Extensions towards long. Meanwhile, Depression's all going to catch another of Amar. Advantage to a 5-on-3 now for Wild Lotus. Mikey doesn't know exactly where to look towards. He does get caught by Bleeder's Orb in the end, so it's been an overlooking angle to see exactly how things are panned out. From inside Composure, as Server now looks on to try and take out his long presence, take the player over a car, but Aaron will train it back. Bomb Plum will look to get secured. Bleeder's in an awkward stance though. Gamezilla might be the only man that can do the majority of the heavy lifting and truly win the round for his side. He goes down quick to Henu though, so Bleeder needs nothing short of a miracle. Heads in the first man, can't land it. Now known the CTs are going to start to make up the difference. Smoke in the way of the short access. I thought he got that pick, but not to be. Glock finally comes out. Meanwhile, the fuse is being stuck, and he hasn't got a thing that he can do about it. It's still covered off in the way of his own smoke. A deeper smoke as well for the CT players. Bleeder doesn't have the angle, couldn't read it, as Wild Lotus take 8 instead.
Well, I think if we were getting $10 every time Bleeder's in a 1v3 or 1vx scenario, we'd be millionaires by the end of this final. It seems so frequently he is last alive, and in all honesty, Jay, in positions that just aren't even winnable. I think in a lot of these post plants and even mid rounds, just baiting. It's just not being an impactful to trade. I mean, right here, Gamezilla needs help on the bomb site, and Europa's just no man's land, so far away.
There's been some questionable lurks from that AWP, in my opinion, as well at certain points, so it hasn't quite led towards the post plants. Triple orbs in from Mannix. They got some cash to work with, and Bleeder finally does have an opening kill out towards the B-bomb side, sending his teammate with the rifle in, and Cali can get Henu next up. Now Depression's orb with the try to challenge them both here. AK was returned by the players that did buy those secondary and tertiary orbs, so we're going to get another one out towards mid. Mikey goes down. Depression's going to get compressed upon and dealt with by Katie the same. Aaron's alone in a 1 versus 5, and that round fell apart rather quickly for Wild Lotus. Mana, a bit more like that would have been nice to have seen across the T side when they had those rifles together, but it will still lead to a 4th round to close the half, an 8-4 recovery that favours Wild Lotus. And that does look eerily similar to how the last map went down, Dweck.
It definitely does. I think that round is just a prime example of individual mistakes being held on B. You've got the first encounter for Rest, just loses the frag to the AWPer, and then Henu out there to the big box. He can't even go 1-for-1. So it's successful from Mana's point of view, but Wild Lotus should have been doing a lot better there on B. 8-4, the way that I'm always going to look at it, because Mana do not have the experienced players that Wild Lotus do, I would always benefit a mixed squad like Aaron and Co to recover score lines. I think when it's in the reverse and the mixed squad is up, I have a lot more faith that they're going to close and they're going to be able to make sure that the map doesn't go into an overtime or all rounds in regulation like it nearly happened on map 1.
I get your perspective on that entirely. Wild Lotus have the 4-round lead for now. Into their T side they look to go. Mana trying to pose up a defensive half and try and recover some of this deficit. In towards mid, they're going to find first blood as Amar takes Henu down, looking for the second player at the lower tunnels, struggling with that headshot, but does get it together in the end as Rest will fall. And very little damage is returned here by Wild Lotus. Aaron, good flick. That is towards the one player, but couldn't deal with any of the others. So in the end, they'll get mopped up regardless. Cali with a triple, and Mana with a pistol fifth.
You just have yourself a state there for Wild Lotus, where they keep things very basic, smoke off mid, molly off the lower tunnels. They just can't hit any fights, can they? They're swinging out lowers, they're losing a couple of jewels to the short players. And Mana, even when they get it to a 5v3, they are giving a complete lack of disrespect. They're not falling back to the bomb site, and they keep fighting aggressively. Amar and Cali making it easy for themselves.
Three to the good still for Wild Lotus as lead. They're force brought as well into this second. Try and counter with a little bit of war of attrition. HE is down towards lower tunnels, bleeding, given a pretty easy enough opening kill. Mikey, however, trades it back with his Tech 9 in his hands. Advantage mitigated, but HP certainly favours the CT side until Rest takes back a trade against GameZilla, and suddenly the pace starts to pick up for Wild Lotus. And MP9 now in the hands of Rest. Does get caught from range by Amar and his M4. Bomb should get dropped as well by Aaron. Mikey is all alone in a 1 versus 3, sandwiched by Cali, and his teammates Thurber credited with the kill. And they close the gap ever more on Mana.
Bit of an unorthodox force by there. Wasn't much damage being done in the pistol, but 3v3, they get themselves in a good stance. It's just that last player on A, they couldn't quite get out there, tucking, playing a lot of time out from the default box. Amar making sure that him and Serber can hold a cross. A couple rounds of difference now.
Two rounds to the good. Mana should make it within one. Buy state not great for Wild Lotus. Look for the rifles in the next round, but this more eco-based buy shouldn't be doing too much unless the pace really gets towards their faces. Cali's already taken down 2. Putting the bomb carry towards mid. Blink chimes in, as does Amar. He's picking all 5 alive for Mana. Can really lock in their cash amount, start to build that economy. Wild Lotus will be up for their first rifle round of the half. And the gap has closed to 1 round.
Indeed it has. Wild Lotus were very comfortable to the start of this Dust 2, and now it's getting to a position where they need to lock in, because otherwise they could be 0-2 down. Depression getting that AWP out was okay out in the first half. Still think the majority of individual players have just been a bit average, not to the expectation of what we typically expect. That's a lot better for Depression, as he even gets a tag on the secondary shot.
That looked like it might well have been a body shot in my opinion. I guess only the legs will count, but Leader actually returns with the Rest, expecting that jump face to come forward and just spotting him above that smoke. Cali now into the lower tunnels, caught by Mikey to the advantage, tips the way of Wild Lotus regardless. An extension from Server also gets caught off guard. B site's open, they don't know about it. That bomb's all the way back towards the longhouse anyway. 1 player per bomb site to defend it. Bleeders AWP towards long, and GameZilla out towards the B bomb site, more directly anchored out. Aaron will take that kill. M4 will fight Henu, and Henu's going to get that kill regardless. Wild Lotus extend their lead.
Now, something that I was talking about a little bit out on Mirage is that, especially on Mana City side, any time that they were working a pick, there was instant re-aggression. And I think Wild Lotus picked up onto that towards the end of Mirage, and now translating it here to map 2. As soon as Mikey gets his kill, look at Henu. Just waiting on the smoke, waiting instantly for that player in the upper tunnels to push ahead. I think if they just keep it simple, Aaron just needs to call a very basic T side here, and they'll be able to close just on fundamental CS alone.
And the Wild Lotus have here. Really great set of players. Amar leans into that M4, spotting an individual, 2 of the individuals, in fact, towards Longhouse. The third man's going to join him with that bomb. GameZilla now. Oh, the crossfire. 1 player of utility caught in his hands. Rest caught out. Amar can't get any more out of it, and his teammates fall around him. Server training back elsewhere in the map, but they've abandoned the long challenge for Wild Lotus.
How does GameZilla just not have flashes? I don't understand. As an A-side player, you don't have util to back up your teammate. As soon as your long individual gets out there and trapped, you need flashes to get him out of trouble.
Shot missed by Depression. I know that a rotation's inbound in the lower tunnels of Server now. We're going to try and challenge on Aaron. Utility sent that Molotov to try driving back. He'll burn for it. He'll give up the information. Now they make their way into the bomb site. Can Bleed a hold of the defensive from the CT spawn angle, though. Smokes will get in the way, so we won't be able to see anything. The HEs won't reveal any presence out towards window, where Server gets caught back immediately. Henu's watching it, and Bleeder's now going to fall back and save his weapon. There's no chance in this round for him.
They just do the basics so right, don't they? Yeah. That 3v2 is a prime example of it, and I think something that was lacking from Wild Lotus out there on map 1 was just composure. The molly out there to lower tunnels, they don't peek before the molly blooms. What happens with that smoke out towards the doors? We don't path until the smoke goes down. You peek early before that molly, early before that smoke, you potentially give yourself up for an opening casualty, don't you? You give a chance back in the round to Mana. Fundamentally, that is very good CS being played from Wild Lotus.
And now Mana start to struggle again. To 10 on the T board. The pistol in conversions are a nice little moment's respite for the Mana camp. But now they'll face the true challenges that await them now. To the lead of the Wild Lotus side. 3 to the win. And 3 to the good over Mana, who have dropped weapons, a hero M4 for Cali, but outside of that, it is an eco half-buy for them.
I think something that you were mentioning and we were talking about towards the end of Mirage, no real star player, everyone putting up numbers, feels like players are just dropping off massively now for Mana. We're just not seeing impact from anyone.
One able to get that same in-your-face T side out of the first half. Now Wild Lotus actually get pressured a little bit more, but HE's down on Aaron. He's on 6 HP, and Bleeder's taking that AWP back up. It didn't turn into a force fight for Mana in the end. They got a couple extra M4s. Henu's there first to fall. Bleeder's waiting for a second man, and Aaron just gives him a pixel's worth of info, which Bleeder can adjust towards. Headshot taken from beyond that wall. Amar in on short and catwalk. Rest going to get caught back for that. And a 2v5 for Wild Lotus now.
It's a crazy setup for the CTs. They're playing 2 on B and an AWP in the lower tunnels. It was the right cancel from Wild Lotus. They realized that they didn't get the entry clean. They were up against the util. You want to back off, take lowers, and then you just go straight to Bleeder. That's a good response there from Mana and an opportunity to pick up quite a few AKs.
Of which they'll acquire 4 of those AKs on the CT side, which is quite a powerful setup. I mean, I know that there might not be many, or there might be some people not quite familiar with the mechanics of Counter-Strike. CT side AKs, they are deadly, beyond deadly. And that might spell trouble for Wild Lotus here if Mana continue to apply themselves in that kind of a round like that. The confidence could build, and they could still be back in this game here. AWPs in towards mid, Rest. Translate utility into the suicide angle, but 3 players up top, 2 in at the tunnels. Wild Lotus not being contested too hard by Mana.
Now, they certainly have the weaponry, but they've struggled to convert back-to-back gun rounds. I think that's been something that's hurt them the most on Dusters. They've won a lot of ecos and a lot of light buys, but in the gun rounds, they've been the weaker squad.
Yeah.
Now, Mikey's setting up the mid to B smoke. Not too much aggression from Gamezilla, and yes, he might be the in-game leader, but spoke about it at the start of the series, puts up decent numbers, strong start in-game leader, 4 kills going into round 19. He is struggling.
Doesn't get anything out of that mid-access either. Smoke's in the way, will clear up in the end. He adjusts back towards CT spawn as well. He's not the only player on single-digit frags. Cerber's on 6. The Mana count, that's not encouraging to see 2 players underperforming. And it's going to continue there for Gamezilla. Mikey takes in 2 players on the B defensive. As one gets spammed up, but not much damage done towards Cali. Instead, he drops that bomb side onto a second individual and takes Mikey back for it. Sees one more of depression. That's a triple secure, but not the quad. He's done enough, though. 2v2. He's made this winnable for Amar and Bleeder.
They've got to try and fight for that bomb control, and that's where the AWP is holding out from the window.
There's no utility for the T side either. They're going to peek this dry. Rest. Holding, and Bleeder shuts him down. It's all on Henu now. Low HP, fight missed out the shot. Flashbangs turned in. Amar looks for his fight and wins it out. Even look at the damage done at 13 points of health. That one came down to the wire there. But all down to one man's 3K defense that kept it winnable for Mana.
And Kaylee stepping up when requirement. Gamezilla just gives away the easiest of kills out there towards CT spawn. And I'm looking at the 2 defenders on B without a rotation in sight, and I'm thinking there's not much hope. There really isn't much going for them. But the off angle out from the window and the multi-frag sequence saves them. Wild Lotus, that should have been their round, stolen away. At least they've got a hero out for Mikey.
Straight up the swing. Kill found from Amar again. First, second, not quite the third. He's out of ammo for that. Still for the USP, actually, and does find Henu in the end. He's going to nip in for even more out of his pistol. Flashbangs against the pressure. Going in for the rifle, but Amar takes him. That's a quadra. 3 kills on the USP. And he's starting to have a lights-out game. 23 frags deep in this map.
And this is the moment of opportunity for both the in-game leader of Gamezilla, but also some of the star players to recognize the position that they're in. 10-10, 1-0 up in a best-of-5 LAN grand final. You've got to take it right here. You're in a position where you've won the last couple of rounds. Confidence is quite high. You've got yourself a save to AK. The economy's in a really good state. You cannot afford to bottle this. It's closing time, but Depression, he's been pretty good with these mid-picks.
Indeed he has. Probably my MVP of this map for Wild Lotus, but there's two standout men on Mana right now that are making the ultimate difference, and Amar is one of them. Another spray down to catch so much. 2 kills and nearly a third on Depression. 5 HP for the man. As they have been ripped apart, Wild Lotus don't know where to go from here.
And it's the right adaptation. You put the pressure point in for mid and you try and pressure elsewhere. Full blinded, but just an excellent spray control, excellent spam. And for Wild Lotus, well, they're desperate for a returning pick, but they're just not getting offered much of one at the moment.
Where do you search for it, though? Mana is so passive. You're going to go into the bomb side and easy execution. And Cali's set to receive on the B bomb side. Did so well in that last round. One of those 2 key defining leaders on the Mana side. Utility sent down to prod of the bomb site, going to call in a second player's worth of rotation. The rest of the CT's on the way in as they clear out long and recognize it cannot be an A here. Aaron with a kill on Cali, but Gamezilla gets that 5th kill of the game for himself and a blind shot with stray bullets on Depression. Mikey's alone, 1v3, picked up that first, but tagged down for it. Plant will look to get secured. Bleeder makes his move. Pistols pulled, low HP. Mikey's caught looking the wrong way. And it is Mana up to 11. Game on for Dust 2. They have a lead and they're 2 away from the win.
Now, the difference that we're probably noticing out here on Dust 2 between the 2 squads is just a little bit of X factor, a bit of spice. I think that Wild Lotus have been the stronger team in both the first half and the second half, but we're just seeing some good multi-frags, aren't we? Whether it be Amar or Cali, between the 2 of them, they're pulling off sequences that just feel impossible, that feel unlikely to ever even occur.
Tactical timeout now called in by the Wild Lotus side. Their second of this map. 1 more remaining in their back pockets for regulation, and then we start to think about the overtimes at that point. But it feels like it's do or die here for round 22 for the money. And it's very little in return. I mean, even with this buy state, the AKs they've got leaves limited utility states. And Mana have got everything they need. Spare cash to lose the round with. Rifles are plenty. The only thing you're missing is 3 more AKs, I think, on the CT side.
Well, they've got a good long spawn for the first time in a while here from Rest. So you expect them to fly him out, and he's going to be a difference maker to try and get an opening kill, to try and launch an advantage early.
Quick in towards Longhouse. Out towards Long for the Wild Lotus side. No one in position to receive it here for the Mana camp. Instead, out and about on that smoke. And they don't want to commit too much here. They'll leave Rest back a pit. We'll see those smokes or hear them coming in from Mana, who will be a little bit careful about the defensive. They think that Wild Lotus are up to something.
Mar hasn't even got much mid-clearance, so they are pretty much sitting back and holding passive. Aaron is waiting for a slight extension. Mana, it's been nearly a minute into the round, and there is still not yet a contact.
Leaning closer. Mar. Incendiary caught in his hands. Mikey, an all-important kill to open up for Wild Lotus. And not full send just yet. That bomb's still on its way back to the B tunnels, but still a kill comes in for Bleeder. Henu can return fire and double up to Bleeder as well. A site cleaned out. And a 4v2 for Wild Lotus.
Now, after Mikey got that first kill, there was an incendiary thrown towards short, and it missed. And as soon as it missed, that's when the T's jump on the opportunity.
Ooh.
There is a moment here that the CTs might think the bomb's going back to B. So they're going to start backing off. This should be full clearance for Aaron and Depression in the 2v2.
They're trying to make their way up, and they'll hear the smokes coming into the CT side to indicate where it's all coming out from. Smoke to that cross, bomb will look to commit, and now towards short, Aaron's going to fight on 1. See that second player, Cali on 6 points of health. Needs the perfect duels, the perfect headshot's not going to happen for him. Wild Lotus go to blows with Mana, 11 apiece. Came down to 2 men, came down to the captain once again. A rebuy available for Mana in what might be their last chance to win out Dust 2.
Now, I believe that Mana got hit with just a bit of nerves in that round. I think the way that they've composed themselves across Dust 2 has been quite confident. They've been taking map control, but they're doing nothing in that round. They're not peeking short, they're not taking long, they're not walking up the tunnels. Just felt that they were sitting back and giving too much respect to Wild Lotus. All
squared up, all evened out. We'll play all of regulation. And Wild Lotus have momentum, have the last round behind them. The streaks have been with the Mana side, though, in the second half. 3 in a row to start, 4 in a row before the last one came in. Only 2 more in a row if they can maintain this map. Look at Kaylee looking all the way up towards mid. The extensions may catch some information. He's not going to go so far forward with it, though. At least Short is gained control over the CT forces. It's really the B side that's the big concern.
And the anger is very defensive out on B, not playing at the big box, out to the back plat. And there's a slight distraction in from long that's pulling some attention away. The second player on B on rotation is going to take ages. Serber has no help on this one at all.
Might have to play for the retake. What can he get out of his kill counts, though? Back up over at the smoke. Execution comes in, gets towards the window. No fight to win. Depression and Mikey. Oh, Mikey with 2. Bad towards me to cut those rotations back. Amar can take one of them, but now needs to enter into the bomb site for the retake. The only automatic rifle. Incendiary sent. Henu in the corner. No need to move. He's not Molotov the way. I think Mana are calling and a say. I think they're backing off to concede this round. A map point to Wild Lotus.
And Serber, not only an individual that's been struggling across this entire map, but has to try and defend the B bomb site by himself without any help of even Util. Mikey at top mid makes it expensive. And they are hunting, so don't be surprised if these CTs end up dropping. Amar is still stranded out here in top mid.
You know, escape the ire of rest at least. That Orpa's probably the most one in trouble because he only get caught looking the wrong way at the moment. Doesn't know those kills will come in. The AWP kill does come out from 1 CT player, but they maintain those 2 guns, and that's all important towards the CT forces. 12-11 though. Map point for Wild Lotus. Only 1 map point available to them. But 1 for overtime on the Mana side though.
And Mana, to me, need to play aggressive from the outset of this gun round. I think if you sit back and play defensive, you're not going to give yourself an open kill. You're not going to threaten the mid-round. Aaron is getting too much respect. He's currently calling a game where he's just slowing the round down. They're using Util. They're cutting rotations. You need to make it chaotic. You need to make it uncomfortable. And these last few rounds have been anything but that.
Maybe this is the point that Mana can call in a tactical pause and discuss how they're going to get back to those kind of winning ways. Maybe a play to get in the faces of Wild Lotus might give them the way forward.
We've even seen moves aggressively with the AWP in lower tunnels. We've seen them crunching the tunnels itself. We've seen them fighting heavily for long previously. Got to look for an opening pick. Got to fight for map space.
Going Longhouse initially. 3 players to meet him. Smokes come out a little bit late. Flashes forward. Aaron struck first on Wild Lotus. That's massive. Kali is going to get caught. And they just back off for that. And Aaron will stick around the edge of the Longhouse just in case, but his teammates are heavy committing back towards mid with the separation of Mana to keep in mind for here. Amar's going to try and watch out with that AK. AWP's on that B bomb site in the meantime. Smokes down. Good shot from Bleeder. 4v4 established. Flashbangs come over. Henry going to turn from it. And Bleeder now holds the tunnel's entrance. His teammate at the M4 needs to try and prioritize that B door defensive. The bomb's still out in the open, but it starts to close away. They've prodded and fallen back. They're still going to be flexed towards short, especially as Bleeder goes down to the B bomb site. Mikey with that all-important kill. Going to look for one more anchor individual as Wild Lotus recommit back up. Amar could catch one player above the smoke. Henu jumping, seen out by the AK. 3-on-3 now, but Bomb still in the tunnels. Will make his way up. It's all on Serber. He has to hold the defensive. Has to at least get a 1-for-1 trade. Set up the retake for his teammates, and no one's making a move. No one's going for this info. He's called back a big box. Kill onto 2 individuals. And GameZilla gets 1 more back out in mid to send this into overtime for Dust 2.
That's going to be a good feeling in from Serber. Stuck on 7 kills going into the last round of regulation, but has the multi that ends it off entirely. Wild Lotus had everything going for them here. As soon as they traded the AWP and got themselves a 4v3, I thought this round was finished. Pack and group, they've done everything correctly. They just couldn't trade the big box player, and Mikey eventually gets overwhelmed. Nice response there from Mana. Aaron and the boys had an opportunity right there, but it was snatched away from them.
12 apiece. Not so easy, is it now? Tactical call in immediately by the Mana side as well. Just that instant moment to just reset the mental. This is where things get dicey. This is where it could all come undone in a matter of moments. We have to look back to those top individuals. Amar nearly 30 bombing in this matchup, and Cali's not too far behind him. No one key individual for the Wild Lotus at the match, those kind of numbers. But Serber is going to step up for Mana to try and make up the basement. 2 all-important frags as Aaron and Rest go down. He got 2 out of the last B defensive as well. This time over on A, he shut down the offense.
So that's crazy, right? So Serber is the B anchor, but the only reason he's taking long that round is because they want the AWP on B. So we're seeing a different dynamic, and he instantly gets a multi-frag. That's good for the young man's confidence. Depression hoping for a mid-timing. He spotted 2 crossing, but gets nothing. At least they've got the B anchor of the AWP.
Leader down. M4 of GameZilla caught flashbang, but still finds a pick back on Henu. And Mikey's feeling pressure from 2 different sides. They'll attack against him. We'll get the first kill onto Amar. 4 HP though. Blind sprays from GameZilla. Can still get a return and beyond that flashbang. Depression in a 1 versus 3. That's a good shot. GameZilla's down. 2 more isolated fights can come his way. The bomb now, of course, in the open. That smoke will bounce into the open. Try to give him a bit more cover to recover it. But can he get that plant down?
Does he even get respect? No, he doesn't. He thought for a moment, 3v1, just put themselves in, give the plant, play the retake. Now, round coming through from Mana. And there it is. There's that opening kill against the AWP, but just players flying in. And GameZilla, he's had a quiet dust too, but was not afraid to keep taking Jules out from the window and the door.
Opening advantage for this overtime for Mana. Back in control, back in the lead. First time, I believe, since we saw the last map. Good shot from Bleeder. Winning a fight against Depression. Something the Depression won time and time again. Amar also with the strike back. Cali also involved towards bottom end of mid. Mikey's traded with his 2 kills as far as he'll go. And Rest has to take a rest because he's not getting this round. Good shot on GameZilla, maybe. Might make it expensive, at least try and take some names with him. Smoke down towards the mid doorways, but can he clear out Amar? Seeing the shoulder, sprays awkward. Wary of the second man, they're thinking the Bleeder might make his way in soon off the back of that contact. HG's against him, do very little. He's going to sneak onwards here.
He needs to catch a timing because him and Bleeder are completely separated. A lot of time to work with, but he's got to catch off this rifler at top mid.
Hearing a man forward, secondary kill, 1v1. Bleeder seen the 23 HP. Rest. Only 8 frags deep, bottom of the board in the server, but this could be his shining moment. Gonna go back for the bomb towards spawn, knows where Bleeder is, know where he escaped towards. Maybe he commits the B-bomb site now.
And just with his knife pulled out there in top mid, this clutch is definitely on. And if you're Bleeder, I think the confidence starts disappearing quickly, doesn't it? And I think pressure starts mounting. You might even feel, am I better to go over towards the P250 than the AWP? 23 HP, it's a very difficult situation to be in for him.
At 23 points of health, I think you probably are looking to just hit that first shot above all else, because that might be the only way you win against Rest. Bomb down, Molotov used, still got 2 flashbangs available for the man. That AWP is coming in from the tunnels here. Bleeder's making his way up. Rest has not got any information towards it though. He's watching, he's ready. The AWP leans in, Rest. Oh, just seen the shoulder, information given up. Flashbang sent over, Rest gonna get caught for it. Oh, Bleeder! What a shot that is! Heard around the halls. And that is a wonderful, wonderful recovery for Mana.
Oh, that's poor there from Rest, really poor 1v1. As soon as he gives away the info out there, he needs to either repause or try and drop down. Instead, he plays the off angle, goes straight looking into the flashbang. Can't see a thing, and it's an easy shot for an AWP. And Jacob knows better than that one. He knows that that round should have been on. He knows that that should have been 13-13. Had everything going for him. HP advantage, but not the shot.
(14-12), Mana starting to pull ahead. Wild Lotus in control of this entire map up until now. And imagine what it could do to you to be in that position and still concede this map. Not only that, but also concede to the 0 and 2 in the best of 5. Mana would be truly in the driver's seat of the championship. Wild Lotus need to find a recovery, and Aaron could be that recovery, but he run right into Cali, who's able to return to GameZilla's initial casualties. Mikey can get trading, but Amar's still back on it elsewhere. Mikey's double will keep it at a 2v2, but him and Depression are both tagged up. Mikey more so at 19, B-site is open, and Depression's taking that orb straight into a shot onto Cali. He's going to try and become the hero again. He nearly was in the last one, but Amar trades it. It's all on Mikey now. 1v1 is going for the taps. He didn't quite see him. I think Amar might have caught vision himself. Mikey making no noise, trying to suss out what Amar's going for here.
This is all timing and a very similar clutch to the last round. The HP differential between the two, the separation of the map. Mikey in a tough clutch situation. I think Depression could have easily backed off after that first kill, easily gone into the lower tunnels and repos to make it a 2v1. And now they're both fighting against one another.
And this is a very interesting position. Mikey smokes off that cross towards CT. He's made a wonderful read all the way back to that B bomb site and now into A instead.
Open for
pulling his
plant.
teammate for a lot. Yeah, I mean, he's opened his opponent back up to a counter rotation. The utility sent in, counter smokes back towards long. Lamar swings and Mikey lands that headshot for a 1-1 that keeps them away from map point on Mana.
Well, it looked like the death wish of the 3-0. And Mana was doing a very good job of isolating and choking off that long position out towards short. Was Mikey with the lurk to make it happen. Wild Lotus still, though, in a position where they're maybe struggling a little bit too much than you would expect. Don't really want to be in clutch situations like here. And Depression sets up Mikey for the clutch and just about gets it.
Mana switch halves into the T side with the advantage still. Kill found for Bleeder against Aaron this time. Double off set up for Wild Lotus. Seen it a couple times over on the first map. Only a triple up in the last round of the T side from Mana in regulation of this one.
Now, he threw a decoy there, the AWP Bleeder, which baited out a shot. Now, whether that was a sound cue to let Aaron peek into the angle or not, you'll never know. But it does warrant an opening frag. But the return is out in long. Depression against Cali now.
Frag beyond that smoke. Advantage now for nobody. Wild Lotus is going to continue to look to commit in from the mid to B angle. Smokes down towards CT spawn. That'll force Henu back. Molotov's a little bit late to the party. Henu kill foul the first, only the first though. Amar and Bleeder return fire. B is open, advantage for the T's. They'll plant down, they'll keep this simple. Look for number 15. Damage being done to Mikey. Next up, here in Depression. The rest, another big Depression moment to try and keep this round and this game together for the Wild Lotus side. Or close, shuts down Mikey. All on Depression now. Server's going to get caught. Bleed around the corner though. Holds its nerve for a quadra. And that's map point Mana.
And it's funny because I think a lot of the regulation we saw impact out of Amar, a little bit from Cali, but now that we've gone deeper towards the end of reg and now into OT, we've seen a little bit more from other players, which is a positive sign for Mana overall in this entire series. The rest out on B, just struggling to get this crossfire between him and Henu, goes straight into the AWP. And what a quiet game that's been from the secondary caller. 8 and 23. When the map is so close, right? When the scoreline isn't much in it, you don't want a player that's still on single digits.
Oh, Depression just took his own teammate out to find the openings. Follow-ups from Wild Lotus. It does give a 3v3 as Bleeder. His AWP can strike back. Meanwhile, on the B bomb site, they're making their way in. All sorts of casualties out in mid. And now the plant can be secure, but Mana are down by a man. Aaron just caught Gamezilla, and Serber burns to a crisp. Wild Lotus may look to stay alive. It's all on Bleeder now to try and hold them off. 1v3. And AWP quite literally cornered here. They're making their moves. They're coming up now. AWP on strike, M4 down, AWP close range, Depression caught, Bleeder's Take-9's pulled out, and a 1v3 clutch that almost comes in. He taps his Take-9 onto Aaron, but the USP comes in and Wild Lotus are saved.
Ooh, just about, and you can see Mikey smiling about that one. That was way too close for comfort. Don't even think the CTs played it poorly. They all swung together, they all got themselves in trading positions. But as soon as Depression misses that shot for the AWP, there's a feeling of, oh no, it's finished. Oh, that could have been the closer. That was it right there. One good shot against Aaron and that's it.
My word. Down to the wire are these rounds now. Wild Lotus.
But they've got to keep hitting B, don't they?
Yep.
Right now, they are getting the anchor of rest every single time.
How do Wild Lotus adjust towards that? Do they start committing more players towards B side? Not quite. More presence in mid. Look at Mikey standing all the way up here with flashbangs involved. Seen one player. That's the bomb known about. HE's return from Bleeder to reveal himself behind the suicide box. He's trying to flash his way out of position. Being watched by Mikey regardless. HE's will do nothing as Mana Full send into Longhouse, and outside of Long, 4 players to receive on the CT side. They've got the recent information earlier on. Amar still finds a kill on Aaron. Advantage for the Mana side. Looking at the second, Mikey is going to trade it back to a 4v4 here. And Mana start backing off here. Extensions from Server might start to indicate exactly why.
They've got the open B space. They force the over-rotation completely. Still going to take a while for that bomb to commit. So Serber needs to fight against the rotators. He needs to slow down any of them coming back into spawn.
Well, Mikey's on his wraparound in towards the lower tunnels, so that might be the first big concern for Mana here. Browsing that mini-map and that kill feed, a fight coming towards the mid-to-B angle. Mikey good burst forward, but dealt with by the AWP. Rest of the trade back with 2 versus 3 for the favor of Wild Lotus, hiding behind the car as well. Callie's going to get caught. One more man left in Bleeder, with a chance for Mana to close. Not going to happen. Wild Lotus take us to a double overtime instead.
Just 2 telegraph. Took way too long to get that bomb back over. And then talk about even the spacing, just so poor out there in the upper tunnels. GameZilla is so much further aggressive than his AWPer. And Serber, it doesn't help that he got caught off by one of those mid-flankers of Rest. Depression on the back lines, make it 15-15. And for Mana, maybe just a bit of pressure on the stage right there. Having the point to go 2-0 up, didn't quite close. Wonder if that comeback's to hurt them now.
all. We go the distance again. Another overtime up to grabs. Wild Lotus. Well, they'll lose that first pick. Bleeder struck again for Mana. Mikey down.
But they've missed the door smoke, which means the AWP can post, and Amar is going to get flashed in. Really good flash assist. Easy kill there from Henu.
Blind as a bat. Didn't know he was shooting at nothing. Aaron's AWP now lean forward. The double AWP set up. Almost caught collateral kill. Bleeder got caught the tag damage. GameZilla's going to fall most certainly. Bomb just crossed and Aaron saw it. Teammates in mind. Callan's going to catch off Rest instead. Low HP for Bleeder, but the 2 riflers are on the site now. Aaron leaning close to the scene there. Adjustments from Callie can only go so far as the 1 pick back. Henu going to trade it, and Serber is going to catch him. All under pressure now. Another AWP clutch for him to maintain. Aware of 1 player around the bomb site. The second man is a mystery. Bleeder would come easy. Serber might be the concern at close quarters combat. A big green gun, a big green sniper in his hands. Looks to swing, sees his man, but misses it. Overcooks that flick. Mana are back in the lead.
And Mana deserved that round. Done everything right from the outset. Dealt with Aaron, kept trading off of one another in the post plant and wasting time. Wild Lotus. I mean, I'm surprised that Aaron's even AWPing. Typically been an in-game leader that's not been much of a hybrid player, not been much of a secondary AWPer. He's done a bit of it on Mirage and even more of it out on Dust too. This time unsuccessful for the CT round win.
Got close though. Double AWPs for Mana now this time. Nades onto Amar, trying to go for the entries out to the long house. He's down to 44 HP. Starting advantage for Wild Lotus here.
And go back and get that AK. Only had the secondary AWP because he had the best long spawn.
Give it over. Turn to the automatics. Leave 4 AKs in mind for Mana. Wild Lotus. 2 defenders over on the B side, which is where Mana are leaning into.
Now, Wild Lotus have pretty consistently played a 3-2 setup on their CT side. And not often had a mid player. Had Mikey as the flex that can rotate down to CT, but pretty much prioritize short. Now, the AWP from Depression has normally been on the car angle defending A. This time he's on B.
Swings into those smokes. Mikey waiting. Depression, flash, blind. HE's against Amar. Leave him low. Depression still hits that shot. Advantage, taking out HP bars on the Mana side and now start to really lose their grip on this one. Mikey and Henu hold their nerve. Mikey triples out. And Wild Lotus, on the best rounds we've seen from them on this map so far, even up the board again.
But it's very readable that when Amar is solo in mid, you know that it's always a fake. You know that it's always a draw of a walk contact. They've done it previously quite a few rounds in regulation where they just send him to be the searching. Everyone up there towards short just gets bombarded with util. You've got crossfires everywhere. 16-16. At least AKs are in play for the CTs.
Four of them plus an AWP. One AK available for Wild Lotus. The M4s and the AWP are outside of that. Mana. So careful to pick their positions and pick their moments up into the mid and short access. There are smokes on the way of the CT side. They're going to block access entirely.
The Wild Lotus have not had too many aggressive approaches on their CT side in comparison to Mana, with the odd one here and there. Amar takes all of this short access for free. Mikey was holding long, but because there was not enough distraction from the T side, he just gives up the space. They need to get the AWP involved again. Depression in that last round got an opening pick against Amar, just defending out on that B bomb site.
Aaron leans things once, Server takes back. Amar tries to go in for the double, but Aaron doubles back instead. He looks frustrated about that one, and maybe rightfully so. Advantage whittled down when it should have been a simple trade at the very least. Molotov sent flashes coming in with the CT side. Bleeder can get one of them back, but Mikey's got two and a triple on his spray down. Wild Lotus back in the lead. Now, can they close from here?
Well, I think it has to be noted that for Amar, dropping nearly 30 in regulation, I know he slowed down a bit in overtime, but his individual performance in both the first half and the second half probably should have just been enough to close then, to not even drag this game out into overtime. So now that you're going into OT and you're fumbling rounds, you're not closing them down, that's when the frustration and the tilt starts kicking in. This was yours for a 2-0. You had the map point to do so, and instead, Wild Lotus keep kicking in.
Tactical timeout called in by the mixed side. They've kicked in, now they need to lock in and get 2 more rounds. Magic number is 19 to win this map, and for Wild Lotus to go 1-1 in the best of 5. Yeah, huge, huge victory for them, and again, they do not want to make concessions here. Do not want to go down and reverse sweep in a full-on series like this. Guns abound. M4s on both sides. AWPs on both sides, rather. M4s for the CT squad, and the leg shots on Server already kicked things off well for Wild Lotus. Complete a takedown. Depression, he's seen him, but he's not going to find the shots.
Aaron doesn't even spam in the process, but does put some util support down. Now, a long challenge is very aggressive here from Amar. Should never walk through that smoke. And Mana. Well, when Server is so low, they're going to swap the AWP over.
Penny Cheese against Mikey, tag him up. 29 HP, GameZilla's going to fall back out of position. Smokes will get in the way and force him back to a passive position, probably to the A-side defensive more directly. T's are walking up and working into a group position and now starting to lean in towards that A-short take. Wild Lotus still waiting for their moment to strike, a minute on the clock.
But this is going to be patience for Amar to see whether he actually pulls the trigger and goes aggressively. He gets the first, doesn't even see the shadow, doesn't even know that there's more players out there to long house.
Low HP just wants to back off. He's got the man advantage for his side. Wild Lotus falling victim to a fragger, a 33 frag Amar at that. Top of his team, not quite top of the server anymore. That's Mikey at 35. And now Wild Lotus need to focus on the execution. 30 seconds remaining. They're going in towards mid to B. Henry's going to get caught tagged. And eventually that AWP of Server is going to take him. Mikey, low HP, needs to get involved here. Can't do so. Cali is going to take him. Aaron with a returning frag onto GameZilla. Cali's going to feel pressure, but he's got 100 HP, 15 seconds on the clock. Wild Lotus can't act quick enough. And Mana going to equalize the board again.
Amar sets up that round, and for Wild Lotus, I think it's quite unfortunate for Henu. He's walking out there in the mid doors, trying to put some B pressure on, and he just gets spammed instantly, doesn't he? He gets dinked in the process through that CT smoke. And then the AWP catches him, which means out on A, players are there to crossfire off. And even Cali on the bomb site, not over-peaking, playing very disciplined, 17-17.
Even again, Wild Lotus need to find the breaking point. Need to find the map point and the map win. Opponent's picking the series, but theirs has already been wasted away on that Mirage. Mana, good manner of fashion. Hunt for their 2-0 start in the best of 5. Spread out defaults from both teams. No one are going to take contact early this time.
The double AKs being held in from the previous round can make quite a difference. A lot of HEs being dropped in there from spawn, retaking HEs. And that can keep getting lobbed up towards CT and into short. Now, Depression with the AWP, when the smoke clears, might think about peering the angle slightly and just giving himself a chance to strike once against the anchor.
Minute to play with. Smokes on to CT spawn, cross flashes. Much for the T side. HG trying to reveal 4 games in to get that first pick in. Sees Henry at least the first contact, but it's Depression. The strikes first to the AWP. Amar is down. Serber, only B-side defender. Striking awkward against Rest, but does take him. Aaron trying to around the outside. Oh, great shot from the AK. Double, triple secured as he solo holds again with backup from his teammates to pick up the final pieces. And once again, Mana are on map point.
Serber being pressured out there from the backside. Amar being caught. And this is very difficult for an anchor. You've got players swarming you from the left-hand side, out from the right, and he shows his stability. I think that's something that Rest in particular was really struggling with on the majority of his CT sides, is when that B side was getting hit, he was getting 1 for 1 at most, maybe 1.5 kills. You've got a player on the other side that's multi-fragging just so much to a higher degree.
Wow, Lotus, domed in initially as well. Going to say they're going to try and get towards that longhouse position and try and establish a long presence to try and finally return onto Mana, but that opening kills left a bit of a hole in their offensive line. They're already lacking in funds. Mac 10s and scouts being brought out for what could well be Mana's winning moment. For Dust 2 at least, Aaron tagged. Blader takes down Depression. Next up, the AWP battle, the AWP scout battle. Goes the way of the CT side as Gamezilla strikes next. Bleeder Depression, but lands his kill, as does Amar. And that is a 2-0 now for the boys of the Mana Esports side. This series going down towards their favour at the moment, and they're 1 map away from claiming the trophy.
Indeed they are. And Jay, let's be honest, both of those maps were very competitive, but not from the start. We had one-sided leads from both the respective sides. And from Wild Lotus's point of view, they'll be very disappointed having a few map points there on Dust 2 to not close that out and go 1-1 in the series.
And not to mention, they were the team that were leading this time. It was the Mana camp that started to hold their control over on the first map, but ultimately Wild Lotus were the team that held the starting advantage by quite a margin, 6-0 at a certain point, where you thought to yourself, okay, this is going to be a tough sort of return around, another 8-4 advantage, sort of like half from that CT side, and that being a very difficult sort of thing to return from. But still, they returned from it, and unlike Wild Lotus in the last map, Mana returned to actually get the map victory for themselves, Dwayne. So that's a huge result for them, and now 2-0 up in the series with Ancient coming up next. Can they carry this form over to something more complex? We'll find out after the break. Well, this grand final was to be a testing affair for the Mana Esports team. However, they have risen to that test and now are 2-0 up in the series over Wild Lotus, our favourites in our best of 5 grand final for Counter-Strike 2. Dwayne, they've won out Mirage, they've won out Dust 2. Can they now win Ancient as well?
When you're up that sort of scoreline, when you're up 2-0, I don't even think the maps matter, right? Whatever map 3, 4, or 5 even is, when you're up 2-0, you're in a very good position. Now, for Gamezilla, he's previously lost 3 LAN Grand Finals in Hungary. Funny enough, even played one with Aaron in 2018 and played one with BP5 in 2019 and lost to Aaron. His record against him has not been very good. And now, you've got to imagine that your record is on. This has got to be a best of 5 final win now.
I mean, certainly you feel like it. I know that we were talking a little bit about like potentially how the maps could play out in terms of like their complexities, and one of the things that we saw out of this Mana side is the fact that they always had this directive, in-your-face, aggressive style on that Mirage. Maybe slowed down a little bit for Dust 2, but that definitely worked for those 2 map-ups. Can it work the same sort of situation for Ancient? In my eyes, for CT side at least, it could well do so. We talk about how sometimes that map can come down to taking a lot of that lane control and top-mid access and bringing the fight to your opponents, and so far, that's what Mana have done to Wild Lotus. The individual prowess of the Wild Lotus side still exists, however, it has been beaten by pace, it's been beaten by an established set of 5 players who are now ready to try and wrap up this series in 3. Can Wild Lotus stay alive? We're about to find out. It's map 3 of our Counter-Strike Grand Finals. Ancient to see Mana on the CT side start.
Wild Lotus need to get more out of their individual players from the absolute get-go, and it's going to start with aggression. Red Room smoke, spam in from mid. Gamezilla not getting anything.
Bullets flying past the heads of the T-side players, whilst Blinded will take red access now, and Gamezilla's going to have to tuck himself into a corner and get checked by Rest. He kicks the lazy. He does get a kill out of that one alongside Bleeder, who drew out first blood. Depression trades back on 1. Wild Lotus down a man. Bleeder challenge. Player at CT being turned on by 2 individuals. Server does get goosed down to 6. And now forced away towards Red, if caught back by Mikey, as Aaron now continues to draw attention towards that A-bomb side. Bleeder get caught on timing. Mikey takes that double up. 2 kills to his name, half HP remaining. Bomb plant should get secured, opened up, and Mikey with a triple will now lock in the CT defenders. Cowley is going to go for 1 of the kills, but not the second. Depression puts him back in his place. It's a pistol win for Wild Lotus.
Now, that's Mikey at his very best, and funny enough, he's even got a local LAN in a couple of weeks, so this could be a chance for him to reverse sweep here in Budapest, go back into the local scene and be successful. Mikey won a T-esports LAN last year and then a LAN way back in 2022. But in the trophy cabinet, it is only 2. He would love to try and make it 3. And Wild Lotus, for a moment, you thought they might have wanted to shift back to B. And I think that was the complexion of the kills in at Red Room towards the Spawn players, is that you just don't quite know for Mana. Are they going A? Are they going B?
Another act out towards mid, and the A-bomb site over up the donut entrances. Damage will be done towards several TT-type players. The 3-on-3 with the trade kills at least coming in for Server, keeping it an even stance, but surely him and his teammates shouldn't walk much further here. 10 points of HP for Bleeder, 29 for Amar. Server's on 70 ES, but on MP9 versus the full gamut of rifles that Wild Lotus have in play.
Wild Lotus are just waiting for a re-aggro, and it's definitely happening down towards the bottom of B ramp and out there towards Red Room on the timing. Bleeder on 10 points of health. It's tough for him to even get 1 somehow.
Bringing from Bleeder, almost caught Mikey to dead. Half HP for him now, even less than that. I think down to the MP9, not quite enough for the full-on kill. And now Amir's been seen. Killed off by Rest, who's also tagged low. These dinks are getting deadly. Oh, Mikey turns away the wrong moment, does turn back towards Bleeder, so now he's a dead man. And Serba in a 1-on-3 scenario. Bomb plant away from him, and all coming in from Donut, shut down by Depression. 2-0 for Wild Lotus.
And it would be nice to see a return from Rest, because that last map was an absolute disaster and probably his worst LAN map that I've ever witnessed. 10 kills deep in regulation and even translating into overtime. It's just not good enough. And you can use an excuse of, oh, I'm a lurk on T side, I'm an anchor on B side. It doesn't matter. He is a player at a much higher caliber than what he showed on map 2. And the best way to, I guess, silence the critics or return is to put up a good performance out here on Ancient.
Unfortunately, a little bit lacking from several Wild Lotus players. When thinking that there was 3 players in the Mana side that dropped 30 bombs in that last map, whereas only 1 of them did over on the Wild Lotus side. I'll come back to that in a second, because Mana are making a good go out of the Seeker round. 2-for-1 trades in mid. They've lost the man advantage on Wild Lotus and a couple of rifles that can get picked up. Bomb plant, however, will be secure. They've got a Galil and a Mac-10 available for Gamezilla and Kaylee. Depression. And watch out from that ramp entrance, seeing a player coming in from the B doorway. So it's a 3v3 once again.
There's just not really much in this. They're going to look for an exit out from Red Room. Hope to try and get 1 more. Wild Lotus. I'm going to have to look at the first gun round of maybe even keeping Aaron on the Mac 10, keeping it as a bit more of a bonus. Good flash in there.
And it was one of those players. Second man should also go down. A little bit of bonus cash for a secondary kill. I imagine that Callie's going to be able to get caught off in the end to give chase, but also run just as quickly.
Terrorists win.
A little bit of expense applied towards the T side line. The round will go the way of Wild Lotus, but nonetheless, 3-0 start for our hometown heroes and favourites in this best of 5 even now. On a major back foot, despite being favourites, we'll need the full reverse sweep from here to win the championship.
Well, you have to look at Amar and Gamzilla and say, when are they going to drop a map on LAN in Hungary? 3-0 last time.
Yeah.
2-0 this time. 5-0 on LAN is no easy feat for any team. Back-to-back 3-0s would be quite a statement.
And going from one situation where it was a little bit more of an even potential contest to now here where you were the absolute true underdogs.
Who, Mana?
Mana, yeah.
Absolute underdogs? Hang on, did we not talk about this in the pre-show? A team that's been a core 3 for nearly a year.
And Wild Lotus with all these players. You did predict them as well.
I predicted them. They're certainly not the underdogs. Easily Mana are the favourites. Just because I predict a team doesn't mean that you're a favourite. You can't ever say that a favourite is a mixed squad.
I'm going to call a bluff there.
Nah, that is absolute rubbish from Eternal J.
Nah, I have a feeling that that pre-game discussion might have a very different vibe to it. Regardless, Mana are still in control of the series, even if the 3-0 start of this map will favour Wild Lotus. And this is their way back into this series at this moment in time. They have had a couple of good starts.
Now, for you and I, Jay, we were here last year, so we've been to back-to-back seasons now of the T-esports Championship, but a bit more history for the fans at home. Depression actually won the very first T-esports Championship way back in 2022, playing with the old-school iNation players, Dragon, Akindo, Vladen, and Nino. And that LAN Grand Final was actually in the home country of Croatia for the young man. So to think that 3 years later, he's now in a position with different teammates, different country, different title on his back, he needs to try and get that reverse sweep. He needs to try and get the 3 maps in a row.
I mean, look, it's possible that he could try and hold that all the same again. You know, we are talking about now into the back end of the series where, in theory, it could potentially favour the more of the established sort of well-known, more experienced names here. Ancient will not be an easy map for either of these two sides, but for Mana, again, you wonder if they're going to start to taper off here and now. That's the next sort of big question for them. They've won out the first couple of basic maps, put that in air quotes.
Yeah.
Technically, Dust 2 is not that basic anymore, but those are the ones that everyone really knows how to play and understands how the basics and fundamentals will work out.
And two, just to add on that, I said at the beginning of the show, they pick Dust 2 and Mirage as their go-to in best of 3s. They don't pick other maps. That's their only 2 options.
Yeah.
And that's always going to be what a best of 5 does for any team, whether you're a mixed squad, whether you're a favourite, however you look at it. It tests the map pool because you do go into uncomfortable territory. We even have map 5 as train, the insta-man for both teams. You will not see train officials for these players for years and years. They don't play it. So for that reason, that's what always makes a best of 5 very exciting if you do go all 5 maps, because then you go into very uncomfortable territory.
Yeah, it does get a little bit scrappy on train in that sort of regard, but focusing more on Ancient, you mentioned obviously the fact that Mana don't have that as a default sort of pick of all themselves. They don't usually, they have a pick percentage of 0% on HLTV, and generally their results don't tend to lean towards the success ratio, negative, about 3 maps. 3-map wins, 4-map losses online, of course. This is all online results for them, except for the 2 Draklan results in Season 1 and Season 2 against Gen 1 and Insiders. Insiders was a victory, so that's 1 LAN win for it. So maybe
another one. I was going
to
say at Whopper, they got another best of 3, which was the non-HLTV Draklan group stage.
Okay.
So that was a 3rd map decider. So if I'm looking at this, I know that it's a different point of view and it's a best of 3 to a best of 5. But normally, 3rd map deciders are sort of even ground. You'd maybe say the same sort of thing here in a best of 5. You're not going into a strong map for one team, you're not going into a strong map for the other, you're going to even ground, and they were able to pull that one off and got themselves a very good result there.
Well, I'm about to give a positive record, at least in the LAN environment. The question is, will they do it against this kind of caliber of team the same? Again, it's the one still key thing for the Mana side is the fact that they have a level of competition here on the opposition of the server that are obviously a lot more experienced compared to a lot of the other teams that they play for the most part. So we'll find out again if that's going to translate over on this Ancient all the same time. Whopper, of course, Wild Lotus, rather, I should say, have already got the start in this map up with a 3-0 beginning. So the first set of rifles should come in for Mana right now, and we'll get to see whether they can truly stress themselves now on this T side.
Yeah, even looking at Mana, didn't play a single Ancient official in the entire tournament. They played, what, 3 best of 1s. They then followed that up with 3 best of 3s, a best of 5, another best of 5. First time it's being featured. Do you think that maybe at some stage in the group that it would have been seen, or maybe even in the playoffs we would have seen it? But no, none at all.
None at all. I mean, you know, sometimes things work out like that. Maybe the veto process can work differently for other teams in that sort of regard. I mean, we can explore those details, I think, all day, really, to find out exactly why. But look, what we have to focus on here and now is what's happening on server. And for those of you wondering what the technical pause regarding, another tech issue on the Mana side, this time a keyboard problem, I believe. I think it's the same PC as well. So we'll get that fixed up as soon as we can and dive back into proceedings here. Let's talk performances so far here in this best of 5, because look, there hasn't been like a true sort of, I guess you could say there's been a kind of standout individual, with 2 of them in Amar and Kali at certain points, but across the whole best of 5, been pretty even in terms of individual impact from the Mana side.
Yeah, that's been true. I mean, you can easily say that if Amar had even an 80%, 70% performance out there on Dust 2, that is 1-1 in the series. He carried that team in regulation. He put on some serious rounds, even in overtime too. So he is without a doubt the reason that it's 2-0. So I think he deserves all the credit completely. I think for Wild Lotus, Henu's been fairly average in the series. Rest has been pretty rubbish, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mikey's been okay. And it's just a little bit underwhelming because you expect a lot more from those individual players. And I think they know it themselves. I mean, even Rest, when he was coming off the stage, you can see that he's just frustrated in his individual performance. And if you weren't, I'd be tilted. I'm looking at those players and I'm thinking if they're not performing to the level that they typically can perform at, and they're not showing it here in the LAN environment where they should be able to perform even better than they do online, then of course they should be kicking themselves. And it's a good way to try and respond in the series now.
Well, let's explore the Mikey point, because you said he's doing okay, but for the layman at home, the stats indicate that he's currently the top fragger in the series, top rating, top swing percentage, top cast and everything like that. So why is he doing only okay when you consider that in mind?
Because they're 0-2 in the series. If he was doing well, then they'd be winning maps. I think for Mikey, he gets put in a lot of star positions and he was generating impact, but if you're not generating impact in round victories and closing maps down, then that just tells you that a player like his capacity is definitely underperforming in the series.
Oh, he's still the top fragger of his team. Let's see whether the team around him can form up and start to enable some more round wins. Of course, 3-0 for Wild Lotus. We get back into the action. Manners, Orba, Bleeders, close range, Mac 10 run down by Henu, and Mikey can follow it up onto Amar. Those 2 individuals that you mentioned, want to see some highlights out of them? Well, that's 2 to open up. 5-on-3 now. Bomb plant should be secured, or at least that's what you think. Open, with no one clearing out this long access towards the B bomb site. Server with 2. Mikey with 1 more back. Back will be turned with low HP, and Server can take him down. And now the last 2 T-side players that remain for Wild Lotus are on the other side of the map. The bomb's been dropped on B.
A crazy hold coming out from Serba, a player that was struggling quite a lot individually out there on Dust 2. He may have just been able to recover it and by himself. He's not even been able to establish a crossfire with a teammate yet.
Well, start to set it up now with that cave position being covered off by Kali. And Lotus lean forward into mid. Aaron and Henu trying to recover, trying to return into the retake of the bomb site. I say retake on the T side as well, just to take the bomb site and plant that bomb, retake the bomb more specifically. Go on AK and a Mac 10 to do it with. The AK is probably the first port of call. Mac 10 will take first contact though.
Aaron is in a state to trade his teammate off of Henu quickly. Serba, I mean, he could get an ace.
Been spotted, tagged up to 50. Teammate in support, 27 HP now. Kali doesn't know where to look. Has seen one player with his back turn. Both players back to turn. Oh, they check it. Aaron with a kill. And now it's all on Server to get the full-blown ace. Low HP for Henu, but no, he runs him down. Mac 10 upgrade into the Rifler, and it's a 4-0 start. The streak is protected by Wild Lotus.
Well, I tell you, Jay, I thought that was going to be a lazy clearance. When I see the player out in wood not getting cleared completely on first contact, I'm thinking, oh no, they're going to completely overlook him. They're going to keep eyes towards short, eyes towards long. But Aaron, what a check this is. That's a round-winning check. Kali, I mean, he probably feels that round is up to him and him alone to win it.
By all accounts, it probably should have been him to take down those two individuals. Like, that should have been just the end of this conversation right there. Instead, Wild Lotus pressuring the pistols now. A hero rifle on Serber. Mikey taking down one individual towards the A-bomb site. Gamezilla is the victim of that casualty advantage that might already send Mana into a state, particularly for that M4. Hardport pistols might try and look for something more, especially if Serber's gone down now. It's a 5-on-3 with no real chance to retake.
Now, something that I noticed in the last round, and I've noticed it a bit in the series, is that Bleeder the AWPer for Mana is a really slow starter. Oftentimes doesn't get going with individual impact. Now, towards the end of Dust 2, he dropped 30, and I'm not really sure how, because when I was watching the impact from the AWP, I wasn't really seeing it from the numbers perspective. So I wonder now on Ancient what kind of player he can be to try and facilitate a comeback here from Mana.
We're facilitating some expense on the Wild Lotus side and shouldn't be able to hold this AK over. I say that, they are closing in against him though. Aaron and Mikey will be the two main key victims that could fall down very quickly toward this rifle in his hands.
Terrorists win.
He does get one of them out, so that's another returning frag of the CT players. There are 2 men left standing on Wild Lotus, so expensive round for the T-side.
Now, if you followed the Unity side, anyone that follows the Czechoslovakian scene, you'll know that Mirage and Ancient are some of the best maps in the pool for them. And Mikey being their star player, you'd expect he's going to put up a pretty good performance on this. He's going to be quite comfortable. Now, the back end of the veto might get a little bit more awkward when we talk about Inferno and when we talk about Train. But looking at Ancient, I'm expecting good things. And right now, 8-1, he's definitely confident.
Swing forward to the AK, awkward way from Mikey, comes up with 2 anyway. Henry steals the second man. It's a 5-on-3 regardless for Wild Lotus's efforts. Mikey on 1 point of health, might not be able to provide too much more. Gamezilla takes a bit of time to get that kill, but Henry returns onto the fire, and Bleed is forced to trade back on the A bomb site from outside of main. That casualty turning back towards Red to take Henry down out of the picture. The bomb will be secured, and the plant now down to a 2v2 on the retake.
Good info. Know that there was an elbow lurk and know that the bomb's gone down towards A. Depression needs to try and fight against the AWPer.
Reading that Bleeder will aggress from this angle as well. One man from Temple in the meantime. Bleeder going to walk. Oh, check. It's perfect, but Bleeder is a little bit better. The AWP faster to the trigger. Rest is now all alone. Trying to fight, but misses entirely. The spray hits everything except his target, and Mana will have a round.
Now, I want to ask you something here, Jan. I want to get your thoughts on it. Amar's been an excellent player, been really consistent in the series, had a great showing out there on Dust 2. I've noticed a few rounds when he maybe doesn't get a kill that he should do, or it's an easy death. He's tilting quite hard. You can see it on the camera. He is getting frustrated. Does that bother you? If a player's performing well, is it okay to tilt? I don't know. I just want your perspective on it.
I mean, if you let the tilt get to your head, then that's where I think everything comes undone for you. I mean, I've seen it so many times where a player just like, think about Simple, for example, on BC Game, right? You and I have casted a few BC Game matches, and Simple's like attitude when it comes to losing out matches, he just has his head in his hands, he's looking frustrated, he's looking disappointed, and that could really be where all things come undone for Man. I mean, right now, Amar's only 2-6 on this opening stance, so maybe that's something to consider. I mean, look at that. Simple, there's an awkward spray entirely. I'd imagine that he's not happy about that either. Serber and Cali can still return fire though, and Aaron's going to get caught off guard by looking one direction as James Miller is going to turn into the casualty against him. So a 4v2, and Mana have control.
Well, that's a real shame from Aaron, because that was a great exploitation. A lot of pressure building up there in Cave, saw the timing to walk up ramp, but gets peeked upon by Gamezilla out in short. Mikey and Henu in a 2v4. Now, I think from this position onwards, if you can just try and make it expensive, the economy is okay for the T side. It certainly could be better. I think it's unlikely to get a bomb plant. I think that's probably pressing too far in this situation.
Mikey's gone out on his back. That's the only advantage they have in regards to the bomb plants. The 2-man advantage, the Mana side pretty bolstered up on the B bomb side, which is where they're leaning into as well. Smokes have come down, Molotov set, flashes at the ready. And he's going to try to walk forward, and Mikey does catch a wallbang kill. James Miller is going to still turn it back into one of them. And Bleeder will return the fire onto that trade frag, so it doesn't really go much further than that one trade back in the end. No bomb plant bonus or anything of that nature. Good start from the return of the Mana count, while Lotus reduced the deficit to 3 rounds.
And for Mana, just to hold weight in at least the first half gives us at least threat on the trophy. I think if it's maybe a bit of an easy, comfortable 8-4, 9-3, then straight away your eyes start thinking about map 4 or map 5. Gamezilla out in mid, just to break that smoke early. Now, you've got a hero rifle out on rest, out of all players. Let's see what this hero is going to be able to do.
The flash his teammates in towards this donut angle. Good, responsive. Calvi is going to get pushed away. He's still back in his hands. Players around the corner, the forced up. 2 kills found by him. And Wild Lotus run into the meat grinder with only the eco pistols half bought into this round. Depression. Aaron, the last 2 players that remain, both at tag damage margins as well. Turbo's going to at least lose one of those frags. Aaron, see if we can make any more expensive out of this one. He does get a secondary kill. From range, looked for Games Miller, but didn't actually find it.
A few rounds in a row now for Mana. Wild Lotus back onto the gun round. Just that feeling for Aaron that he might call a very slow T round. I think at the moment they've been quite pacey on the gun rounds. They've been taking a lot of lane space. They've been pressurizing Aeon timings. Haven't had one where they've run the clock and made the exception for Mana to retake mid space, to be able to be on the hunt, look for re-aggros. Even a couple of Galils out there, they want and squeeze that extra bit of util forward.
Which they have only a tiny amount of it available to them. Gamezilla on that smoke over at Donut. Henu and Mikey going to continue to press on towards the red room smoke where Hallie is waiting for them. AK in hand, swing up, kill found by Henu, all important start. Red is cleared up, that A side suddenly looking a lot more lust for wear. The swing from Henu goes in towards Bleeder though, and his AWP fragging back to a 4v4.
And they might not expect the secondary red player. They've seen the shadow, but Mikey still gets the kill anyway. Now they've got the options of splitting A or splitting B. Is Serba regressing down from ramp? It's making it awkward for the lane players though.
Train game's really good for the Mana side. Rest has at least regained the control for Wild Lotus. Flashbangs against Damar, turned away from M4. We're trying to deal with depression. We get backstabbed all the same. Depression's going to get caught by it, so there's a frag to return. Now, Preston's a little bit concerned. His footsteps will be heard by Bleeder, who's closing in slowly, so this could be a returning man advantage. He sees him from beyond that smoke and lands the kill. And that bomb back over at the B doors. Mike is going to have to strike in a clutch. 1 versus 2, 1v1 with that quick burst towards Amar. It's all on Bleeder now.
The Bleeder might go out towards the pistols. The call is that he's low right now.
Burst fire from Mikey. Spooked by the corpse of the CT players. Now his presence is known. It's going to be a tough one to win. Indeed, the Tech-9 is pulled out for Bleeder. All he's got to do is hunker down and wait for contact to arrive. Mikey, back will return, and the kill will go the way of Bleeder for the 4th round on Mana. A man advantage situation for the majority of that one as well for the T side, going right at the very last hurdle.
And just some miscommunication. So Rest is out there at top of shelf, and he's obviously flashing. He's keeping the ramp pressure up. And there's a slight timing where the ramp player has pushed on aggressively, and that was Amar, and seen the bomb. Now, Rest should have been in a position to communicate that there was a timing that I'm not spotting ramp. There was a timing that someone could have got out towards the doors, because Depression could have slowed that down completely, couldn't he? He wouldn't have to have run in like that if that was communicated properly.
Didn't work out that way in the end, though. Wild Lotus, half-port, Tech-9s, and Kevlar again for them. The money has run out. Mana are about to equalize and look for the lead. Shadows are seen there towards main. Bleeder's ready to receive. Flashes will go out and over. He'll turn away from them. Refaced, allowed a kill. And Callie on the site will spray down 2 of the M4. Henu can at least find 1 trade of the Tech-9. Can they get a bomb down with it? Might be the best thing that they can hope for at this stage, although Mikey does find Bleeder well and truly overcooking that flick. Advantage mitigated by a factor of 1. Amar going to charge for that Molotov, and Mikey has no suspicions of it. AWP falls, M4 of Henu, 1 versus 3. Again, the first. Tech-9 pulled out, going to get the reload in for the M4 to continue the fight back. They're closing in quickly, though Serba still goes down. The Finns brought it into a 1v1. The Games Miller has the advantage of the HP and will win that fight as a result of it. Again, close on the margins. A Wild Lotus concede to a 5th round, 5 apiece overall.
Well, right now, Gamezilla has got to look at this and say, lads, I know that it's been a tight game, and I know that we've had some rounds that have maybe been a bit too close for comfort. We are 5-5, and we were struggling at the beginning. When you're 2-0 up in the series, you can just start believing that it could be on right here and right now. And Wild Lotus have just not quite been delivering to the extent that looked as if, I thought at certain points, 8-4, 9-3 was going to be on, and now they might not even be able to get a lead going into the second half.
Quite possible. HG's against them. Depression, AWP trying to lean forward. Serba. Edge of that smoke, Aaron trying to lean up and try and find that map space for Wild Lotus. Serber's backed away inside that corner. Smokes are in the way. Aaron challenging one. Back will be turned towards Serber, who will strike on a return. Depression's AWP may find an exposed CT player, and he indeed takes a quick shot back towards the man, but doesn't connect it. Serber will back away.
Yeah, Serber is still trying to keep the pressure on by spamming and blocking all of the access into Cheetah. Don't want to be falling back to Cave and just giving open space. Now, there's an A-walk. Something that we're seeing a lot out on map number 1, CT aggression. That bomb could get dropped out in the open of Elbow.
All alone back there. Keep your eyes on Henus. Fought back, and Cali gets that kill. That's all important. Wild Lotus now lose not just the man advantage, but also the bomb positioning. But Mikey goes huge with a fantastic double that might turn the tides once again. But they're running out of time. They need to go grab that bomb and commit it to a site.
And Bleeder has got the AWP positioned on an off angle. And Cali, well, they know that the A player is low. So if they can pressurize him, the round's just going to be finished. You can't expect much from him on 11 points of health.
Preston's wary there might be a push forward towards T-spawn. He'll check the angles and see nobody of the CT side. In the reposition of Cali back towards that mid and donut angle. I wonder if it's going to get checked again by Mikey and Co. It might have to be HP advantage regardless. Shadow seen. Kill does come out on Mikey, and Rest will trade him. It's now all onto Bleeder. Can he get the bomb carrier? If he can do that, then that would be enough in the round. They're going in towards ramp together though. 12 seconds on the clock. Bleeder looks forward. Going to catch that planter at the right moment. Get his kill, turn away. 6 seconds. Close quarters. And a no-scope's all you need for Mana to take the lead.
Clutches have been everything for Mana across this series. So many times we have seen success in the 1vx's. And Bleeder just about being the right read at the right time. Low time on the clock, even with the trade out towards Donut, they excel into B. Composure in the no-scope. Excellent range to go for the no-scope too.
Massive advantage for Mana now, looking to close out the CT side on the high. Wild Lotus rushing to the B bomb site. Molotov will send a player out to the open, but holds the kill alongside Bleeder with the open. The back line, the double secured. Triple can't quite get locked out, but Henu and Aaron are low HP and with a man advantage, but Serber's still on the bomb site. He's turned it into a clutch, a winnable one for him at 100 HP is same. Aaron known about M4, looking to trade blows past the wall bang potential. Neither side can score their advantage, neither side can score the kill. And Aaron will know he's got to go back into that B bomb site at some point. The bomb's with him and Serber will not be moving.
Now, Aaron can play this in so many different ways. He can go back towards B ramp, he can go shelf, he can wrap red, he can go in behind A. However he does it, he's got to get a good timing though, doesn't he? I mean, 17 HP versus 100. If it's a straight up aim fight, you're just going to lose it.
He's wary of Serber trying something similar to him. We're going to round and about back towards mid. Now he leads the charge back in. All timing. Serber to check the cave at the right moment. And Aaron just misses his mark by a small inch on the tag. Not the kill to the headshot. 7 in a row for Mana to close out CT at 7-5 up.
Well, I think you can feel for Mikey, a lot of mid-round impact.
Yeah.
Being in positions to multi-frag, to force counter rotations, especially around the red room. It just felt no matter where he was in donut, shelf, red, just always finding picks. And yet you look at the score and you just think, man, what's happened? How Wild Lotus not been able to get more? How have they only got 5?
But that comes back to the whole point you were making about him playing average series. Maybe actually he's playing a good series, but his teammates just can't form around it. I mean,
yeah,
because that's what's happening in this map right now. Maybe that's applying across the whole best of 3. Tactical timeouts for Wild Lotus because they need to fix that up now.
I would definitely say that that's more prevalent on Ancient than what it was on map 1 and map 2. However, it's inexcusable at any point in a series, especially when you're 0-2 down. You can't have teammates disappearing. You can't have players dropping off. And responsibility falls to the in-game leader, as it always does, but it can't always fall to Aaron when you're a mixed squad. I think the individual bases of the players that are underperforming, it's on them. They're the ones that have to make a difference.
Or with a lineup like this, you'd think the individual bases may well be their strongest suit.
Yeah,
but
totally.
That's not the case right now. Players have been lackluster. Moments have come few and far between with some of them, and more so for those top-end individuals. I mean, Mikey and Aaron lead the charge in the series for both rating and KD for Wild Lotus.
And maybe it's just the difference of the playstyles. Maybe you've got a Mana side that play a very similar aim-heavy, but are a lot more composed because they're an actual team. I mean, all in the comp that Wild Lotus had to play were more tactical teams that definitely didn't play like a mixed squad does. And this is like a mix that's been playing for a year if you look at it.
Yeah. Pistols live in second half. Mana quickly into the take of the site over on A. Mikey close range, Carney the headshot first up, and Gamezilla instead takes that casualty to draw out first blood. Plant secured in an instant. Advantage Mana. Wild Lotus still waiting for that fourth man to join him on the retake. Henry's going to try and prod out a Temple in the meantime. See Gamezilla. Amar's going to trade back onto the man. Second player is still out at Temple. 2 coming in from CT as the smoke starts to clear. Aaron, good shot onto Bleeder. Smokes towards the bomb. He needs that second hill. He can't get it. It's all under pressure now. 33 HP, 1v3. Can't hit his kills just yet. Now just faced at close quarters by Cali, who takes Mana's pistol, an 8th on their board. And it's time to be scared if you're Wild Lotus.
And what an important kill that is from Gamezilla, because he's the one that separates the split. You're in a state there where if Mikey can get that kill, all the CT attention just focused towards Donut, don't they? They don't have to worry about A main. That one kill from the clock has made just such a difference in the round. And Wild Lotus, they've been force buying a lot. When I think about all the anti-force buy rounds after losing pistol or looking to buy it up, they've been very unsuccessful. They've not won, I don't think, a single of these rounds.
Wild Lotus starting on a positive. Try to keep that positivity as best they can, but I have a feeling that positivity is beginning to come to an end here. Mana take the A-bomb site without resistance. Retakes may have to be called in for Wild Lotus here. They've gotten presence outside of the site. Do they value the Kevlar and the SMGs more? They might do now that Henry's gone down. Man advantage for Mana. No bomb plant denial. Still scrounging to get to angles as Rest is going to get caught. Backlines out towards T-spawn. Aaron's going to go down for that as well, so not even the save should mean too much to Wild Lotus here.
You can only expect someone like Bird from the Sky saying, what are you doing to our tarnished name? What's going on? Representing land, that was something that we couldn't even do. And yet you've come and potentially not even won a map. Now, the one thing that I will pose to the audience is that even though it looks like Mana are going to close quickly, think about the score lines on map 1.
Yeah.
Think about the overtime on map 2. Every time we've had one team leading by quite a margin, it's still been very competitive, right up until the end of the map.
Returns have certainly been there for them. They need to find one now. Time is running out on Wild Lotus. Force brought into this round, so you should be seeing a 10-5 advantage for Mana. And then the rifles can come in for our international team, for Aaron's team. Swag 7 for Mikey is a small little bit investment bonus into this eco. The most frags and therefore probably have the most cash. Get some more cash out of it as well to bolster the buy state. Either way, Mana. The Mac 10 on the mark. P2 straight in. Mac 10 frag on 2 kills. Nice and easy.
Wild Lotus get nothing out of this one. Even the shotgun, I mean, close towards A main. You're not going to get anything from that position with where the default's looking right now. Zilla out here towards Red Room up against Depression. And for Wild Lotus, I mean, even just an exit frag to an upgraded AK, if you can get one, I know there's only 2 in play in this round, would make a difference to that following gun round.
Advantage set. Mana. Do lose Mikey, or do lose 1-2 Mikey rather. Gamezilla with that kill. All 3 players remaining back here towards the A-bomb site. Mikey's Mag 7 still be looking for another buckshot to the head. It doesn't happen with Cali, taking 2 more out of the Mac 10. Rest also get caught back at range and down towards the hands of Bleeder. Mana. 3 more rounds to go before the championship is claimed by them, and Wild Lotus will have this rifle to try and resist it. They need to do so now because I do not see them coming back from 12-5. They couldn't do it on Dust 2 even if they got close. I don't think it'll happen on this Ancient either. Right now, Mana are in full control.
And they need to deal with Amar, a player that's got just 33 land maps on HLTV, very early into his pro career at this level. Won the tournament last year, came onto Dust 2 and was a revelation. Came into Ancient and showing consistency, fast aggression from Amar out here against Aaron, and it's an opening kill against the in-game leader.
And for a guy that we're worried about tilt factor for, he's not doing too bad, is he? Kill found again immediately to start off, upgrade to that M4 because he can. The Mac 10 has already served its purpose. Fast rushes in, Depression now tagged low to half HP. T-side presence on its way in towards the A-bomb site in the meantime. This B angle is all just a distraction to pull the real diversion away from the real hit. Henu killed, Depression goes down, Mikey burns to a crisp and goes down to Gamezilla. And Mana will not relinquish their grip on this series and on this tournament. 11-5. Wild Lotus can't compete anymore, it seems.
And what a run from being eliminated in the semi-finals online in the playoffs. Jay was talking about it earlier. 0-2 down for Mana versus Phantom. They went into that third map decider, had a 3-9-1/2 and lost pistol. Most people in that circumstance would say, that's it. We've lost the best of the 5. 0-3, we've got no hope, we've got no chance. Not only have they reverse swept that series, but they've gone into the following one, and it's looking like they're not even going to drop a map.
Kali dead to rights on Mikey and Henu. Try and answer back for Wild Lotus, but Cerberus straight in from Shelf to get a kill out of it. Rest is going to trade back at close quarters. So Wild Lotus trying to give us a little bit more life. There's 6 rounds that are good, but that should close if Wild Lotus can just secure these last couple of individuals with the M4 and the AK, or the Galil rather. The M4 does manage to get a kill out on Mikey, however, so that does throw a complication into the mix. Advantage still for Wild Lotus at this stage, though.
Ooh, they've seen Aaron at bottom ramp. This should be a free kill. It's the other one against Rest. It's going to be more difficult, and Bleeder doesn't even take that much damage in response to Aaron.
Still Dink to have 40 HP thereabouts, so it becomes a little bit more winnable for Rest and Depression in a 2 versus 2 scenario.
You'd be nervous now, and that was a 4v2. Everything was set up in the round, and now you don't know where Amar is. Yes, you've got the info that Bleeder was out here to the bottom of the B doors, but are they going back to elbow? Are they walking back to A main? Are they outside B doors? It's a full question mark right now.
See, Rest is going for the info play as well. Jump up would have been heard. If he continues extending, he will be cut down by Mana, but he smartly goes back into the bomb site, so he's set as the solo player to receive the B execution. Depression be ready to receive the A execution. Mana are going to lean into the former. Amar, walk contact. This Cave and Cheetah are cleared out by Rest, and the bomb will look to go down.
They've got quite a bit of util on this T-side line. They might not expect how quickly this MP9 is flanking.
Bomb plant would have been heard. Rest is not going to deny it. He'll take his time. Being watched a ramp, though, from range. The Galil up to grabs, but Rest gets the kill. It's all Amar now. 1 versus 2 for him. 46 HP. Depression, the high HP rifle at 100. He's waiting for his teammate to join him. A lot of footstep noises being made by Rest. His teammate will join right behind him as well. Molotov on the bomb. Right call to make. No kits in play for the CT side either. Rest are going to burn a 10 points of health as well. Amar can try and find that fight again. HE sent towards the blast radius. Gets that kill in with a straight burst to the headshot. And now it's all down to the FAMAS. Needs to find his man. Amar going to play with time and knows that he's got this one on lock. Mana will not lose a round, will not lose a game, and will not lose here in the T-esports Championship. It's map, match, and tournament point for them.
And you know what's been such a joy to watch is how much stronger Mana have looked on this third map than what they did in the first and the second. I thought they were getting tested quite a bit by Wild Lotus, but out here on the third, they've made them look like fools, haven't they? They've made Aaron and the boys not even be competitive. And that's a tough act against experienced players. A fast CT smoke being lined up for Mana. This should be a quick excel into A.
Fast and aggressive, loose. Wild Lotus with a lineup for Henu, gets 1.5 kills. Mikey can capitalize upon that and follow suit on Kali as well. Advantage now for Wild Lotus, and one they desperately need. Another 4v2 scenario. They conceded the last one that they had. The sprays are all given Depression, but it comes up good against Bleeder. And now it's Amar, a 1-on-4 for him. He's already been the star of the day for Mana. In the end, he can't quite make this clutch happen, and Wild Lotus will maintain a lifeline, keep us going for a little bit longer here.
Well, thank goodness Mikey was in a position to fend off against Henu. Out there at tree, go 1-for-1, and then Mikey comes in with the multi. He's definitely been putting up more than impressive impact. And perhaps you're right, Jay. I mean, you look at the numbers, and you could definitely feel that players aren't supporting Mikey to an extent that they should do, both in the first half and in the second. And Depression, it's been a very quiet, AWPing series from him. Henu's been quite average. Rest has been very underwhelming. And then the last one is Aaron as the in-game leader.
Oh, look at the two lined up here for Kali. Almost got them both. Mikey does trade it back. However, now again, as you mentioned, needs his teammates to step up. He's on 22 points of health. He worked hard to get that 1-for-1 trade. Now it's on the rest of them to hold the defensive lines. They walk their way through the smoke. Kill found from Rest. Good enough against Amar. You're good, son, but you're not that cheeky. Advantage for Wild Lotus now.
Aaron might think about re-clearing Cheetah when that smoke clears. Get on the front foot and try and take map control. All about timing for Serba.
Smokes Covering off the two CT players. Clear, so we're going to get a casualty to turn back, but rest is good to trade him back all the same. Advantage remains with Wild Lotus, even if the HP bars are being chipped away piece by piece. Mana. Bleeder. Gamezilla. Bomb on the back of the latter of those players. The AWP still watching for long contact as well. He might support that AK to get into the bomb site, get the kill on rest and put the bomb down. That's the main priority for Mana. No trades required. The M4 does get forced away. Dink down as well as 16, so you'll back off and wait for backup.
Gamezilla with the molly. Watch out for that and how late that comes in. Bleeder would love to be able to get one with York just to try and help out his teammate in the middle of the bomb site.
There goes the Molotov. Gamezilla down, all on Bleeder.
Maybe just save. The economy is okay here for the T side. Do you even want to go for this?
No, he's going to hold his nerve. Kill found to the first player. Incendiary sent in. He's going to get forced forward into the open. Doesn't connect. Tries to get that flick, but overcooked and didn't pull the trigger in the end. Depression holds the rounds together, holds the match together for Wild Lotus as they begin the everlasting comeback into overtime again.
The T-esports Championship has Mana's name written all over it right now, but it's all a matter of time until when we can give it to them. Serba nearly comes away with the second. And Gamezilla just didn't even get himself in a position to fight, did he? Try to get the molly down, but just gets caught in the open. Now, how many match points and championship points are we going to see until they wrap this up?
Five to the good. And the default set around Mana, playing careful around the attack of the Wild Lotus side, who are also just as careful, although with the mid-extensions, trying to converge upon this lane position. 4 players total out here from the T side line. Good flash of support in. Kill for Henu only goes 1 for 1, but he's got a ton of information for the CT side here.
And knows that they're packed in heavy. There is a walk timing potential out towards A, depending on how much more distraction gets pulled in here at Cheetah. Now, Mikey's clearing all of mid and even thinking about holding down elbow further. Aaron getting forced off with the angle, but they might try and set up 2 in cave.
We've got 1 for now.
A walkout on A's definitely come in.
Yeah, so Callie's going to call that information back. The rotation's out from the likes of Mikey to cut it off. Drops that bomb, continues his spray for a double. Not sure where to aim for the triple, but he's got it all held together for the man advantage regardless. And he stalled for enough time for Aaron to drop the bomb a second time. Callie is alone. A 1-on-3. Wild Lotus have finally turned on. Get to the A-bomb site. Seen by the AWP. Missed shot from Depression, but he's got 2 more CTs right behind him. AK engaged with the first player. He's hunting Aaron down as well. The Hungarian getting out of there very quickly. Callie, can he strike back? Can he return fire? Not quite. As Aaron keeps control for Wild Lotus within 4 of overtime.
It's just been an entire map of Mikey being in the right position at the right time. I think that's a very good mid-round call from the T side. They're pressurizing B. They realize they've been able to walk forward. They've created a lot of space. You instantly want to counter. You want to try and get in there from Shelf into Donut. Spacing looks pretty good against Mikey, and he's just farmed you. He's just been able to get 2 kills, drop the bomb, waste a lot of time. That's a heroic play out in mid.
Tech 9s and Deagles now for Mana. Wild Lotus will get a little bit of breathing room. Mars Deagle, however, wants to take that breathing room right back out. Not able to do so. Deagle unable to hit a headshot. Aaron takes that opening kill. James Miller finds his kill. Mikey doubles up to drop that bomb and drop its back up. Callie's tagged Lola 8 HP. And Bleeder only a Glock in hand, so no more potential for Mana in this round.
For Wild Lotus, you just hope that the confidence is going up high, but I take you back to what happened out on Mirage, right? How they closed that one. Wasn't even on a gun round. Now, that's not going to happen here in round 21, but we've got a gun round in 22, we've got an eco in 23, another gun round in 24. I'd say there's 2 good chances for the Kosovo team to wrap this up, to take the trophy home.
Oh, Callie's going to make some damage out of it. Doesn't quite manage to do enough to re-deficit the economy state of the CT side, but impressive Deagle shots nonetheless. Wild Lotus, still a long road back for them. But at least they've made up quite the difference here. Now 3 rounds to the good on Mana. This was at 1 point a 12-5, 12-9 instead. Much more doable. but they have to keep the faith and they have to hold the line. Rifles in for Mana, AWP for Bleeder, AKs and all across their board. HEs for Henu, Molotovs are going to drive them back out in the open is one of Mikey. Transition from Cali, trying to get to that second individual. They've just shot the rifle for now, and the M4 from Shelf comes up. Aaron with one, going to run right past Tetris Angle, where Cali's going to wait and bait and pull the trigger on the head. Meanwhile, the A site's been taken by the Mana side, 4-on-3 advantage.
And distraction's being pulled out from mid, which is bringing less distraction and timing out here to the A-bomb side.
And the AWP Bleeder lands rest as well. We're down to 2 men on Wild Lotus. The bomb plant should be secured. Open for that donut entrance. And both players out there being flanked out by Cali, who takes the pressure out of the fold. And Henu's all that remains. The last chance, the last hope of Wild Lotus here for CS2 in the T-esports Championship. He walks through that smoke, domed in by the orb, and Mana have done it. Kosovo have done it again, twice in a row, 2 years in a row of the T-esports Championship. They'll claim the CS2 trophy, 3-0 both times.
And no one on this Mana team has won a LAN event in all of 2025. This has been a hard year, a long year, and for them, they were only signed by Mana, back in June, and now towards the tail end of the year, they finally get to lift the trophy.
Indeed they do. Wild Lotus unable to bring that individual prowess to the table. Instead it was the team play and effort, and even then the unpredictable pace of the boys of Mana to hold their positions and hold their Nove and hold their trophy, it seems like, at this one. It's the two-peat for our former champions of last year. It's this new Kosovonian era, hopefully in the Tier 2 space, because it was an effort at times. They did bring the fight back over on the opposition. Wild Lotus couldn't do it, though. In the end, your T-esports champions. You can't have magic without Mana!
Ladies and gentlemen, they did it! This is the Team Mana champion, T-esports Championship. Great game, wonderful play. Their fans were loud, now they are proud. The moment for photo shoots. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring the medals. Guys, Wild Lotus, please join me on the stage. Mikey, first few words. And then we go to the medals. Everyone expected that it will be full-time job, 5 maps. What happened? You've got a lot of problems since the beginning. What was not working today?
I think situations were really hard for us. We couldn't manage to win any, so I think that was the biggest problem.
There was a moment you took advantage of your opponents, and everyone thinking here in Hang Expo that this is the moment. This is the moment the Wild Lotus is going back, but something was not working. When you hear your first word, what wasn't the best choice or decision in this game?
I guess he started on Mirage on third round, Antico. I think that was the biggest problem that happened.
So the first mistake and then it goes?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, there is the moment you can say to all the fans all around the world, warm words, because all the time you've got their supports. They was all the time here with you, no matter how the score was looking, they were always cheering for you.
Thank you for supporting, guys. It was really awesome to play here.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, big applause. Wild Lotus, Henu, Mikey, Aaron, Depression, Iresht. And now, the medal ceremony. The medal will be presented by Katusz Krista, social media manager in Telekom. Please, Krista, this is the moment. Silver medals, vice champions, long road, a lot of games, and the big final. Ladies and gentlemen, please, big applause. White Lotus, Vice Champions, T-esports Championship. All right, first few words. This game was masterpiece. Since the first map, you've got everything in your hands. Sometimes, maybe there was a little mistakes, but you were very, very confident and you show us outstanding moves.
Yeah, we prepared for this run and we showed that what Albanian style is to play this game.
What can you tell me about your fans? It was so hot in here. They were perfect. They were loud, and right now they are very proud of all your team.
Yeah, they did good support to us, and thanks to everyone who support us there and online also. Thanks to all.
All right, so what is the plan for celebrating the championship?
The plan? We don't know yet. We're gonna see.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Krista Katusz, please, social media manager in Telekom. Gold medals go on the next. This wonderful team, it's Mana, Ammar, Cerber, Gamezilla, Calais and Bedard. What we know for sure, you need the strength, you need the skills, but you need a mana too to bring the magic on the stage. All right, we've had all gold medals, please. Come here in the middle of the stage, guys, one more time, especially for this fantastic public all around the world, on the other side of the screens, their telephones, TV, computers. Those are T-esports Championships, our champions, Mana! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for them. And the trophy.
Once again, stage one.
How do you feel